Wait. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought the mic wasn't working for a second. Because there's the OBS update and a bunch of other... Okay, never mind. Mic, test. Should be fine. Never mind. I thought it wasn't. I've definitely started streams before where I thought the mic was on, then it wasn't. Then, like, several minutes later, it's like, oh, yeah. Wait. But anyways, welcome to day 33 of Brighter Shores. So... no update today, mostly because he's working on quite a few bigger updates. We even have a poll for it right now. Which of these upcoming features coming soon, TM, are you most interested in? Of course, he ended up making a post on X, Twitter, whatever it's called these days, in which he ended up stating, like, basically the few things that are coming up soon. The first one was Holiday Transmogs, which is assumably a holiday event, though he just mentioned Holiday Transmogs. Queuable actions, which will basically, you'll be able to queue up several actions, and then go and... you know, do them all. Like if you wanted to like chop every single tree in a room or something similar to that. That's going to be coming pretty soon. Beyond that, player-to-player trading, something that was supposed to come at launch, but of course got delayed for about a couple months, like almost 2 months at this point, because it's probably not coming till late this month or early next month, early next year. And beyond that, more quality of life, which of course he'll be adding in between everything as he's always been lately. Oh, so I'm just logging into these other two side accounts. We still have to go to Spider Nest on the middle one. Might even do a small amount of Mind to Matubin, because I actually haven't had either of them step foot in there yet, so I'm not sure which one will bring into Mind to Matubin, but they're both Mind to Matubin ready. The middle one just has to do Spider Nest quests, which has all the requirement for, just needs to get a weapon and go kill the spiders. And the bird already got everything done. It's literally can step foot in the Mind to Matubin right now if it wanted to, though I have yet to actually do so. Anyways, main account, got a good like 9-10 hours of sleep, probably 9. I've been doing some things this morning. But, yeah, a good solid 9 hours of sleep tonight. And, we're almost at 88 bone rate, where we get the next AFK activity. Which, I'm not sure if we're going to keep doing that for bone rate or pivot or what. But, I need 209 to be able to pivot to detective, which I somewhat want to do. Because I want to have 221 detective before special attacks come out. So that when raid dens come out, we'll be good to go. Because while I might not be able to take them AFK initially, I think with special attacks, I could take them on as soon as we, like, get to 221. Even if we're only at, like, 210 combat or something, I'm pretty sure with special attacks we could take them on a bit earlier. But, I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, you might notice special attacks are not on the poll. This is mostly because they were not actually mentioned when he was mentioning all the things he's going to be doing in the absurdly near future. So, yeah, he's still working on that, of course. We were supposed to get a video this week. Does anyone know if that still hasn't dropped yet? Because I haven't seen it anywhere, so let me go check his X. I don't think I checked his X this morning. Let's see. Has he posted on the X? No, he hasn't posted anything since, the poll that we currently have right now, on December 4th. So yeah, maybe soon. He's working on it, he's getting there. But, yeah, we're supposed to have a video coming out soon, going over special attacks and, you know, all that good stuff. But anyways, guys, are we all set up? I think we're all set up now. Let's go and do some things. Stop him from doing that, but yeah, let's actually go do some content. Hello, Mark! Hello, Stefan. Hello, Beast. Welcome. Hope you guys been having a wonderful weekend. It's already Sunday. Gosh, this weekend's already almost over. Wow. It's gone by so quick already. But, of course, we have been spending it doing way too much mining, so that's why it probably feels like that. We are currently 181 mining, and the goal for today, of course, is to go and max out our mining. Or not the max, but, you know, level 200 mining, which is kind of max, but not actually max. Do I have any cooking contracts going? I do. Well, I guess we're starting with some cooking. So as you guys may know, we at one point had to do an entire stream to getting 61 cooking for the Branolf inheritance. And it is so slow doing a dish that you're not really supposed to be spamming at a current level range. To fix that, I have been slowly working up cooking so we never have to have a Branolf inheritance situation ever again. And with that being said, we're about to hit 80 cooking, so biggest of progress. Basically just been doing these like almost like a twice a day daily, almost exactly like a merchant run or a venture run where you do it like twice a day to go grab your ventures. I've basically been doing this. Hey, Shore Central's still here. He's grinding out cookie. I think he's trying to get like rank 1 this area or something. Ooh, we got some good ones here. Also pretty good timer here too. Ooh. Vincible. Gosh, are we just gonna turn in everything to the Vincible? The Vincible is very hungry today. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go all invincible. Let's see. Thieves Den I could probably throw in there too if I wanted to. Anything else? How much do I have inventory for? Sneaky Brian into... do we have another Sneaky Brian here? No. Any 2 gloves. Are you nearby? Any 2 gloves. I forget where this is. Show on map. Any 2 gloves. Oh, yeah, Lucky Lucy. I don't know. We're kind of close by that point. We could do that. Like a Thief Den into a Vincible into a, like Little Lucy. I think that's doable. The question is, do we have enough inventory space for it? It's more so the question. And then we'll figure out if we do those other 2. Should be able to get them in time. Alright, so what are we doing? Vincible, Little Lucy. 12, 9. Yeah, we can do that. Easy. But yeah, that's 9, 12, 21. And we still have enough for potions. Perfect. Alright, let me go buy all the random junk we need then. And let's go do a little grocery shopping, little run real quick. Which is kind of funny because I actually need to go grocery shopping tomorrow. But, yeah, we'll do it in-game real quick. Let's see. What am I doing? Grab like 4 of these. Should be fine. Let's go do a run real quick. Get all of our cooking supplies. Start with the fish first. I always like starting with the fish just to get them out the way. Honestly, probably should have gotten the fish for the other ones too, just to see. But we should be okay just with this. So I need 12 oyster. And make sure to get however many garins I need. I always keep thinking it's vegetable stew, but it's actually garin. 5. Because they both look really similar to me. I know they're different, but they both look very, very similar. At least like the top part of them. Alright, so what was it again? 12 oysters. Boom. Oh, I could just click the auto buy. That's fine. And then, let me just make sure I get the right amount of gear in. Because we're doing what? Wait, am I taking... Do I have enough room for the other thing? I don't think so. 9. No. So that means I only need 5 gear in then. And we should be good to go, unless I'm missing a Garen somewhere in all that mess. But I believe we are good to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just realized they got rid of the buy 5 button, didn't they? When they added like the auto buy and everything else, they got rid of the 5. You got 50 carpentry? Nice. Oh yeah, you're almost done with all quests. Is that the last one you have? Weren't you the one that I mentioned yesterday that that's like the last quest you have to do? Because if so, that is so close. Then you might just need the woodcutting level. Also, the boss is very cheesable if you use the chest safe spot. It is very, very cheesable. We killed at like level 30. Hello, Beast. Welcome, welcome. What's been up? I've been doing pretty good. Mostly been on the mining grind, trying to get, you know, towards base 200s, towards being able to 200 craft everything, towards just, I don't know, being able to play the game once we have all 200. Kind of get into the late game, early game, if that makes any sense. The early part of late game. What am I doing here? I came here for lemon juice and the other thing. Let me go grab it. So I'm here for 12 lemons and 5 stock, and we should be good. There's the only bad thing about this new system here. How are you supposed to buy 5 at a time? It's the end game now. Yeah, in the current state of the game, 200 all is definitely end game. There's not even a single person who has it. But in like a year from now, 200 all is, like, you know, that's really late in the game. But that's like when end game kind of starts. You know, when you get to like the really big XP curve and everything. But yeah, in the current state of the game, 0 people even have it, so. 0 people have started playing the game, apparently. No, but you know, down the line, like year down the line, years down the line. Like base 20 is when you've like actually started playing the game. And then base 200 is like truly the end game then. Once you're at like the big XP curve. What am I doing? I am buying whatever I didn't already buy, which is 4 vegetables. And is that it? I could have just gotten that then. I could have just already gotten that. Well, did I really just come here for 4 vegetables when I'm pretty sure I had the inventory space on the previous one? Rip. Unfortunate. I'm not sure why I did that. But yeah, I could have just gotten at the previous inventory. Whoops. Alright, let me go make all this up then. Let's start with the ones that need a condense, which is almost all of them. Let me just prep these, I guess, real quick. We did only need 4, right? Yeah. I didn't confuse the 2 of them. Good, good. I'm going to need to drop these, most likely. How much inventory does the other thing take? Yeah, the oysters alone are going to take a full inventory. I even need to drop my XP pot. Luckily, I could just drink it and be good to go. But, yeah, we're going to need a little bit of everything. Let's see. Let me go drop that. I'll just grab everything. I need 12. Oh, I forgot to drink it, though. Wait. You need to actually drink the potion. Let's see. Drink. Drop. Alright, let's get cooking. Should be able to one-step everything that's left. I need all of this. And all of this. And then after we condense those, we do the garins. And then after we do the garins, we do the stews that are on the ground. And we'll be good to go. Good afternoon, ka-chow! Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone's had a great Sunday. So far, so good. Peticio has 7 classes left until they reach 200 all. So they're quite close. Oh, I didn't even realize he was that close. Nice. Yeah, I'm far, far away from 200 all right now. Not really rushing towards any ranks or anything. Just kind of messing around with whatever we need. Bouncing around wherever we feel like going. Like yesterday we did 3 woodcutting levels for no reason other than for the sake of doing 3 woodcutting levels. Which took like a little over an hour, and it's like, oh yeah, we just wanted to get 50 woodcutting. It felt like getting a 50 in there. Oh, I should have gotten the other thing first. Oh, it's gonna be awkward now. I shouldn't have grabbed those. Then I might have to redrop to do the Gearins. Because I need 10 space and currently have 8. Should be able to get most of them in time though. Better than a really bad order. Alright, should be able to get those in time. And then we'll go do our chef run. Grab all of our stuff from the ground. And it should be a really easy run. All I have to do is any 2 glows and a triple vincible. Alright, grab all that. Grab that. Alright, we're out here. That should be everything. And then we have one more run we gotta go do. And this alone should get us to level 80, and the other one will get us a little bit extra. Which means we might get to about 81 cooking today. Alright, where are we heading to? We are heading to, not Thieves' Den. Probably just a little Lucid and head over to Invincible. There's no way we don't make that walk in time. So, hello, Lady Sonny, and thank you for leaving a like. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. It's kind of crazy. What level is he at? Is he hidden or is he still there? Oh, we're down to rank 20. All good though. Peticio. Yeah, he's getting there. Why is he still not 200 yet? Woodcutting, gather. He's completely skipped chapter 2. He's working on bone right. He hasn't done mining smithing, which is interesting. It's a weird one to save for last. But he hasn't touched mining smithing. Interesting. It makes sense why you wouldn't touch. Oh wait, no, I'm not on timer. I forgot. That was on timer for a second. Never mind. Oh, I technically am on the little other cooking bounty thing. But yeah, it makes sense not doing woodcutting, gather, or carpentry. Not sure why he's been putting off mining smithing. Obviously, he's not a cryo knight, but still, he could have crafted like slightly better weapons at some point. Surprised he went for that order, and didn't get the mining smithing to help with stonemason and you know, smithing. Alright, what am I doing? I'm trying to find my inventory. Alright, should be good to go. Drank this, and this is just oyster, I do believe. And then everything else gets turned in at the Vincible. And one of our easier runs. A triple Vincible with a little Lucy. And then whatever's left on the board, we'll just try to shimmy into one single task. I think we have 4 of them to go do. Okay, maybe 5, because I think we have to also throw in the Rogue Den. Oh, someone got the name Peach. Ooh. Surprisingly low level for someone who got the name Peach. He must have gotten the name and then didn't play for a while and then started playing later down the line. Because that's a good enough name that you probably got it like the first day or 2. But then they didn't really play that much because they're currently level 170. So they haven't even touched members yet, despite buying members. Alright, let's see. Use item on. I said, hello, Stress. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just turning in some cooking real quick before we get to all the things for today. Just some chill cooking to start off with. Also saw Brighter Shore Central in there as well. Oh yeah, what am I putting this into? I think the answer is stonemason. Pretty sure it's stonemason. Yeah, that's everything turned in. Let me go back to Hopeport. I even get a little boost there as well, so I can put that into stonemason. Actually, you know what? I might as well just delay it. I'm not going to get enough knowledge from this to over-encumber, or shouldn't anyways. Save for later. There we go. Yeah, 1,000 total today. Huge congrats. Big milestone. The big 4 O's. Well, not 4 O's, but you know what I mean. The big 4 number. Alright, what on earth do we need for the rest of this? I'm not even going to buy anything right now, even though I do know I need some of that. We got a Garen soup, a Garen soup. Both sound awful. The higher one sounds better, though. Let's see, what's on the board still? I think I have like 2 really dud tasks here. Well, 1 omelet's pretty free. 3 of that. You know what? Those both are easy turn-ins. Alright, this isn't that bad. I'll go buy everything I need for the Garens, and then we'll go get the omelets real quick. We just need 4 omelets and 11 Garens. Pretty easy. I'll just do hairdresser into Thieves' Den. Or even Thieves' Den into hairdresser into turn it into 2 at base. 2 at base should be really free. Not in that we only need like a few of them, but also in that they're really close to the teleporter. Fortunately, they also give you very little XP. Alright, I just need, what is this, 11 Garand, and we're out of here. 11 Garand. And then go buy the 11 stock, and we'll be good to go. Yep, joining the 1K club. Everyone rolling in at their own pace. Yeah, honestly, 1,000 definitely felt like one of the bigger milestones so far this playthrough. Like, finally hitting that 1,000 mark. Hey, Tipper's still here. He's been cooking a lot here. Like, I feel like anytime I ever see Tipper, he's cooking. Must really like the cooking skill. I just happen to always catch him here. What am I doing? What am I doing? Because he could probably say the same, because I think it's the only place we ever meet up at. Oh yeah, 11 stock is what I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I also need 4 omelet, but there's no way that is fitting in that inventory. I'll come back for our 4 omelet. We should be good to go. I'll just turn all this in. Pretty easy turn in. And that will be another cooking level, right? Oh no, it won't be. But it'll get us like half our next level. Then when we do our next double set, we should easily get our cooking level. And that brings us to 81. Do we get any cool foods coming up? Let's see. Well, at 81, I get the jellied eels, which we would really appreciate if we had a fishing level beyond 0 right now. Let's see. What are we doing? Eggs for them. Our fishing level is so low right now. I think it's at 30, which is our tied lowest. Fishing just seems so useless. Out of anyone's skill in the game, I would say fishing is the most useless by far. At least cooking has a few things going on for it. Like, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy fishing in this game. It's just, as a skill, is so useless. Like, all you do is just fish up stuff that you barely even use for cooking. It's not even like you use all of them for cooking, just some of them. And on top of that, you also, basically just sell them. At least cooking has, like, a few more mechanics going on, and probably will have some kind of use case where, you know, like, down the line, cooking will probably be stronger than it is now. Whereas, I don't really see an angle where fishing becomes stronger than it is now. Like, it definitely can be, of course. I don't really see the angle in which fishing just magically becomes amazing. Whereas I can see, like, cooking, if they do, like, hour-long buffs or something similar. It's like, oh, yeah, cooking's amazing. But even if you make it so you require, like, a ton of fish for that, like 20, 30, 50 fish, like, you can just buy the fish. Like, yeah, you can say that about a lot of skills, technically. But, I feel like with fishing, it's one of those where it's definitely skippable. Same reason why people normally skip gather and just kind of go bone right. It's a similar reason to that. Well, in that case, it's because you constantly need carpentry, which is really annoying. You need, like, so many skills to properly do the skill. Alright, the only thing I should have here is 4 eggs. Perfect. And, let's get cracking. And then we'll go do a run. Where are we doing this from? What's the best way to not backtrack at all? I think I do Sneaky Brine, then Hairdresser, then Telly. Or even the inverse of that. Yeah, I'm gonna do the inverse. It doesn't really matter. I know which one's closer to my current location. I guess it's Hairdresser. I'll do Hairdresser first, I guess. Hairdresser, then Thieves, then Teleport and turn in at the 2. We gotta turn back into Captain, and we gotta turn back into, wherever the other one was. The barracks guy. Do you feel like skipping Gathering and wasting, Bone Rate XP? Yeah, it's something I want to go get. It's actually my main money goal right now. Aside from the pickaxe that we're going to be upgrading today and everything, the main thing I'm dumping all my cash on is a level 25 rake. But I want a level 25 rake before I go do, what's it called properly? Before I go do Bone Right properly. Right now I've just been AFK knowledge pointing it, but we will eventually do it correctly. Also, what do I need to turn into you? Oh, I actually got it correct. Nice. Alright, Thieves Den also wants this. Then we go tell you for the other. No, I did not want to talk to that guy. Alright, let's go over here. Hope we don't get attacked by a thief. Hey, there's Miles. It doesn't matter where I go, I see him. He's doing a little bit of everything. Interesting that he's moved on to combat, though. I thought he was waiting for special attacks. Oh no, he left us and waiting for special attacks. Maybe just going for like a few levels. Let's see. Alright, let me get Tully back. That or is like, yeah, we'll just go do it now. And I'm still holding out though. I don't care if we drop down to like rank 40. I'm waiting until special attacks before we do combat. At least properly anyways. Doesn't mean we won't be doing any combat. It's just, you know. Like, combat doesn't truly start until special attacks come out. Alright, that's an easy run. Oh, he's replying back. He's here. He's lurking. He's lurking! Comboing combat and forager at the same time? Ooh, nice. That's a strategy for sure. I was considering doing that with mining. Because when you did that one Anderstein rock or whatever it's called. Oh wait, I forgot to turn the omelet to the barracks! Wait, I forgot this guy. What am I doing? I still make this run in time. Wait. Even with all that stall. I forgot, I still got one omelet left. I was like, I thought that was the last one. I made it in time though. Also, I'm turning it back into his back of his body. There we go. Anyways, as I was saying, I'll go grab my potion. And still with the XP bonus, by the way, for that one. And yeah, I guess we're back to the mines. Gotta go get 200. Oh, also, you know what I saw last night? You know how Yips was first place yesterday for like an hour, a few hours? I actually saw them for the first time ever yesterday. We were etching stones together because I was etching some stones, so we wouldn't have to do it today when we go do stonemason. I'm just going to be able to go and produce all of our stuff and then sell it. However, yeah, I saw them when I was doing the etching of the stones last night. And I just etched all the stones that we have for today. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. I just saw them, they were chilling. They weren't there that long, but, yeah, they were there for a couple minutes. Assumably etching their stones and or making something out of them. Seems like it was only doing one item, though, not like a whole set. Anyways, what am I doing? Oh, yeah, mines. How are we doing on dailies? Dailies coming up in, like, 2.5 hours, so we don't need to worry on that. Yeah, let's go head to the mines, then. Teleport, mine deep. To the mines! Oh, yeah, are we dealing with XP pots? What was our verdict on this? Oh, no, it hurts not to. Oh, yeah, I was also waiting for marbles before I go back to stonemason, by the way. I need 91 before I really go back. I think that was the main thing I was waiting on there. Oh, no. Mining XP pot? I'll bring them. I feel like I'm wasting too much, though, bringing them. You know what? Maybe we make a timer. So we got some new timer tech, by the way. We learned some new timer tech. If you click this pin window to game button, it will pin it to the overlay. So if I do this, look at this. Or actually, no, look at that. Ooh, wait. There we go. It's not quite centered. Look at that. Look how clean that is. That is our current potion timer. Well, it will be once we get there. But yeah, we were doing that for merchant runs earlier, and it's so much fun. What's our mining level? We're currently at 181. Our goal is to get 200. But yeah, I already knew this timer existed for Steam. I did not realize that you could put it directly on your overlay, though. And it even records it, so even you guys can see it, too. But, yeah, now my potion from yesterday will never despawn again. Alright, let's see. Let me go drink, drop, and then, actually, turn that off of repeat, and then do that. Alright, there we go. But yeah, now our potion will never despawn. Also, I got rid of the noise, by the way. I got rid of the noise, so whenever the buzzard rings, it doesn't make any noise at all. We'll still see, like, the visual and everything, but it won't make noise. I was doing this because I was doing 2-minute merchant runs, or, you know, like, I had a 2-minute timer set for merchant, so I didn't want a buzzard going every 2 minutes. So, yeah, I just ended up doing it that way. That timer is through stream? Yeah, it's through Steam. This is a Steam feature. If you just go to Steam and click on clock, and then go click on your timer thingy, that's all you have to do. Just click on this, pin it, and you're good to go. It even has window opacity. What does that do? Interesting. Oh, it just makes the opacity. Oh, I guess you could change it on the other screen. Interesting. But yeah, it's a Steam feature. You just click on the little clock thingy, click the pin button, and then boom, you got a clock on screen. You can set it to keep repeating, which is really good for merchant runs, or you can set it to whatever your ground item is. They despawn after 10 minutes, so I set it to 9 just to make sure they don't despawn. I accidentally despawned like 48 potions yesterday, so I've been so paranoid about doing it again. So we will do everything in our power to make sure that potion does not despawn. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, Steam has a few interesting features. But I didn't realize you could pin it to the game. We learned that yesterday. I knew that this thing has been around for a while, but I didn't realize you could pin it to the game itself. I was hello, Alfred! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of useful things you could use a timer for. But for now, we're just using it for merchant runs and for, make sure potion doesn't despawn again runs. Yeah, we're dropping the potion so we don't take up inventory space. Like, I need it for the knowledge points and everything, but I want it to not take up any space. Which is why we drop it on the ground. It's more so a space issue, because you can't equip them currently or anything. This is likely a feature that's coming in the future, but as it currently stands, you cannot equip any potions or anything. Well, you can, you know, combat and HP. But you can't equip any utility potions. Hey, that reminds me, I need a teleport thingy. I guess I will keep this up really small. Because I need access to my teleports. Because having the menu open makes it slightly quicker. Oh, so I just realized I drank a mining potion, but didn't bother utilizing it for a knowledge point. What rank are we at? We are currently ranked 20. Maybe, possibly. It's hard to tell because, of course, the whole hidden system and everything. But it currently says number 20, so I'll take it. It says 20, so we are 20. Yeah, we're top 20 currently. Supposedly. We're probably not, but the game says top 20. And I'll take it. Doesn't actually mean we are top 20, but the game says we're top 20, so we're top 20. Realistically, we're probably like 22nd, 23rd, maybe 24th, 25th. It's hard to tell. Based on how many people are hidden or not hidden. But it says 20, so we are 20, so I'll take it. No, we're not. We're pretty close to 20, even if we aren't 20 right now. There are a lot of people just like all in this little cluster over here, though. Hello, Petrium. Welcome, welcome. He needs to get rid of the opt-in feature. Yeah, I do feel like it should be no opt-in. Or, you know, automatic, but make it so anyone who wants to opt out, their name becomes, you know, anonymous or invisible or anything like that. Like, I understand the privacy concerns kind of situation, but, you know, everyone should still be showing there. Even if it's like a blank spot or an invisible spot or an anonymous name kind of thing if they opted out. But their rank should still be shown even if they don't want to be shown as the rank. Like, definitely keep the feature where you can, like, hide your name or something from leaderboard. But don't hide the entire rank from the leaderboard. I hopefully he's working on something like that. We've had, like, what, 4 days now without a patch? 4 or 5 days? Obviously, everything that he's working on right now are a little bit bigger. It's actually the poll we have on this current stream as well. Is for all of the, things he's currently planning on doing in, the, like, pretty much the next month. Every single thing in that poll is things he's doing almost 100% within the next month. We have transmogs and or holiday event. Well, he's definitely adding transmogs. The assumption is also a holiday event to go with the transmogs. Given that he'll probably run like a little Christmas event kind of thingy. Probably won't be anything huge, but you know, we'll probably have like a little small thing for it. As well as some holiday transmogs that he already confirmed are happening. He just needs to go code a transmog system. Then, of course, queuable actions, which is currently winning at 36% right now, is basically you'll be able to go queue up multiple actions in a row. Like if you want to gather multiple things or produce multiple things or whatever else it might be able to be used on. But you know, you'll be able to queue up multiple actions. We don't know how many actions that is. Is it going to be like 5, 10, infinite? We don't really know. Beyond that, player-to-player trading, of course. Something that was supposed to come at launch, but had to get delayed. Oh, I forgot to go tell you. Something that was supposed to come at launch, but ended up getting delayed ultimately. And then, of course, more quality of life, like he always does. Which I figured I put there just if anyone wants to vote for it. I guess it's kind of a neutral vote kind of one if you don't like the other three. Because you know he's going to be adding more quality of life like every single week. It's more so a matter of when than if. Yeah, everyone should be auto-opted in, and the opt-out should be to, like, hide name or something similar. Would be the most ideal way to do leaderboard. I'm sure there's a way to reset this clock without opening the panel. Is that what the opacity thing is for? No, that's just to change the number opacity. That's huge tech, though. We can make it a little bit more faded so it's not hiding as much. But no, there's no way to make it so I can like have the other buttons here, I don't think. But still really good. Only problem is I have to open up like a whole menu every single time I want to reset the clock. It's not that big a deal. But it would be nice if we could just click right here. But honestly, this is already doing so much that I guess I just didn't want it to get in the way of like gameplay. Like if you could accidentally click it. Because then people would complain the other way around. Like, hey, I put the clock up on the screen and it's getting in the way of my gameplay because every time I click on it, it clicks on the other thing. Alright, I'm still on a boost, so let me go put this into Stonemason. We didn't at least 91 before we can go to Stonemason again. At which point, we'll probably take a quick Stonemason break. And go process all the stones I etched last night. I etched all the stones so we wouldn't have to do it on stream. But I need 91 before I can actually properly use them. I can use them prior, but it's really awkward to use them prior. So I'm just waiting for 91. You voted a holiday event? Honestly, I'm really curious what he does for a holiday event. There's a couple things that are interesting about it. I think the most interesting things are, does he re-add party hats to the game? Could you imagine? Could you imagine that he re-adds party hats to Brighter Shores? Well, obviously Brighter Shores. Actually, technically, Brighter Shores does have them right now. Party hats do exist in Brighter Shores right now. They just aren't ownable. But there are a couple places where you can see them in Chapter 5. That's like way too bright. Let me go opacity it down. 70? Yeah, 70 is like a nice in-between, I think. Trying to find like a good in-between. Like, I still want to see the number, but I also don't want it like blocking that much. I don't know. 50's kind of growing on me. Go back to 50. I think 50's just right. Like, it's there, but it's not like there. Oh, no, that's a little bit too low now. Gosh, I'm going to be like so paranoid on like the perfect opacity. How about like 70% again? Maybe 80% what would do it for me. I'm just going to go with 80. It's good enough. But yeah, I'm never losing another potion again. I refuse. Buying all party has 1 GB each, gosh. They likely will not be tradable in any way. They're going to be transmogs that are likely going to be tied to your character. And while it hasn't been confirmed, there is like a 95% chance you won't be able to trade transmogs. Maybe even higher than that. They'll be tied to your account and it'll just be permanent unlocks. But I am near guaranteed that you will not be able to trade them. Hasn't been confirmed, but I am almost 100% guaranteed that you will not be able to trade transmogs. Those be things that you earn or get through various holiday events and, you know, other stuff like that. They're not really things that you trade. He has mentioned that many times. He doesn't want to start like a whole party hat situation again. He wouldn't. He probably isn't against re-adding party hats and such. But he doesn't want to do something where it's like, you know, people are trading $1,000 party hats to each other. From discontinued items. Though people will probably still find a way to do so, because he did say that these holiday events, whatever's coming to this holiday event, are never coming back again. So it's just exclusive for this holiday. So let's say hypothetically they are party hats. You know how many people might make like 1 billion Steam accounts and just claim the party hats? Then down the line, try selling the Steam account, being like, "Hey, do you want a Steam account for $100 that has a party hat and Brighter Shores?" Because even though you can't trade them, you could technically illegally sell Steam accounts, which I believe is double against terms of service. I believe that's against Steam's terms of service and the game's terms of service. But, you know, people are still going to do it. Even though that is very illegal, and do not do that. But, you know, people are going to do that. They're going to make like 100 Steam accounts, go claim party hat on all of them, and then down the line be like, "Hey, this account has like every holiday event from like 2024 to 2026. $100, $200. That's the thing I hate about discontinued items. I hate when you can never like re-earn something again. Like, it won't really affect us because we're here for the long term, as well as day one. But, you know, someone coming in like 2, 3, 4 years down the line, and they say, "Oh, there's these cool cosmetics from like the first or second holiday event." And it's like, nope, can never earn them again. Personally, not a big fan of it. I would say it's one design choice that he's done so far that I'm actually not a fan of. Is limited time transmogs that you only ever can earn once and then they never return. It won't affect us too much though because we'll have all of them. But I'm still not a fan of them. Yeah, I feel like he's going to do a trading system that's value for value. You know how trading was back in 2008? When it was the most controversial trade issue or trade system that he ever made? Because that's probably what he's doing for Brighter Shores. But it shouldn't be as controversial because he's starting at that point. It was only really controversial in RuneScape back in the day because it wasn't like that to begin with. But I wouldn't be surprised if he does something like that for Brighter Shores, where you have to trade similar value-like items. And I believe in that game, he ended up making it based on how many quest points you had, which I guess in this game would be the equivalent of how many quests total you have completed. But he could make it based on anything. It could be on total level. I feel like he'd make it based on total level. Like, you'd be able to go with a trade disparity up to, like, your total level or something. Like, every, like, 100 total level, maybe, like, 10 silver disparity. It's like every 10 1 silver disparity or something. Something like that. So at, like, level 1000, you'd be able to trade with, like, 100 silver disparity between your trade and the other person's trade. Or there could be 100 silver difference between the trade that's occurring. I could see something like that kind of being a thing, where it's based on your total level. Because it's really hard for bots to get, like, absurdly high total level to really be able to utilize that. Because in that hypothetical, they would have to get total level 500 to be even able to do, what, a 50 silver difference? Which most bots aren't going to bother doing that. Even then, it's like barely any. That's not to say that's exactly how it's going to be implemented, but I feel like something along those lines is probably what it'll do. Just to make sure people can't trade over like 100 gold, 200 gold, 500 gold to like a single person instantly or something. Like, you'll probably still be able to, it would just be slowly over time. Probably like a daily limit of how much disparity you could do or something. Or like the max disparity per day is like, you know, like several hundred silver or a few gold pieces or something. Even at like the end game level or something. I'm not sure. There's a lot of ways you could go about it. We really don't know until it happens. But honestly, I wouldn't really mind a like 2008 style system of trading like he had back in the day. It's very controversial at the time, but it was mostly because it was so much different than also, did I forget to reset the potion? It was mostly because it was so much different from what the game already had. But the game currently has nothing, so there is nothing different from what we currently have. Whatever there is, there is. Right, let me go reset this potion real quick before I get too paranoid about the fact that it might despawn. There we go. What do you mean bots wouldn't bother doing that? Literally 0 time for a bot script to do 500 total level. But yeah, I mean, the amount that they would have to do to get anywheres would be too high. Like in that hypothetical I mentioned, I don't think bots would do that to be able to trade 50 silver. 50 silver would trade for less than 1 cent. They are not going to bother doing that for 1 cent. And then they would have to go to like 5,000 total to be able to do something like, what, like 5 cents worth? But on the scaling of the hypothetical I mentioned bots wouldn't do it to 500 just for a 50 silver difference. Which at most would trade for 1 cent, if even that. Oh, he's got the upgraded one. He has a high mind level. Or mind fighter level. That means he at least has like 100 something. Hey, Pekyak. Yeah, it would also prevent people from just, whenever they have like a huge amount of wealth and then quit the game. One thing that sometimes happens is people like compile all the loot. So you won't be able to just like trade it over to someone. Which I'm perfectly fine with that. Or, you know, fine with that not being possible. This is something that pretty commonly happens. Is if there's ever a moment in the game where people, like, let's say, like, 10% of the player base quits for some reason. Sometimes you just give away all their gear. And the problem with this is it puts a lot of items into the economy while also having less people in the economy. Which leads to a higher surplus of items, but a lower density of player base to use the items. Which is one weird thing whenever a game does have, like, infinite trading. Is if there's ever a dip in player base at any given time for any reason, it makes a higher concentration of items with a lower player base that can utilize those items. Which ends up leading to the items getting devalued. There's less people to use them and more people that are just dumping them in. So it's actually good when you can't just offload everything like that. Because that's happened in RuneScape quite a few times as well. Like whenever there's like a big player base dip of like 10-20% at any given time for any reason. And then the whole economy just gets oversaturated with items. I wouldn't be surprised if RuneScape 3 had a big situation like that as well. Back during like Evolution of Combat. The game must have gotten flooded with way too many items. Given that like half the player base pretty much quit. Well, not half, but whatever percent did at the time. I believe at that point they had free trade again. So people were just dumping all their items and everything else when they quit. Or some people did. And then you have way too many items relative to how many people are playing. Leagues plus GE tax. Oh, there's something else we don't know yet either. Is there going to be a tax on trading? I find it to be really annoying, but I understand why it exists. And if there is, like, how high is the tax? Are we talking like 1%, 10%? Some number in between? Even higher than that? If there is a really high tax on trading, I probably wouldn't utilize it, like, barely ever. Though if there is a tax on trading, I hope it's only for, anything that involves, like, gold. Or, you know, whenever you do, like, silver coins, gold coins, stuff like that. I hope there's no tax when you do item for item. Though, if that is the case, then everyone's just gonna trade item to item. Could you imagine that? That would be one way of encouraging it. Imagine if all trades that had gold or silver had a 10% tax. But all trades that were item for item were not taxed at all. It would basically make it so items were the currency. Like, everyone would just get around it by using items only. It'd be really funny. Or instead of using currency as currency, you'd use items as a currency. It'd be a funny situation. Which is one of the reasons why that doesn't work. I would say the reason why he might go an angle like that, though. Just to encourage people to trade actual items. But in doing so, the items would become the currency rather than the currency being the currency. Because how do you tax an item? I guess you could do it based on their base value. Like, for example, let's say you trade something with someone. Yours is worth 300 silver. Theirs is worth 200 silver. And then there's like a tax in like the amount of coins or something, I guess. Like the coin difference. It'd be kind of awkward to do, though. And probably also be very controversial. But I could definitely see him adding a tax system. It really just comes down to how does he end up implementing it. But I don't know. There's a lot of things with trading is too speculative to really know. Like, there's so many angles you can go down. How would you merch an item if it's an item for an item? Well, I don't think you're really going to be merchanting items in this game, would you be? Other than absurdly high-end gear. This game isn't really a game where you would merch items. For the most part. And at least until boss drops come out and everything. Because the only thing you can really merch in the current state of the game is like 400 plus 5-star gear. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. Because 199s are going to be super populated. I guess maybe some stuff in just the 200 range in general. Like 200 plus range. But you have to keep in mind, how many people are there out there who are really even looking for 200 plus armor right now? Or, you know, 200 plus armor, 200 plus weapons, all that kind of stuff. Like, they are out there, but it's a very small part of the player base right now that would actually be, like, in demand for 200 to 500 gear. Like, don't get me wrong, anything that's 400 plus, particularly if you had, like, a 500 in the current state of the game, like a 500 4-star. Actually, even that would be kind of useless now that I think about it. Because what are you using it on after you hit 500? Wait. So maybe the 300 pluses to like 480s are still good then. Or in like 450s. But, yeah, I just realized something. What on earth in the current state of the game do you even need a, like, let's say 490 weapon? Like a 490 4-star weapon. Like, what on earth are you using that on? Because the current answer is nothing. Like, once you hit 500, you just stop trading it. Like, you'd use that weapon for such a short duration of time. And at that point, you could probably just AFK your way all the way to 500. You wouldn't even need to do actual combat at that point. Question. When you did Lost and Found... let me reset timer. When you did Lost and Found quests, did you keep your monobrow? Oh, you mean the Lost Shipment quest? I don't think I did. Unless it does by default. I changed my appearance at one point, so I don't think we did. And I could take my helm off real quick and check. I'm pretty sure I don't still have the monobrow though. I'll check on the next mining cycle. I'm pretty sure we don't. I can go check real quick. I don't believe so. Doesn't look like a monobrow. But I ended up changing my appearance when they had the change appearance option in the hairdresser. So if I did have it prior, I think it got deleted at that point. So maybe I did, but it got deleted when I did the hairdresser thing a couple weeks ago when they added that feature. Because we still had a female character at the time. And we changed it back. Or not changed it back, but you know, changed it. Because we were in a rush to try to secure our name. And in doing so, yeah, we accidentally chose female instead of male. It looked like a male character. But I realized after the fact, it's like, oh yeah, it's female. Whoops. Though, of course, we've changed it since then. Back to normal. Doesn't your character rip it off during the quest? I think they do. But I believe you can go back to the hairdresser and get it back if you want. So unless you actively did that. Yeah, I think you lose it during the quest. But you can regain it by going to the hairdresser. But I currently don't have it. Yeah, we're almost there. What mining level do we move to a different rock? I think we do flint next. Flint's not that good. Basalt flint is amazing, but just flint is kind of meh. Like, it's not awful. It would definitely be better than what we're mining now as far as XP rate. But, the problem is the wait time. There's nothing nearby to really utilize that wait time. It's not as bad as some, but there's definitely a wait time associated to it. We're just sitting there for like several seconds being like, yep, come on rocks, you can do it. You could respawn already. Oh, we get the pickaxe upgrade today too. I almost forgot about that. 193. I'm not sure how much it costs, but I have 3 gold right now, so you should be able to afford it. I think the previous one was like 1.5 gold, so at most this one's like 2.5 or something. This guy's name is No Head question mark. What a name. What even? I feel like every single day I see new names I've never seen that make me question why. Especially with the profanity filters that are in this game. Some of the names some people have are crazy. How they gotta pass the filter. Like, that one's not that bad. But you know what it's applying. Like, none of those words on their own is sketchy. Only together with a question mark is it sketchy. Yep. Gosh, this wall. That's the weird thing about doing like the wall things instead of like these static rocks. Is their hitbox is kind of weird. It's also weird because the wall can like disappear depending on your angle. So if I go like this, it's like, oh yeah, we got like half veins going. Luckily, you use the sense to just hover over them and still see where they are though. But that would drive me crazy if I can't like see them directly. I think that always throws me off with the wall ones though, is depending on your angle, you can just make them disappear. Not the fact that they're actually gone, but you know, and the fact that you can't see them, even though they're still there. You can't really do the rocks though. I mean the wall stuff. Also the clicking through the wall thing like that keeps happening as well. If you click too far up. Alright, let me go get all these away. Let's see, what's currently winning the thing? Currently the 2 winners are Cueable Actions and Player Trading. So we're talking about player trading earlier. What are you guys hoping to see from Cueable Actions? Like, how many Qs do you think he's going to do? Or what do you kind of want to be able to do with it? Or what are you planning on using it for? Because honestly, the main thing that comes to my mind is 8 rocks in a room. You could do an 888 into a bank. It's going to be so clean. You could queue up 8 rocks. AFK a bit, queue up 8. AFK, queue up 8, bank, repeat. It's gonna be so nice. It might actually be the way that I do post 200 mining. Kind of like how I have a little bit of post 200 watch person detective, because it's so AFK. My mining level, you might just see magically keep going up even if we're not training mining at a given day. Just because I keep doing it as an AFK activity off stream. Because we'll be able to once queuable actions come up. As long as there's at least 8 in a queue. Which I assume you'll be able to. This is probably going to be the main thing I use it for. Hopefully on the production skills as well, assuming you can use them for that. But I really want to queue up like 8 mining rocks in a room. Because you could do an 888 into bank. And this is going to be so chill. It'll be a little bit worse than doing normal mining. But the quality of life of how AFK that would be was so nice. Like imagine if that in that green room over there, we could do all 8 of them in 8 clicks. Well, technically we already do all 8 of them in 8 clicks, but imagine all of them in 8 clicks and then you had to do nothing. Instead of having to do 1 click, then 1 click, then 1 click, then 1 click. Because right now you have to do them one at a time. But down the line we'll just be able to go and go boom, 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 boom. He just did all 8 of them, and now we just wait. Only problem with this spot though is it's far from a bank. Iron's probably the best one to do it for. Which we have, which is kind of convenient because from 197, we could technically do it all the way until 262. which is actually kind of insane. Because 223 is too far from a bank. We could technically skip the other ones in between. Like Deathstone and Endestein. Which means I could technically... I'm not sure if it's worth doing. Probably not. But we could technically do Iron Ore from 197. Like AFK Iron Ore from 197. All the way until 262. Which would be kind of crazy. But I am tempted to. As long as the XP rate isn't like horrific. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot to reset the clock. The timer's right. Or the timer's wrong. The thing has already been reset though. Yeah, that's the thing too. I really hope you can queue a walk. Not just for tile perfect setups, but also for walking to next room. You likely won't be able to queue anything in the next room, but if you could at least queue a walk into the next room would be really nice. But yeah, I do hope you can queue walks, because that solves two issues. One is it might allow you to tile perfect a room, if there's no delay between queue actions. And that would make it so you can cut every tile you want, while still going through. So if there's like one rock where you lose a tile, you could queue up the walk so you don't lose the tile. Will be a few more clicks, but it'll allow you to still AFK a bit. And beyond that, obviously queuing into the next room would be nice. Like obviously you won't be able to like hit the rocks because of how the loading works in this game. But you would be able to go and hopefully queue up a walk to the next room at least. So you could be right next to the next rock you need to go do. Or next resource in general. But yeah, honestly, after I finish this mining grind, sometime in the next few days, I almost feel like covering a mining guide. Like the tile perfect route for every mining resource. If you want to bank them. How's mining leaderboards looking? It's all 200 plus, so we're not on it. But, I'm gonna go check real quick. I haven't really been paying much attention to it. I don't believe number 1 on here is actually number 1, though. I did see Rita Ore yesterday, though. We met Rita Ore again. Jester I've seen a couple times, but not recently, oddly enough. Not sure what he's currently mining. But he's actually been moving up pretty slowly. So I don't think he's, like, power mining it up. Like, he's definitely training mining here and there, but I don't feel like he's trying to rush it to 500. Based on the rate that he's doing it. Like, he's definitely doing a lot of mining, but not so much mining that it looks like he's going for 500 yet. So there could easily be someone who's like 400 something right now who's just hiding. But yeah, Rita Ore and Jester are the main two right now. Rita Ore we saw yesterday while we're mining, and Jester I've seen multiple times in the past, but not recently. But there could still be someone higher than them. Also, Rita Ore was actually dropping all their ore, by the way. They weren't actually banking it at all. Which makes sense, I guess, if you're trying to rush leaderboard. But I could never do that. You gotta bank them. But yeah, you need to have like 220 in order to be on leaderboard for mining. Which I will get at some point, but it's not like a huge priority at the moment. Maybe once queuable actions, I'll passively get it over time. Because that's definitely one I plan to do quite a bit. But until then, we mostly just plan to get to about 200-ish. Maybe a few levels above. But until queuable actions come out, I'm probably not getting much higher than that. I mostly just want to bank enough to get 200 smithing. Which works perfectly because I believe you can start using iron at like 187 smithing. Which I can tell exactly when. It's whenever we get rapier. Yeah, 193 smithing. You can start using iron. So I would need to mine enough iron to go all the way from 193 to 200 smithing. Which is likely level 201, 202, or 203 mining. Somewhere's around there. I didn't do the math, but somewhere's around there. But by 202 mining, I should have enough iron banked to get 200 smithing. While also having a surplus of all the bars as well, of course. That's pretty much the game plan there. And anything beyond that is just whatever we're going to go do. A couple different ways we can go about it. But honestly, it's probably going to be AFK iron. Once they add queuable actions. Which hopefully is in the next 2 weeks. It's very likely before the end of the year. The only thing on his list of things that he's trying to do right now that probably won't make it before the end of the year is maybe player-to-player trading. It'd be great if it did. However, assuming he's taking any amount of time off for the holidays, I don't think it's coming out this year. Though I do believe everything else on his current to-do list will get done. Transmogs, holiday event, or we don't know about holiday event, but I assume a holiday event if he's adding holiday transmogs. Transmogs, possibly holiday event, queuable actions, and more quality of life. 100% will make it in this year. It's really just does trading make it in before the end of the year. It'd be cool if it did, but I feel like he'll try to get in early next year or something. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. It's obviously a very big thing to end up doing and making sure that you get right. Both mechanically and no duplication glitch-wise. As well as making sure the inverse doesn't happen. Like having so much non-duplication glitch protection, they accidentally start deleting people's items. Like imagine you're in a trade menu, and like if they cancel at like a certain time, instead of like the trade going through, it just like deletes the item or something. That would also be bad. The inverse of duplication in the sense that it just deletes it in trying not to make a duplication occur. Because I can see that happening. I can't recall a game where I've played where that has happened. But it's definitely something that can happen. Where you have so much duplication protection that you accidentally start deleting items. Via trading, depending on when it happens. Like when you cancel and everything. But I don't plan to go for mining leaderboard. The only reason I'm getting mining right now is to get 200 smithing. And I have a surplus of ore for down the line. Because I want it all for armor making. I honestly want to start banking some more things for leather maker too. I feel like I haven't really been banking that much. Because the profit margin's starting to get to like 1 gold an hour. So I'm like, ooh, 1 gold an hour. Because obviously the more you bank, the less money you make. But we're starting to make so much money from it that I'm almost selling all of it now. Which, you know, in the short term that helps us because I need the tools. In the long term, that could be a problem because that means we're going to have to go out of our way to do leather worker for like a few dozen hours, even once Chapter 5 comes out. So we just want to buy it from shops. But then at that point, we just wasted all the value that we sold. Worst comes to worst, we should have enough bank to get armor maker at least like 100-ish. And then after that, we can, you know, knowledge point it and everything. It's not like it all has to be trained manually. This is probably going to be my main knowledge point target. My main AFK target is probably going to be builder. Because we're going to have all the cement already good to go. And my main knowledge point target for next chapter is going to be armor maker. But I want to go use everything I have banked first. Get it to like 100 something. And then start dumping into armor maker. But I want to use what we have banked first. And then see where we're at after that. Because I bare minimum have at least like 60 banked. Maybe 70. And worst comes to worst, we could just knowledge point all the way to 200 from there. It would take a while, but it can occur. Or at least knowledge point it up to the point where it's matching my leather worker level. We're pretty close to it, so I can just make the leather properly that we need. We just want to have that higher XP yield armor making. Like all the lower level stuff, you know, we want to get past as quickly as we can. Well, another nice thing about banking a little bit of everything is I feel like I banked enough to get the first time bonus on everything. Because that's one of my other goals for armor maker going into chapter 5. I want to be able to have the first time bonus for everything. So when we are going through the level ranges, we can get just a little bit of extra XP coming in. Just help speed up the process. I'm not trying to be like rank 1 armor maker, but you know, we do definitely need it like the second chapter 5 comes out pretty much. Like my plan for chapter 5 is we have fun just messing around, going in completely blind day 1, day 2. And by day 3, we are like an what's it called, pure, an armor making pure basically. Like we will just go to the ends of the earth to get to 200 after that. And after that, we'll figure out what we do in the area. I'm actually considering getting the gathering skill in that area up. I'm not sure why. I just feel like I want to. I really don't know why though. Because we don't even know if it's useful or not yet. But I feel like there's something that you're going to be able to gather that's really relevant for builder. As well as something in builder that's really relevant for who knows what. Because we know very little about builder right now. Like, very absurdly little. Like, out of any skill coming next chapter, it is the one we know the absolute least on. As far as what the reward system is for the builder. Like, is it a pure for profit skill? Is there some kind of actual benefit you're getting? Are you building up structures that you can then use in the area? Are you, I don't know. Like, we know, like, so little about it. Like, there's so many different ways that it could go. So its current usefulness is extremely unknown. Whereas we know how useful armor making will be. We know how useful gathering will be, at least to some degree, in that you'll get some herblore supplies and stuff like that. It also feeds into AFK bone rate supplies. It also probably feeds into builder in some way. And obviously shield breakers is going to be standard combat. There's nothing really to mention with that. You know, the standard combat skill is in every region. I highly doubt shield breaker will be too much different than scout or anything else. Though I do have to say, out of all four of the combats, the most unique one's probably Mind Fighter. Mind Fighter is basically a gathering skill. Just because nearly every single thing in his area just spits out alchemy supplies. It's probably the only one of the four combats I feel like is drastically different. And of course Chronopolis, with how AFK you can do raid dens. Are those the only two that really stand out as different to me? Like, Guard and Scout are pretty similar to each other, as far as the variety of stuff that they end up giving ultimately. But Mind Fighter is basically just like the alternative gatherer skill for chapter 3. And in Chronopolis, it's mostly just AFK raid dens. Combat in the actual area is actually probably one of the worst in the current state of the game. The basic drop table of everything in Chronopolis is actually really, really bad. Because all you get is like leather that you don't really need that you can already get at a huge discount. As well as like some pearls you can already get at a huge discount. Like, there's one issue that Merchant has in that area. Or more so Combat has in that area due to Merchant. Is that nearly everything you get as a secondary drop in Chronopolis is pointless. Because you could just get it for cheap from the Merchant skill. There's no point in getting it from Combat. So I really hope they do something to Chronopolis in the future. To make it relevant combat-wise. As it's probably the weakest area to do combat in. From a loot table perspective. It's probably the easiest to do with how AFK it is and everything. But from an actual loot perspective, it has the worst loot of any of the 4 regions currently. Every single region other than Chronopolis has better loot table. It's the only thing that's going to be annoying about doing 500 watch per in the current state of the game. These drop tables are just so bad. I'm definitely doing it through the raid dens, of course. Might as well get a free 500 detective with it. Detective's kind of has the same issue that cooking does, though. And aside from it being fun, ultimately the only thing the skill is doing beyond 83 is, you know, 83 when you get all the shortcuts. But beyond 83, the only thing detective is really doing is just giving you money. It's not like leather worker in that, yeah, it prints money, but, you know, you'll be using the leather for armor down the line. It doesn't exist yet, but you will be. But detective doesn't really have an alternative like that. It's similar to cooking in that it's a purely money skill. Like, the end goal currently of the skill is just print money. But the problem with that is detective doesn't make that much money. Like, it does make money, just not like a huge amount. You'll definitely make more from like merchant and leather workers, the problem. It's something that definitely needs to get rescaled in the future. Or have like some kind of other use case beyond that. Because there is not much in it right now. Like post 83. It's mostly just the AFK raid den so you can get some combat off it. Like those 451s. Ooh, 451 all the way to 500. Looking juicy. Also, I'm really curious to see what the 470 fiendish investigations are like. I actually really enjoy those investigations. I only do them very occasionally. Actually, that's something else we might be doing a little bit today. I didn't put it in the thumbnail. But I do want to work towards... yeah, I really need to work on that before Monday night. But I need to go get 209 detective by... maybe that's what we do on Monday then. Because it'd be a little bit of a shorter stream. I think it might be a detective-only stream. Or we just go kind of crazy with detective and or merchant. We'll see detective. Because I need to ideally by Monday night have 209 detective. We are currently at basically 205. So we need to get 4 whole levels, but it's 4 levels beyond 200 though. That's way different than a normal 4 level. It's not like the 3 woodcutting levels we went for yesterday. It's a completely different beast. It's like the equivalent of trying to get 12 woodcutting levels. I guess it's going to be a bit of a grind there. Yeah, I want to try to have it done on Monday. And probably do some AFK raid dens tonight just to kind of get it there as well. Or at least a little closer. The reason I want 209 is that's going to be our first ever 200 plus AFK activity. The 209 evidence filing. Which should be pretty good. I've heard a lot of good things about post 200 AFK activities. But I haven't had the chance to actually utilize one yet. But that'll be the very first one we end up doing. The main reason I did that instead of watch person is mostly because I want to be able to catch up our detective. To be able to get to the better raid dens. Because keep in mind, once we have like armor making and special attack weapons, we can take raid dens really, really early. And then just do them to the point where we can then AFK them. Because let's say we had 219 already unlocked. But special attacks and armor already existed in the game. At level 203, I could probably take them right now. Not AFK, but, you know, actively. We could end up taking them. Oh, I forgot to reset the thing. There we go. Because special attacks would increase our damage by at least like 10-15%, if not more. And then we'd have 3-star armor instead of being in full 1-star. And those two differences should be able to cover the 16 level gap. Having a good 4-star weapon with a special attack plus having 3-star armor instead of 1-star armor. And that will make it even easier when we move up to the next one eventually. Oh, that's a super eventually though. But, where is it? Where even is the next one after that? 344, that's crazy. And after that, I think it hits the cap, right? Yeah, at 451. 344 is actually the really good AFK one as well. The one that we get next is not as good, 219. You can AFK it, but it has a little bit of clunkiness here and there sometimes where they get caught up for several seconds. But the 344s are the last really absurdly good AFK one. Where you literally just click center of room and it will auto get them all very quickly. But you get to do that all the way to like 450, so you were kind of fine. It'll slow down at some point, but you know. Technically, you'd have to do it all the way to 450 if you want to do it only onto that. But that's one of the reasons I would like doing the AFK activity for it. Just to catch it up to where it needs to be. Because once we have the better gear and everything from Armor Maker and everything else, you won't need to worry about killing stuff as often. So you can focus more on just your watch person. I mean your detective skill. And we'll have to wait and see. Because you don't really know how hard it's going to be to get 200 gear. You know, over 200 gear. I know that there's a rarity cutoff. But I haven't really gotten to see that when it comes to production skills. But the rarity cutoff counts for production as well. Not just for combat. But I haven't actually seen it in action, like the rarity difference. Like how much rarer is it going to be for us to actually get a 3-star post 200? Is it like 4 times, 8 times, 12 times? We haven't actually gotten to experience it yet. And we still won't for a while. Even after today, we'll have 200 mining, but I won't have 200 smithing. 200 smithing is obviously something we're working on in our near future, but not like right now. And by not right now, I mean by next weekend I hope to have 200 smithing. But, you know, not immediately are we going to just go straight to the smithing grind. I want to take a little bit of break from Mine to Matubin. With that being said, I should probably go bring my alts to the Mine to Matubin already. I think I put it in the title. That's actually something I want to go do today. Is, I actually want to get the first one of my accounts into Mine to Matubin. Oops, someone's talking to us. Let's see, yes. There we go. About to skip to the next room though. Let's see, he's gonna follow us. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely want to do today is get the other account that we have to Spider Nest quest. I didn't preemptively do the quest off stream, so we are going to go through the whole thing real quick, but we literally just did it again yesterday. We have all the requirements. It'll take like 10 minutes. It's not that long. And then we just go and kill the spider. It will take longer to gear up than it will to actually kill or do the whole quest, probably. Yep. Why is that thing being weird? There it goes. Sometimes you get stuck on the reset. Might be still here. For the 2 rocks. Alright, that's something else we need 200 smithing for. I'm getting tired of our 100 cape. It feels so weird we're in a 100 cape when we have multiple 200s. Because once we get this mining level, I'm going to have 3 200s without having a 200 cape. So starting Tuesday or Wednesday, we really got to start prioritizing the smithing. I want to try doing most of it off stream though. Just because in the current state of the game, how I'd want to do most of my smithing, since I'm just keeping the bars, is just making bars over and over and over and over again. Barely even making any gear or anything out of it, because I want to save as many bars as possible. I wouldn't be against streaming that. I just feel like most people don't want to see bars be made for like 5 hours straight. Not against doing it though. Gotta do it eventually. Because obviously every single ore we have, I do eventually want to process. Even the lower tier stuff that's not even worth doing anymore. It's because I want them for the bars. It's probably not even worth ever doing that. But I want to do it just for the sake of, you still get the knowledge points and everything for it. It's something I kind of want to wait for queuable actions though. Like all the really low tier stuff. Because doing them manually is like, eh. But doing with queuable actions is like, eh, it's not that bad. If you can queue up like a whole inventory at once. And just let it run. Even if you're doing a lower tier one at that point, it's like, yeah, well, at least it's free. It's just a few clicks and we're good to go. Because right now you have to pay a lot of attention to it while getting almost nothing. But having to pay like almost no attention to it while getting almost nothing is kind of more worth it. I know it's literally the exact same thing, but the attention amount is way lower. So it's way easier to just like pure AFK and stuff like that. Like legitimately go away for like a whole minute, come back and be like, yep, my bars are done. It's interesting. Player trading and queuable actions are almost equal on the poll right now. Queuable actions ever so slightly ahead. I'm definitely more hyped for queuable actions for sure. It's not even close, personally, for me. I know some people really like the whole trading thing and like bartering and everything like that. But, I don't know. I feel like back in the day, I never really utilized it much. It's not that back in the day I was like an Iron Man player kind of thing, but you know. I feel like when trading was, you know, before the Grand Exchange, in like what, 2004, 2005, 6, when you used to have to trade in like Varric, West Bank, and like Falador Park in RuneScape back in the day. I don't know, I never really utilized it much. If there's a resource I like really need that I didn't want to source myself, I'd go buy it. But also one thing that was always really funny was buying one law rune for 1k. Do any of you guys remember that? Any of you who've ever played Andrew Gower's other MMO back in the day? Do any of you guys remember buying a law rune for 1,000 coins? Just one law rune because you didn't have any in your bank and you just desperately needed one. Sometimes even more than 1k, but normally 1k was the standard if you just needed a law rune in a pinch. Because normally a law rune, if you sell it in bulk, was worth like maybe like 200-300 at the time. So if you were like really desperate for a law rune, which you needed for teleportation, you'd be like, okay, 1k. Sometimes even 2k if you were like really desperate, just so someone would trade you instantly. Really use the flashy text and stuff anymore. Yeah, it was generally when you lost everything on death. Or you just ran out in your bank and you just needed one to get somewheres. But a lot of times it was you and Lumberge needing to get back to Varrock. Or you and one of the hub towns like Falador or Varrock need to get between them, but you don't have any runes on you. Because the game doesn't have lodestones back then, like how Brighter Shores has. So you actually had to spend resources anytime you ever wanted to teleport somewheres. There was no free teleports in the game at the time. Actually, at one point, there wasn't even a home teleport back then, I don't think. Was that in, I think, in like 2005, 2006? So we were playing like in 2004. There wasn't even a home tele, which is basically the equivalent of clicking Hopeport tele in Brighter Shores. But you didn't even have that for free back then, or minigame teles. So if you need to get somewheres, you always had to buy something. Like a games necklace, or a law rune, or, you know, like any of the other teleport stuff. Teleport jewelry, or teleport runes. Because otherwise, you were just stuck there. You'd have to walk like a mile and a half. I never drank the XP pot. Oh yeah, I'm just leaving them there for the knowledge point. Oh wait, did I forget to do it on the previous knowledge point? Whoops. Yeah, I'm only just using them for knowledge points right now, though. Did I see what you asked? Oh, sorry, Gray. I didn't see your question. My bad. What do you say? Where's your question? What exactly is queuable actions, and is it said? Is it for sure coming? Yes. It is 100% coming. It's probably the next major feature other than transmogs. He mentioned it on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. So the 3 new features that are coming in order are actually in the same order that the poll is in. He's going to be adding transmogs and assumably a holiday event, as he's adding holiday transmogs. Beyond that, hey, the guy's saying hello to everyone. Hello, Hayfield. Welcome, welcome. But what was I saying? But yeah, everything on that poll right now that I'm polling on stream is 100% confirmed coming to the game. The transmogs and or holiday event is the first one that's going to be coming. Transmogs are confirmed. Holiday event is not confirmed, but it's very likely. Because how else is he going to hand out the transmogs? He's just going to hand it to everyone. It's likely going to come through some small holiday event. Probably not going to be anything major, but you know, we'll get some transmogs as well as a holiday event with it. Beyond that, queuable actions is the next thing he's working on. How exactly this will work, we don't really know, but basically you'll be able to shift click on a resource and then another resource, and he'll just go keep doing all of them. We don't know currently if it'll be able to be queue a walk, and we don't know exactly how you'll be able to queue production stuff. Like, will you actually be able to do like a whole inventory of production in a single queue? We also don't know how many actions you can queue. Like, are we talking 8, 10, 12, 20, infinite? Probably not infinite, but there's definitely a cap. But like, how high is the cap? That's also something we don't know. But yeah, that's also coming. That's probably the next big feature. Because if you don't care about cosmetics or the holiday event, that's like the next actual feature coming to the game is queuable actions. And a pretty big one at that. And then after that will likely be player-to-player trading. And then throughout all of it will likely be quality of life, which could come literally any day whenever he feels like it. But that's not really like a major update, but you know, just slowly over time, obviously more quality of life is coming. Can you click 24 times in one room? We don't know. You'll definitely be able to do it several times. We don't know what the queue cap is. I'm hoping at least it's 8, so that you can do like all the iron or all the ore in a given room. Like in a room like this, there are 8 ore. So if you could queue up all 8 of these by going boom, 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 and now we just wait until he goes and mines all of them, that'd be so nice. But obviously currently not possible. But yeah, we don't know what the queue limit is. We don't even have a guess at the moment. It's whatever he ends up making it. We also don't know if you're going to be able to queue a movement, because then you can move to the next room. You won't be able to click anything in the next room, but you can at least queue a movement, hopefully. We don't know if that's actually a thing or not, or if it's specifically only resource nodes that you'll be able to do it to. We also technically don't know if it'll be able to be used on production. The assumption is yes, but we don't actually know for sure if you'll be able to use it on production skills, but you'll 100% be able to use it for every gathering. So for example, you'll be able to use it for foraging, fishing, gatherer, woodcutter, miner, and those are all the ones that are 100% confirmed. We don't quite know if it's going to be able to be used on all the production stuff as well. Like, will you be able to queue up like 7 shields in a row or something like that? We don't currently know. Hopefully. But that aspect we don't currently know. But I sure hope so. Especially like a full inventory of ore would be so nice. But for that, you would need 12 queuable actions with how it would likely be implemented. And that's just this one click that's like, do all ore, do all stones, do all bones. Like a do all button. Like a make all kind of thing. I'm not sure if he's going to be doing that or just have like a queue action only kind of system. But I really want all production to have a make all option. So you can do all your ore, all of your bones, all of your stones, all of your whatever you're crafting all at once. Rather than have to go into a menu every single time and keep clicking on all the things. Let's make it so it's like one single click, boom, do everything. But yeah, we don't know if queuable actions are going to be adding also make all. Because make all and queuable actions are slightly different things, but maybe he'll group them together. Do both at once, we don't know. I wonder if you'll be able to drop. I don't think you'll be able to queue a drop. But you'll probably be able to queue a movement towards a storage stone. It's one of the reasons I really want to go do iron and be ready to set up and go do a ton of iron. Like AFK iron when queuable actions do come out. Because let's say hypothetically you can queue a walk. The bank is close enough that you can queue up a walk that goes right next to the storage bin. Oops, where am I going? Keep forgetting to tell you. But yeah, you can queue up a walk that goes straight to the storage bin. Because you will be here and here. You'll be in this room. You can then queue up a walk right over there, which gets you there. Like, you just queue up all 8 iron. You then queue up all 8 iron. Then you queue up all 8 iron. You now have a full inventory of iron. You then queue a walk over there when you do your last queue of 8 iron. Store them in a storage rift. And then repeat again. And just do that forever. Until you reach your mining level. And I'm actually legitimately considering doing that once queuable actions come out. All the way from 197 to, like, pretty much, like, 262. It would obviously not be the best XP rate doing it that way. But I am definitely very tempted to do it that way. But yeah, we'll have to see all the use cases and everything for it. Really just depends how it gets implemented. But we'll see in time. There's basically a lot of things in this game. It really just comes down to how on earth is he going to add it. Okay, so far the only, like, major feature that we've gotten since launch, like, major, like, obviously 200% knowledge is amazing, and a lot of the quality of life is amazing. But the only, well, I guess 200% knowledge is actually a pretty big one. So the only 2 big major updates we've gotten, beyond, like, a absurd amount of ton of quality of life and other things like that, is leaderboard and 200% knowledge. Technically only leaderboard, as far as things that are, like, technically more advanced to go in code. Queuable actions would probably be the second biggest one that we've had since launch. As far as, like, technically large features. Because while 200% knowledge a feature is big, you know, that's pretty easy for him to have changed. Which is why he did it so early. There's something like a 3rd equipable potion slot, or queuable actions. Those are all things that are going to take him way longer to end up implementing. But I'm looking forward to whatever does end up coming, though. But everything on the current poll should be all the things that he's adding in, hopefully by the end of the month. The only thing I feel like he won't be able to get in by the end of the month is trading. That's not a small undertaking. Like, he already has some of the infrastructure set up for it already, of course, but it's definitely not complete yet. Otherwise, it would already be in the game. It was supposed to be at launch, but then, of course, got delayed. And at this point, so we would be delayed by, like, 2 months. Because I don't even think by the end of this month it'll be out. Which means at the 2-month mark, he'll finally add trading. I start trading until 2026. Let's just delay trading indefinitely. And I personally wouldn't mind if trading never came into the game. Obviously it will, though. But I'm not against trading never being added to Brighter Shores. A few systems would probably have to be tweaked a little bit for that to actually work properly, though. Because the game is very heavily based on trading that doesn't currently exist. But the drop rates we need to be able to buy. Oh no, is the rarity curve that bad after 200? I've heard that it gets awful. But I haven't actually gotten to it yet. Like, I've done some combat after 200, but not enough to really notice it. But I haven't done any production beyond 200. I feel like that's when I'll really notice the cutoff at 200 plus. Is once we start getting like 200 plus smithing or something, and I try making like a 210 weapon. Hello, Isabel! Good afternoon. Hope all's been well. Your birthday's in a few days. Got any fun plans for it? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Are we doing the thing the day before your birthday or the day of? Like, are we doing it Thursday night or Friday night? Is basically what I'm asking. Or even Wednesday night. Do let me know. Whatever works best for you, of course. Day of? So that's Thursday, right? Pretty sure that's a Thursday. Oh, that's actually perfect. Oh, wait. Isabel, I'll be able to do that way earlier. I mentioned this the other day. Wait, it is Thursday, right, Isabel? Oh, that'll work out super perfectly. Because I was actually going to end the Brighter Shore stream a bit earlier on Thursday. Because I believe it's the same day as the Game Awards. And I didn't want to stream during the Game Awards. Just so everyone who wants to see the Game Awards, including myself, can watch it. So it'll work out perfectly. Because then I can also celebrate Isabel's birthday. Perfect. So I got double plans now. But yeah, we're going to be ending our Brighter Shore stream probably around 6 or 7 on Thursday. It'll be a little bit of a shorter stream this Thursday. We'll still go for like 6 hours or so, though. Maybe we'll even start a little bit earlier just so I can go a little bit longer. Like, start before, like, noonish and just wake up early. But, yeah, I already have, like, double plans now because I want to watch the Game Awards live, and I also need to go celebrate Isabel's birthday with her. So, yeah, Thursday stream will only be, like, 6 hours then. Similar to how Monday streams are normally a little bit shorter. Still be going for quite a while, though. It just won't be the normal 12-hour stream. But it'll make it so we don't stream during the Game Awards, and so we could go celebrate Isabel's birthday. Or not we, but, you know, me. We. Sometimes refer to myself as like, plural. It's a weird thing. Also because the body's composed of, like, so many components. So I sometimes just refer to myself in plural. It's a really weird thing to do sometimes. Not sure if anyone really picks up on it most of the time. It's one weird habit I do have. For philosophical reasons. I occasionally refer to myself in the plural. Two-spirited? No. I mostly do that in the sense that, you know, the body's composed of many, many different components. It's not just like one single entity, you know, running the entire body. There's also quite a few studies when you actually, like, take apart the brain that each side, you know, independently works from each other. So you could easily, like, if you broke up your brain into, like, 3 different pieces, you'd almost be, like, 3 different entities by that point. As long as it had enough to actually, like, structurally survive. Normally, most testing is done in, you know, in half. To test one brain compared to the other. Or, you know, one side of the brain compared to the other. There's weird philosophical reasons as to why I sometimes refer to it plurally. Like one single entity. Let's see. Alright, we'll do that. It's just a weird thing. It's a weird quirk sometimes. But no, it's not like a two-spirited or something else kind of thing. Alright, let me go reset the potion. Actually, there is one character that I really like that actually did end up using, like, the we pronoun for themselves. It was Leaf from, if any of you guys ever played Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, you might be aware of an indie game called, Bug Fables? Bug Fables? Yeah, that's the one. Bug Fables. And there's a character on it called Leaf. But because he was basically, like, a parasite that almost took over, like, another entity, that basically died inside of him. Even though he's still a single entity, he always referred to himself as we. Since he was basically like a parasite, almost like inhabiting another creature's body. So he's like, oh yeah, it's just we. It's one of those weird things. It was one of the implementations of it where, you know, like it makes like a lot of sense. It was quite literally a parasite taking over like something else's brain. But he was still like the entity and still had like the family of the other person. And there's some pretty heartwarming things where he basically like becomes part of the family again. But you know, he visually is like the person that was the part of the family. But you know, he himself wasn't, because he's just like a parasite that took over the body. Not in like a malicious way, but it's hard to explain with the whole storyline thing. But it was a really, really good character arc. Like way better than it should be. Honestly, every single character arc in that game was pretty good. The Beast one I didn't care for as much. But the one for the Beetle and Leaf were like absurdly good. But if you ever play 1,000 Year Door and enjoy it, Bug Fables is amazing. Or even if you haven't, Bug Fables is a really good Paper Mario-like. You know, like back when Paper Marios were good. More like 1,000 Year Door and the N64 one kind of style. It was a small little indie game. I'm not sure if they're making a sequel or not. But if they do, I'm definitely playing it. Probably won't be as good as the first, but let's still play it though. Alright, oh, I'll take that, I'll take that. Teleport over. A Pack-Yak here. Gosh, Pack-Yak is carrying me so hard. Thank you, Pack-Yak. Not sure if you're here right now, but you are giving me so much more mining XP per hour by hitting that thing over and over again. He's basically safe spotting that room for me every time, so I don't get aggroed. I know that's not what he's actually doing right now. He's just training. But him training is effectively, because we're always servered together because I have him added, him training there is saving me from ever getting attacked for the most part. Which is saving us like a good 3 seconds every time we walk through that room so we don't get aggroed. Yeah, we're almost there. One more mining level. We're so close. And our XP rate will go up quite a bit. And then once we reach basalt, it'll just skyrocket. Because then we can start doing basalt flint runs. Which I never calculated out. But I want to say some of the best XP you get at the current level range where you could be. It's because it has no downtime like a lot of the other mining methods. Where you're just waiting around like right now. We're just waiting, still waiting, there we go. But basalt flint gets to skip some of that wait time. While still getting banked. I never actually calculated out to see if it actually is the best XP though, at a given level range. Because you have to do it based on percent of XP bar, not based on how much XP you're actually getting. There's a lot harder to calculate out for. But it sure feels like basalt flint is the quickest. Like 3 sets of basalt into 1 set of flint into bank. Does feel a bit quicker than most of the other mining methods. But maybe it's not. The reason it's so hard to calculate is you'd have to do it based on the percent of XP total that you need. Not based on the actual XP rate that you're getting. So you have to break everything down to a percent of total. Which makes it very annoying to calculate. Actually, issue with a lot of XP rates in this game, due to how the XP system works, is just simply saying you're getting 100k per hour, or 5 million per hour, or 500 million per hour, means almost nothing. Because it depends how much you're getting relative to the total amount of XP you need for your level. So the most useful info is if anyone ever made an entire chart based on percent gain, rather than XP gained, but like percent of level gained. I don't think anyone has done that yet. Mostly because it would be mind-numbingly annoying to go do that. But I hope at some point someone makes a percent gain chart for like every single system in the game. Because percent of level matters way more than XP per hour. Due to the fact that you keep getting new methods like every several levels. Yep, Pack-Yak is carrying us so hard right now. I think I've only been attacked once in like 10 trips. The reason why special attacks aren't on the board is in the most recent post where he said what he's going to be doing in the near future, special attacks was not on it. It was something very distinctly not on it. The reason why my poll has those 4 options is those are the 4 that were mentioned in his most recent post on Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it. Whatever they're calling it these days. But it's his most recent post on X. Only mentioned those 4. It did not mention special attacks at all. Like, yeah, they're still coming. Same as a lot of other features like Chapter 5 and such. But those are all the ones coming in like the next month or so. Which is why I chose those and not like special attacks or something. But yeah, otherwise special attacks would be my favorite as well. As far as things coming around. But special attacks were very distinctly missing when he was mentioning everything he's doing in the near future. Though we should be getting a video on it in the next week. The main reason I think special attacks were on it is I think it wants more community feedback on it. And within the next week, you should be posting a video going over the system a little bit more. Probably to gauge the community on if he should change anything before he fully finishes it. Which is why special attacks are probably a little bit later down the line. They're still coming, but he probably wants to gauge community feedback before he implements it. As it's a pretty big feature that will drastically change combat for the rest of time for Brighter Shores. So it's really important to get right. Same as trading and stuff like that, but that one in particular. Like, special attacks are going to be like 60% of combat. As far as like how you're going to go about it. So it's pretty important. It's like more than half the combat system. Which is why combat feels so bare bones right now. Which is also why we're trying to avoid combat right now. But the second special attacks come, we are going to do so much combat. Honestly, the day special attacks come out is the day we start working to 200 all combat. Ideally, I would want Armor Maker too, but special attacks are the more important one. Armor Maker just makes it so we can tank things a little bit better and not chug as many healing pots. But special attacks are where all the DPS is. The only thing Armor can do DPS-wise in the current state of the game, unless he starts adding combat stats to them, is it makes it so you don't have to heal, which means you don't have to waste like the 2 seconds that it takes to chug a heal pot. And in that 2 seconds, you'd be getting a hit or 2 in. Or so 1. So Armor can technically give you 1 extra hit per battle. Which, you know, isn't a lot, but it's technically better DPS than not having it. It also allows you to fight things way harder than you. Like if you try fighting something like 30 levels higher. Whereas right now, you kind of have to stay pretty close to your level. Especially if you're in like full 1-star armor. Which we are currently in, because rarity falls off cliff. No, Pack-Yak! You failed me! I was doing good though. I wonder what combat level he is. He's taking a level 264. So it has to be at least like 260-ish. I wonder how deep he's going in Mindfighter. Actually, I can go check. Where's Pack-Yak? How do I do this? Pack-Yak, compare. Pack-Yak. What combat level is he here? Pack-Yak is currently level 282. Nice. Attacking 264s, which he has better DPS against. Actually, is that the only thing he's been prioritizing? Apparently. That's interesting. Yeah, he kind of just did all quest or somewhere close to it. And is now just spamming, Watch Person. I mean, not Watch Person. I mean, Mind Fighter. Maybe he's trying to be top 20 for the 500. Which I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. If I was to go do that, I'd probably do it for Watch Person and Detective. If I was to try to go claim a 500. Just because it's so chill, it's so AFK. And they both have an active method as well. Plus I already have level 25 manacles to go with it. To up speed it along. So it's a tool I already have upgraded, ready to go. Like I wouldn't even need to go out of my way to go upgrade it. I could if I wanted to go further in it, but you know, where it's at right now is fine. Plus I already have all the knowledge in the Detective as well. But yeah, I think that's what the angle I would go for. Is go do a raid dance until we have 500 Detective, and then train Watch Person manually off of normal units. Obviously, I'll still have to do that occasionally anyways for gear. But I am considering that. The other angle would be get mining and smithing to 500. Which I'm not against doing. Oh, I need that cape. Ooh, shiny. 200 smithing cape. 200 smithing cape does look pretty clean. But honestly, it does look a little long though, I do have to say. That's the only slight weird thing with some of the 500 capes. They extend, like, through the world. They are so long. A couple of them anyways. See if I can find that guy again. I want to admire the cape. Get a good look at it before we end up purchasing it ourselves. Because it's almost guaranteed going to be my next cape, the 200 smithing. I just wish the swords were at the bottom, rather than the axes that are going to be at the bottom once we get the upgrade. Because I feel like this class doesn't use axes as much. Like, it does occasionally, but it's like one weapon that is axe-based. In all fairness, I guess it only has one that's sword-based as well. Mine deep. We're almost there. What is that? 4 more inventories, and we can finally move on to flint. And then we get to move on to the really good flint basalt method. Oh, we have Sid helping us as well. Thank you, Sid. We got Sid and Pakiak on the ghost patrol, or the rafts, whatever they're called. Rafts. Let's see. So weapon into strength pots, then armor into health pots. We don't currently know if armor will have any kind of special effect. Currently, 4-star armor is actually really bad right now. Because there's no benefit extra to 4-star compared to 3-star. Yeah, it's more durable. But it doesn't have any kind of special effect like what weapons will have once they have special attacks. Which is something they're definitely going to need to consider. Otherwise, everyone wants... Like, for example, if that's not out by the time Armor Maker comes out... everyone's just going to only make 3-star armor. The amount of time it'll take extra to make 4-star armor for how many times you have to keep replacing is not going to be worth it. And the main issue with that is there's no, like, extra effect. There's no, like, regen. There's no, like, extra DPS from the armor. Nothing like that. So hopefully down the line they'll do something like that. At least for 4-star armor, if nothing else. You know, 4 and 5. Or, you know, eventual 5. But currently that is not the case. But something they should really look into. If it's not already on the plans. Because if Armor Maker existed today, no one would ever make 4-star armor. The time it would take relative to the benefit you would get from it is pretty pointless. Everyone would just use 3-star until they buff 4-star. There's just nothing strong enough to really justify needing a full 4-star for. At least in the current state of the game. Especially with no extra effects or anything. Because a little bit extra durability isn't going to cut it. But once special attacks come out, running like 2 or 3 4-star weapons is going to be very common. At bare minimum, one of your melee weapons plus your range weapon will likely be 4-star. But depending on how special attacks work, you might even 4-star all 3 of your weapons at any given time. And that would be the main thing you would keep upgrading. You'd upgrade your armor maybe like every 50 levels if you don't get a drop. But your 4-star weapons, you'd probably be upgrading every like 20, 30 levels just to keep up with DPS. Maybe a little bit rarer than that. But you'd definitely be upgrading them a decent amount. It depends on your level range. Like post 200, you definitely upgrade them a bit less often. Pre 200, you could probably do it every 20, 30 levels. Post 200, maybe every 50-ish if you don't get a good drop to replace out what you already have. Really depends how much you want to keep producing stuff. As well as the trading system by the time. Because trading can kind of change that a ton too. Because of course you might not even need to make all your gear. You can just see if someone's trading at any given time. Or just buy it for whatever they're selling it for. Buy. Yeah, I'm not sure how saturated the market's going to be, though. For, like, 4-star weapons. If it's super saturated, you could just go and buy a new one, like, every 10 levels. But if it's not as saturated, you might have to buy every, like, 20, 30, 40, 50 levels. You just don't know what the market's going to be like. We also don't know if people are going to, like, make to order. Like, maybe you go find a crafter and be like, hey, could I go get this? And I'll pay you this for it. And then they go craft it over the course of, like, half an hour to an hour. And then get back to you with it. Because that's something else that could happen, too. People that make, like, orders from people that have really high smithing, stonemason, bone rate levels. Where they make an order for, like, let's say, like, a 300 weapon, a 330, a 360, a 390, you know, stuff like that. And get them all at once at the same time. Just so they don't have to keep trading over and over again. That'd be pretty expensive, though. Like what I just mentioned, let's say a 330, a 360, and a 390 4-star weapon. That's probably, like, over 100 gold, if not more. Like, that is extremely expensive. If you were to, like, get someone to make all those to order. And have them to you by, like, the next day. Maybe not 100 gold. Not in this economy. But that'd at least be, like, 30 gold, if not higher. Probably slightly higher. It's hard to tell because we don't really know where the market is. The other issue is there's not that much currency in the market. So a lot of trades initially are going to be item for item. Because there's just not enough currency in the market to really justify the cost of time to make some things. Because making someone, let's say, like 3 4-star weapons that are all above level 200, that's almost like a day-long project, depending on how long you're playing. Like, I'm not sure exactly on the rarity curve, but I'm pretty sure that would legitimately take you like 8 to 10 hours to go do, just for 3 weapons above 200. Because you would need to get 9 3-stars, but the rarity roll is way rarer after 200. So you would not only need all the supplies for it, and constantly running through supplies, you know, trying to make them, but you would also have, you know, the RNG factor. It could take hours per each. Or however long it is, I'm not sure. I haven't actually tried any post-200 crafting yet. Though I know it gets way rarer. Oh no, Pack-Yak almost helped us. No! He almost got it. So close. Which other guy in the corner would attack the ones in the other corner? But that's the weirdest part about trading when it first comes out. Is there's not going to be enough currency in the game to justify the cost of some items. Particularly gear above 200. There's just not enough currency in the game to even produce the amount of value that would be needed to buy it. So I'm not sure how much of it's really going to get traded initially. Because unless you're doing item for item, there's just not enough money in the game to fund it. Unless you're like loaded. Like literal hundreds of gold right now loaded. Otherwise, a lot of trades initially is going to be item to item. At least for like super high tier stuff. Oh, this should be our last trip we need to go do. This one or next one. Yeah, it could be like that too. Like someone with a high herb lore trades for like gear and vice versa. Or even gear for gear if it's like class switches. Because that's something that I feel like is going to be really common. Trading a 3-star for one class for a 3-star of another class. Like, hey, I have like a Cryonite like 220 3-star. I'll trade you for like a 210 to 230 Hammer Mage or Guardian 3-star. And do trades like that. Where you set like a level range of what you're willing to accept for it. And then trade someone who has the other component. Like a lot of trades are going to be like that initially. With Guardian probably being the most expensive. Whereas the other two should be pretty common. Be a Guardian 3-stars are going to be the biggest concern. Just because of the lower population of Guardians and the higher complexity of training or making anything via Guardian. Hello, B. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's move on to our next rock. I'll just grab the last little two right here since we're already here, I guess. But, yeah, we can go do Flint now. I'm just gonna bank these last two and we're out here. On to Flint. Actually, before I do, let's go to Hopeport real quick. I'm gonna have to double telly anyways. I want to go grab my cooking contracts real quick. Oh, our daily's coming up in 49 minutes. Gotta remember that. Honestly, I might set the clock for that. But, because I'll probably be juggling the thing. Do we bother? Yeah, I'm going to. I guess set a little bigger alarm. Or not alarm, but, there we go. This is when our dailies are ready. That's our daily timer. Good old timer. Alright, let me go and, feels weird running in here with ore on me. That's something you would normally do. I was here to grab my cooking contracts. Or at least the ones that aren't horrifically bad. I think I dropped the quartermaster one. I'll take everything else though. Quartermaster one's not worth it there. Alright, and then we'll be back later. Oddly enough, once we come back from our dailies would probably be when we want to come back here. So that'll be not only our cooking run timer, but also our daily timer. Mostly our daily timer. But I'll also do it for our cooking run. So it's primarily our daily timer, just so I don't forget, because I will forget again. And then we'll go do our mining one into our other thing. Anyways, for now, we're almost at the point where we can train stonemason again if we want. Beyond that, I guess we move on to Flint. I'm just here to go bank these real quick. Then we'll go do some Flint running. $350, 35% heals for 200 weapon? No, I don't think it'd be that expensive. That's a lot of heal pots. $150 stonemason is such a grind. Yeah, that's why I've been knowledging it up to each threshold. I can start training again at 91 though. I've been AFKing bone right every single night until I get over to detective. That's something I want to do on tomorrow's stream, is do a lot of detective grind. Actually, how much downtime is here? Is there enough time to do an entire minecart? I know there isn't, but I wonder if that's worth it. Should I do 6 flint into 1 minecart? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The answer is yes. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah. I answered my question. What on earth is that timer? So anyways, we're going to do 6 flint into 1 minecart. Now that we have the really good minecart cycle. We can actually start it over here as well. Oh, that'll work out so nicely. So yeah, let me go do 1 set of minecart, because I'm not waiting there for 15 seconds. I can assure you. Alright, so what we're going to do is 6 flint, 1 minecart. And keep doing that over and over again. 6 flint, 1 minecart, and keep doing that. Because that 15-second delay is just too much. And then by then our flint should be good to go. We should get like, what, 18k from this? Yeah, 18k mining XP. And then we do 6 flint, starting from this rock. And then we go do minecart again. And this could be our cycle. And by the time we finish minecart, the flint will be ready. And we just keep doing that. There's no way I'm standing there for 15 seconds. That's just too much. I got a manual click over there so we don't waste a tile. You got 113 foraging? Nice. Yeah, I really do need to go work on the foraging grind at some point. There's just so many tools that it uses. And I want to have all of them upgrade to 25 before I do. Ideally. Like, if I'm doing the monument grind, I 100% want 25 all tool for foraging. I'm not doing that anytime soon, though. Alright, our flint is ready, as is expected. What was our character's name on Leagues? Tacit Bird. Same as Tacit, but then spacebar Bird. Yeah, currently it's AFK in Prayer. I haven't really barely touched it since we streamed it. And I only did like 6 days so far. I do still need to get Dragon Rank on it, but we got like a month and a half, so I'm not in a rush. Actually, I was just AFK in Prayer. Just got knocked out of the world because the world is full. That's funny. I actually hit the 2k cap. I have it currently getting 50 mil Prayer. And I actually got logged out because I didn't click anything for 25 minutes. Whoops. Let me go click real quick. Let's see. We have him AFK King 25 Prayer right now. Because he's Golden God, of course. I mean, what did I say? I mean 50 mil Prayer. I'm not sure what number I just said, but 50 mil is what I meant. But I'm slowly just AFKing it to Dragon Rank. We only actively played for the first 6 days. That's also my hardcore, by the way, if you look it up in the main game. Which I haven't really played on since Brighter Shores came out. At least properly. The only thing it's done since then is chop redwood trees. Is that like 60 mil XP with no beaver pet? Or, you know, the woodcutting pet. It's like 2-3 times the drop rate or whatever it is. I have no clue. I know for sure it's at least double the drop rate. But there's something I still need to go finish on that account. I still want to get my 10 million arrow shaft to stack from only Brighter Shores AFK. But currently for the next month it's AFK in Leagues instead. So that's no arrow shafts being stacked. That's not that big a deal. I'll worry about it later. If any of you guys do want to group up for anything in that game later, do let me know. Since there's no co-op in Brighter Shores. If you have Mauritania, Volamore, or, what was the other area? Terrawin. There's a bunch of group content in all 3 areas that I wouldn't mind doing with you guys. Just let me know. Poke me on Discord or something. Or just message me in, I guess, here, technically. Though, of course, we'll be busy doing Brighter Shores here, but, you know. Poke me on Discord and I'll definitely see it. Because we can't co-op in this game, really, but we can in that game, at least. But Brighter Shores will get it eventually. But I'm not sure if it's actually efficient to be doing the minecarts here or not, but there's no way I'm standing there for 15 seconds every time. It's hard to tell if this is better. How much am I getting per one set here? How much is one set of flint? One set of flint is... Yeah, it's about the same XP rate. Interesting. These both are giving around 18,000. But it's way quicker to mine 6 flint than it is to do 1 minecart. Even with how quick that minecart is. So this is still better XP. Plus we're banking stonemason XP, which is huge. But the reason I keep doing the minecart is otherwise we'd have to wait here for at least 15 seconds or so. Whereas we could easily invest 10 of those seconds into minecart and be getting some value. This definitely feels like it's better. I'm not sure if it's actually mathematically better though, compared to just waiting for the flint. But we're doing it. Regardless if it's better or not, this is definitely what we're doing. 1 set of flint into 1 minecart over and over again until we hit our next objective. Then we could do basalt flint. Not that you worry about flint as much. Because then we could do 3 sets of basalt into 1 flint on our walk back. And all of our flint rocks are good to go. Alright, one thing we can do though, whenever we bank, we can still do flint. So that's something to consider as well. On any bank rotation, we can do a flint afterwards. It's only when we don't need a bank that we don't do flint. So right here, I should wait on the flint, because it should spawn any second now. Yep, it's already here. Perfect. But yeah, after banking, we can do another set of flint. It's only when we do flint into flint do we have to go and do minecart instead. Otherwise, we wait around for 15 seconds doing nothing. When we could be getting XP. Yeah, I gotta be really careful to manual click here. There is 2 manual clicks we have to do. One to right there and one to right there. So we do it on the right side of the rock. Otherwise, both times I burn... well, in this case, I burn 2 tiles. In the other case, I burn 1 tile. So you gotta be careful not to do that every time I go in that room from that angle. Otherwise, that is 3 tiles wasted, which isn't that big a deal, but they add up if we're doing that over and over and over again. Oh, so if anyone wondering what this timer is for, by the way, I put that timer there for technically 2 things. Initially, it was because that's when our dailies are about to reset. If we look over here, you know, about 36 minutes, 35 minutes or so. But the other reason is I figured while we're out, we'd go do a cooking run around the same time. But no, I'm not going to set up a cooking run timer. That's just purely for the dailies, just so I don't forget them. But we learned yesterday that we can actually put the timer in from Steam in the interface. So now whenever we do a merchant run, it comes in handy because we set it to like a 2-minute cycle. I also disabled the alarm so it won't make an annoying noise every single time as well. Oh, that's annoying with this room. Speaking of annoying things, it's hard to get the exact tile we need here because of those other things being in the way. Oh no. So how many more times does the interface want to show up? Let me go grab the potion. So it can stop popping up every few seconds. There we go. Alright, putting this into stonemason. Show we need 1 more. Yeah, we can technically take a stonemason break if we want. After 1 more knowledge point. Oh, so they made it so you can't cancel out of that. I think you could have at one point, which would be really sad. But they did end up fixing that. I noticed that in one patch notes. I never had it happen to me. But at one point, you could actually cancel your reward from the minecarts. Luckily, they've since fixed that. Never seen it happen to me, but apparently it was a bug at one point, which would have been very horrible if you canceled your minecart reward. Honestly, this mining minecart mix I actually like. It's actually working out pretty nicely. Alright, almost got one level already. What are we going until? I think at 190 we start doing basalt flint instead of minecart flint. Yeah, 190. Hope that guy wasted a few tiles. We're ahead of him now. Barely, though. But still, hey, we gained a tile on him. I'm sure we gained multiple. Not sure why he didn't have extra delay there. Alright, let's grab this one. Let's see, let's watch his path compared to ours this time. Oops, I did it in the wrong order last time. This doesn't matter as long as I move here. Oh, he's not doing it. Never mind. He should save us tiles. If I go there, we're going to have to double back twice. If I click on this, we're going to be on the wrong side, which would waste one tile. We would be one tile further from this tile. Yeah, we should be losing 3 tiles if we don't click like that. I'm sure we were only 1 tile ahead of him, though. At least we started at a slightly different time. We technically should have been 3 ahead. Yep, never ending is here. Oh, look at that mine fighter keep on his. And he colored it in a way that looks like a natural, like, mining helmet. I saw that earlier on him. He's like that brown color that makes it look like almost like that mining helmet the other guy's wearing. Except without the light on it. Yep, 186. First level from this. Nice, nice. Alright, reset the pop because I have no clue what its timer is. All I know is it's probably going to die eventually. So what do we do after that? Is it just all the way to 197 we have to do the basalt flint? We do get a pickaxe upgrade in between though, which is nice. Which I believe is 5% more XP? No, the guy's in our way of our tile. No! Why would you stand there, Beastman? You wasted one tile. Not that big a deal. But yeah, unless we want to switch it up, it does look like we're after this at 195. Or sorry, 190. We got to do basalt flint all the way to 197. And then we're basically max because that iron ore we're pretty much good to go. Honestly, 197 was the only real goal I had. The only reason I kind of want to go to 200 is it's just a lot cleaner of a number. But, you know, 197 to 198, just grabbing some iron is all we really needed. But I'll probably go a little bit further just to make sure we guarantee have 200 smithing banked. We'll definitely go for 200, maybe even a little bit of post 200. Not right now, though, but 200 is the main goal. You know, at some point, go for the post 200 so we can get the 200 smithing secured. I was like I said, where did my potions go? The rat is on top of it. The rat's trying to steal my potions. If our potions despawn today, we could blame it on the rat. Because it's definitely him. Alright, where am I going? Whoops. I forgot, every last rotation is a little bit different. So we gotta turn in here. And then go over here. Alright, one more knowledge point. I think I'm going to take a stonemason brick. I already etched all the stones last night, so all we have to do is actually cash them out. And then we'll come back, finish the minecart flint, so we can do basalt flint. So we could eventually do iron, the actual thing we care about. And then we wait for queuable actions and hope we can just AFK them like crazy in the future. This could be so nice. Do you ever back in disbelief at your mining journey, feeling that with forging, never thought you'd end up here? Wait, what? Feeling that with forging, do you ever back in belief at your mining journey? I don't know, I've been enjoying it so far. And honestly, I don't feel like it took that long for us to get 200 mining. Like, we've been trying for it for a few days, and we're basically already here. Level 30 tool definitely helps out a lot, for sure. The flat, like, 11% extra increase. It's not applying to the mine carts, but everything else we're doing is. Like, did you think you'd skip it and just have 200 blacksmithing alone at first? Yes. I originally was, but then I realized, oh, this is a really bad idea. Same reason why I want to go get a level 25 rake, because as I keep putting stuff into bone right, I realize, oh, this is a really bad idea. You gotta get the gatherer before you do the production. I did it a little bit reverse, multiple times over. Including even right now where I'm still going for cooking rather than fishing. That's mostly because of cooking contracts. But, yeah, I'm already making that mistake like multiple times over. And I'm at least fixing it one at a time. Right now I'm fixing it for smithing. Then I'll be fixing it for bone right. And then, not sure about the other one. That one might never get fixed. Fishing is just so useless right now. It's probably the worst skill in the entire game relative to its use case, at least currently. It's a lot of fun. It's just its usefulness is horrific. But yeah, where am I going with this? But yeah, gathering skill before production skill, really important. If you're being a bit more macro efficient. And all skilling before combat is also pretty good. So you have the potions for combat, you have the gear for combat, everything else. The money for combat if there's something that you might want to buy, like when trading comes out. But in the current state of the game, it actually reminds me a lot of like old, like the early days of RuneScape. Where skilling was actually useful, and you would do it before you really got too heavy into combat. Because it's better to get all your skills up and either make stuff yourself or buy it with the money you make from skilling than it is to just go straight for combat. And with the current state of the game, it seems like that's going to be pretty similar to right now. It's way better to go for all your gathering skills and all your non-combats than use all the production and utility and money that you've made from all your non-combats to go make combat even quicker when you do get around to combat. At least that's our plan. We've still dabbled a little bit in combat just for the fun of it. We dabbled a little bit of everything. We kind of just do whatever we feel like doing. Obviously, we've been on a bit of a mining kick recently. But, you know, if I randomly feel like just getting 50 forager, I'll just go get 50 forager. If I feel like getting 50 fishing or whatever else. Even if it's not efficient to go do. So it really just depends. I don't mind just absolutely grinding something out if we have to, absolutely have to. Like we've been with the mining grind recently. Oh, we could go take a break now. Alright, let me go grab one set of flint real quick. I'll grab all but one. Yeah, stonemason. Alright, let's go take a quick stonemason break. Luckily, I already etched all the rocks last night, so all I have to do now is actually make the object. And the reason I was waiting for 91 is we just unlocked it right there. Those little marble ball thingies. But I'll take a quick stonemason break for like 20 minutes then. And then go run all the dailies, go do a cooking run. And then probably go back to mining. I still need to come back to stonemason at some point. I don't know, should I come back to stonemason then? Still not sure. I could just dump it into it immediately, but I'd still rather have some XP going towards it. Alright, I'm gonna go put away all these stones and then grab a bunch of different stones. It's kind of funny, I'm putting away high quality flint to go grab out low quality flint. Because the thing that we're going to be producing is these things. These little marble balls. I found Lazy Sloth. Hey, these little things right here. What is your goal for the mining grind? 200. I do plan to go post 200. But in the short term, just 200. Basically until I have 200 smithing banked, essentially. So maybe like 201, 202. Whatever it takes to get 200 smithing banked. But I'll get to like 200, 201 or something. Probably 200 this stream. And then eventually run all the smithing supplies on or off stream. And after that we see where we're at. And if I need more smithing XP, we do more mining. And just do that until we have 200 as well. Also, I started upgrading the AFK activity for stonemason recently. Just so I can help keep it up with the other thing as well. I still need several more points though. Looks like we need like 5 more points? 6. Maybe even 7, because where's Bird Bath? Yeah, 7. I need 7 more points to AFK it later. Because I'm going to need it to keep hitting the next threshold, so we don't have to keep putting knowledge into it. Because eventually we'll have different targets for knowledge, like Armor Maker and such. As well as just other skills we might be prioritizing, like Alchemy in the future and a few others. But, I want to be able to have flexibility with my knowledge and not have to keep putting into Stonemason. And the best way for us to regain flexibility with it would be to go get the AFK activity for it. And just maintain it. So whenever we need the AFK for Bone Right or AFK for Stonemason for the next threshold, we can. I'm not doing the same for Smithing because we're just going to go like pretty heavy into Smithing, so it won't matter as much. And if we really need it up, we're just going to acknowledge it at any given time to reach whatever threshold we need. Hey, as last I recall, every single Smithing one loses you money, I believe, when you actually produce the object from it. Unless you mine it yourself, but it's not worth doing than mining AFK. I'd rather just have all the ore and everything to up with the other two. Yeah, alchemy is going to be a real money skill once trading comes out. There's a lot of potions that you don't make nearly enough of in your grind. Like the healing pots, the boost pots, everything else. But yeah, they're going to go for quite a lot. They can never go for more than what the guy sells them for, though. Just because you can mass buy them unlike other resources. So that is one of the few that is actually capped to be below whatever the shop is. Like, all potions that can be bought from the shop are always going to be at least 10% lower than whatever the shop sells it at. However, every other potion that isn't sold at the shop, though, those can kind of go for, like, anything the market wants based on their usefulness. Luckily, the shop doesn't supply most of the higher tier potions. Only a lot of the lower tier stuff. How many stonemason levels per hour? I have no clue. I honestly have not tracked the XP rate at all. It's pretty sporadic. I think it's like a little over 3 knowledge an hour, as well as whatever we're getting per thing. We can technically figure it out pretty easily, though. Because let's say we account for 5 minutes for banking and everything. So that's 55 minutes that we're producing. 55 minutes that we're producing every 30 seconds is this times 110. So whatever this number is times 110 is how much XP we're getting per hour right now. Which means we're getting about 3.3 knowledge as well per hour. How much XP drop was that? My brain wasn't paying attention. But yeah, 110 times whatever this number is our XP rate right now, roughly. That's not counting getting the resource and, you know, imbuing them and everything or etching them. But just the actual act of, you know, what we're doing right now. Should be 55 times whatever number pops up here. Roughly. Let's see, 55 times... Where's the number? 55 times... Show me the number. Okay, our current XP rate is... Please, 30 seconds go by quicker. 30 seconds, go. Our XP rate currently is 1782. 1782. 98,000 XP per hour at level 91. Doing marbles with etched flint. Roughly. And that's accounting 5 minutes for all banking. Which might be too much, too little, I'm not sure. We do have the brain off inheritance, so we can bank a lot easier. We don't have to go and bank as often, or, you know, to go sell everything off. But, yeah, I'm accounting that for 5 minutes. Might be closer to 10 minutes, I'm not sure. But assuming we could do 110 of these per hour, every 30 seconds, for 5 minutes of banking, that comes out to 98,000 an hour at 3.3 knowledge per hour, which is pretty average knowledge rate, and I guess that's okay XP rate at our level range, is it? 98k an hour? When our next level is only 40k away? It's not horrible. It's like 2 levels an hour. Like 2.5 levels an hour. While getting 3 knowledge points per hour. That's basically as average gets. Most things in the game are scaled around that range. Where you get slightly over 3 knowledge an hour while getting like 2.5 levels an hour. Anything higher than that are considered good activities. This is one of those in the average category. However, look at how much profit we make here. This sells for 24. This sells for 6. This sells for 3.5. Hello. Yeah, we'll keep doing this until the timer goes. Or until I run out of storage. Because honestly, I'm about to run out of storage soon. And the cooking contract's already ready to go. So I could technically go do them right now, but I'll wait for one inventory because I'm already going to be there anyways. Might as well just stop this timer, actually. Oh, yeah. I'll keep it going, actually. Just so I don't forget to go do the dailies. Because that's the whole reason I even put them up to begin with. Is not to be paranoid about when we do our dailies, but be paranoid about not forgetting about them. Because if I don't have that timer there, I'll forget about it for like 5 hours. And then be like, whoops, I still have 2 ventures I need to go do. But yeah, that one Branolf Inheritance quest, I wouldn't advise rushing it. But if you haven't been doing your cooking contracts a few times a day, I highly advise it. Because you do not want to do the whole 61 cooking grind at once, I assure you. We spent like a whole day doing it because we had to do it with stews and everything. It was so bad. Definitely be poking at the Branolf Inheritance. At least the cooking part. Because you do not want to do all the grind at once. It is a grind. It is 100% worth it though. It doubles the amount of storage you could do when doing activities like this. Which makes you have to bank about half as much. Which is very useful. Currently it only really affects 3 skills. Well, I guess technically more than that. It affects all combat. But mostly Bonewright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, and technically Armor Maker next chapter. So it affects at least 3 skills currently. 4 if you count Armor Maker. And 9 if you count every combat, all 5 of them. Or, you know, all 4 of them, but the 5th one coming next chapter. So that'd be up to 9 skills by chapter 5 that would use the Branolf Inheritance reward. The extra untuned storage. Which is pretty good. 9 skills by chapter 5, that's a lot. And of course, this is like one of the main things we've been using it for. Mostly Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason right now. Doesn't make like a huge difference, but if you're gonna do all quests anyways, might as well. I said, hello, Rico. Welcome, welcome. So you beat the boss with the low combat. Oh yeah, I did at level 30. You could do even lower than that. He's only level 55, and you can safe spot him by going into his corner. He's a 2x2 enemy, and you can kind of like pinch him against a corner. And you can just heal underneath him. But yeah, the boss itself is the safe spot. You just kind of corner trap him by standing on his corner. Make sure to do it on the corner opposite of the direction that he would move, though. Or, like, how do I explain this? Like, if you're pinching him against a wall, stand on the tile furthest from the wall of his 4 tiles. So let's say, for example, this guy... let's say, like, basically where we're standing now. Pretend... Actually, the easier way. Pretend these 4 tiles right here is the boss. And this is the wall right here. This is the wall because he'd be stuck there because he's a 2x2. You'd want to stand right here. This 4x4 right here is the boss. And you'd want to stand right here. And then drink a healing potion. And just keep doing that. Then you come back here, hit him, go and corner trap him again and keep doing that. But you want to stand the one opposite of the 2 walls, basically. So wherever he's like double wall blocked, you want to go into the corner opposite of that. So if this was him right here, you'd want to go to that tile right there. Because he's blocked by this wall, and it'll keep him stuck there for a little bit. Enough time to go drink a healing pot. And then you just do that 20 times or however many times you need to drink healing pots. But yeah, we choose the one in Hope Forest similarly. The one in Hope Forest is level 60. We did it at level 30. We did both of them at level 30. Because we had base 30s at the time. Not because we needed it for the quest, but just because we were going for base 30s at one stream. Just for the fun of it. Maybe because someone donated for it, so I was like, yeah, might as well. But, yeah. You can definitely do them at level 30. With pretty much any gear. As long as you have 20 heal pots that are at least like 25% or higher. Though even 20% might be enough. I think I used 28% or whatever that one you can make at that one level range. I think it's 28%, right? Yeah, I used 28%. It's definitely not required though. Even 20% are probably enough. But yeah, so far I think every single boss and every single quest has been cheesable to some degree. The only one I think was a little bit less so, it was a pretty easy boss to fight, was the one for the Spirit Essence. I think this boss was like level 30, 35. But his mechanics made it pretty much so you couldn't really cheese it like many other bosses. But luckily combat is so free in that area due to AFK raid dens, it doesn't really matter. But I would say it was mechanically the hardest boss to cheese in the game, but was also so weak that it didn't matter. Because it was like level 35 or something, which is really easy to gear up for. 184 bone right here. Hopefully I have 200 in the next couple days. Nice. Huge congrats. Also, if any of you guys haven't yet, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated and helps people find the channel. And any of you that are new around, don't forget, feel free to subscribe. We go and stream Brighter Shores every single day here, pretty much for 12 hours a day on most days. So if you ever want to stop by, chat, ask any questions, feel free to do so. As well as if anyone has any questions or anything you want me to go over, do let me know. I keep forgetting doing that sometimes. I try not to spam it. I feel like in the last few days or even last week I haven't at all. So I was like, oh, gotta bring it out occasionally. It's one of those things that, you know, you always want to have like some call to action. So why we normally have the polls for the fun of it, just to see what people's feedback are, because people love giving feedback. It's always funny because the amount of votes we ever get on any poll is normally like 5 times to 20 times the amount of likes or dislikes on a stream. I always find that really funny. People really love giving feedback. I got you for that Guardian gear where trading comes out. Thank you, JB1. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll make sure to go make you Cryonite gear. And at this rate, maybe even Stonemason gear. Because I have so much Stonemason XP banked. Like, I gotta go use all of it, of course. But honestly, I'm gonna be like... Sorry, Hammer Mages out there. I might barely even need it. I'll still probably trade Hammer Mages. Because it's probably gonna be more convenient to trade people than it is to make my own a lot of times. But at this rate, honestly, I might be going for 200 Stonemason too. Because it might not look like it based on our current level, but I'm pretty sure I have like 150 banked right now in Stonemason. It's just a matter of using all of it. Whereas Bonerite, I have like 0 banked right now. And Smithing, I have like 160, 170 banked, somewhere around there. Probably 170-ish. I'm trying to save all the bars though for armor. Which is why I haven't actually been producing the bars. So whatever difference I need, I'll just put knowledge into it. It's not that big a deal. Speaking of which, I can actually get rid of my potion for now. I actually don't need a potion for the next few activities I'm doing. Because I actually want to start putting my knowledge into Stonemason. I want to get the 93 8th key bird bath. Which is also cool, just being able to make a bird bath. But also because it'd be my best AFK activity coming up. Just to keep Stonemason in line with everything. Because eventually we're going to run out of all the ore that we're running right now. So once we hit 93, that'll probably be our stopping point for Stonemason today. And then I'll go and knowledge the rest. We're going to get to the AFK activity. Which is perfect, because that's about how much I have banked. And even if there are some spares, I can use them for later purposes. If I need to, like, upgrade a weapon or something. Because at some point, we need to keep some amount of supplies around. And Flint seems to be the easiest one to do it for. Because I believe Flint creates everything, doesn't it? I believe it creates a weapon and a shield. Which counts as everything. Because it doesn't matter if it's a ranged weapon or melee weapon currently. I'm not sure if they're going to change that in the future. But you can currently upgrade a ranged weapon with a melee and a melee with a range. It only checks to see if it's a weapon. It doesn't check to see what kind of weapon it is. So Flint's actually really, really good for that. If you're a non-hammer mage. Because every Guardian and Cryonite can just make 3 out of this. And I think the shield only requires like 4 or 5 or 6 or something. Like it's basically a material that has everything you need. If you're not a hammer mage. Because you need a super cheap, low resource, easy to make weapon. And you need a shield. And Flint does both of them. So Flint is really, really good for every non-hammer mage. And how much do you need for the shield? Let me go check. The shield requires 4. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect for every non-hammer mage. Because this makes you your weapon upgrade, and this makes you your shield upgrade. And it only uses 3 or 4 Flint. And Flint should also be the cheapest at the highest tier as well. So it works out even better. But any non-hammer mages out there, you need a lot of Flint. It's by far the most useful one of them. Alright, Flint. Grab all this. Flint would also be the cheapest out of them as well, which is nice. Because it's the lowest tier stone. The only slight issue with Flint is at the super high level range. I don't think you make 400, or you won't be able to make like 500s out of it. Like you're only going to be able to go up to like 400 something, like 450, 460. But that's a way later issue that won't affect anyone for a very long time. There's only one downside of Flint. These does eventually cap out. Because I don't think you can make any gear out of 500 Flint. Maybe you can. Maybe the higher range just goes all the way. Okay, I gotta wait till my guy does an animation. Because I believe I told him to queue up an action. There's no way of knowing. But if I do anything, it'll cancel his action. I can't tell if he's doing it or not, or there's someone else on top of me. Find out in several seconds. We should get an XP drop. It doesn't look like he's doing something, but I'm pretty sure he's doing something. Yep, there he is. Alright, now I can click it. There we go. Yeah, they gotta do something about that menu. It's really clunky. But I didn't want to click anything because clicking anything would have canceled his current action. And then we would have had to refresh the entire 30-second loading bar. Which would be so bad. Which is why I was waiting. After this inventory, we'll do one more and then we'll go make our run. We gotta do our daily run. Or twice a day daily run, I guess. And then I guess we'll do some cooking contract because I'm already gonna be there anyways to go sell everything. So might as well do a cooking contract while we're there. And that'll also get us to 92 stonemason. And then we'll come back and go get 93 stonemason. And then at that point, I can just put all my knowledge into it. And we'll be good to go. And then we can AFK bird bath later if we want. Not sure if I'm going to immediately because I still want to go get to 88 bone rate. But I don't know, maybe I do. Because honestly, in the short term, I kind of need stonemason up so I can use my next stone. I believe our next stone is at 97, but I only have like 93.5 banked. So that might be the game plan. If I do end up doing that, then I need to figure out something else to put knowledge into. And honestly, I might just dump it into mining. I think the angle is we start dumping into mining. Just to get to 197 a bit quicker. As well as 190. Because right now, minecart flint is not the greatest. But basalt flint is pretty good. And then once we get to iron, we're pretty much in the golden age of mining for this account. Because that iron is one of the most useful materials to hammer cryonites. For now and in the future. As it is the... Is this the third to highest iron? Or the second highest iron? Double check. How far is this iron? It's a 197. How many more irons is there stronger than this iron? This is definitely the iron used for base 199s or base 200s and stuff like that. Yeah, there's only one iron higher. So yeah, this is the second to last iron. Which is exceedingly important. Because this is going to be the iron every hammer mage, or every cryonite will need for like forever. Like so much gear gets made out of that iron. It's also the easiest material similar to flint for people who want to go and craft stuff. Because you can get both a cheap weapon and a cheap shield from this. So not only is it useful for cryonites, it's useful for all classes. Because cryonites get a good melee weapon, cryonites get a good shield for their 199 base weapons and everything. But also other classes get, you know, crafting material from it. As you can get both your weapon that you need as well as your shield that you need to upgrade your weapon or shield if you're a non-cryonite. Yeah, overall, it's a really good resource. And there's a big gap between it and the highest level iron. So it'll be a very commonly used one for the cheaper end that most people will be utilizing. So it's really important to get a ton of it. It's probably the most important ore almost in the entire playthrough, other than max tier ore. But it is probably the most important ore that isn't a max tier ore. Is going to be iron. Because every class is going to need it to upgrade their equipment. Not just cryonites. So if resources are tradable, iron's going to be one of the most profitable ones. Tier 5 iron. But yeah, other than tier 6, it's probably the most important mining resource, at least for a cryonite. As far as like the ores there are. With the other one being flint, I guess technically the other way around. But anyways, what am I doing? Teleport to Hopeport. Let me go sell all this junk. And then we'll go and I guess do a cooking contract real quick. Oh yeah, the timer's up. Let me go do the dailies actually real quick before I forget. Timer. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of the timer for now. We don't really need it for anything at the moment. Alright, first let me go mine deep. And go get our explosives. Let me go do the dailies real quick and then we'll go sell everything. Go do a quick cooking run and then I still got a stonemason level real quick to 93. So we have our AFK activity set up if we want to go do that at any point. And then we'll go and yeah, head back to mining till we get 200. And if we need a break from mining, I'll probably go do the spider nest quest on our final alt. Because that will make it so all of our profiles finally have remote storage, which would be cool. That'll be a huge milestone. Because as many of you guys know, the storage spell Rift is very, very required to play the game. It's actually also required to even get to Chapter 5. Chapter 4 completion requires you to do Spider Nest quest. It's actually the only side mission in the game that is actually required of you. Every other side quest you could technically ignore forever. But the one you can't ignore is Spider Nest. Not just because of how good storage Rift is, but also the game forces you to get it. Because it's so good. No, that's not what I wanted. Go do the other guy. There you go. Oh, so we're stacking up all these explosives for later. And by later, I mean level 207, I think? Yeah, 207, we could technically start using these. Which will probably be a while. Honestly, I might passively get there literally just from, because once I get 200 smithing banked, I'm probably going to be like 202 mining. Not today, but, you know, at some point. But, yeah, honestly, this mining venture daily might literally get us from like 205, 202, 203 all the way to 207 for the blast mining. And then we'll have a bunch of battery bombs to go use. Called dangerous explosives. They call it the battery bomb. Kind of like how we had the cherry bomb earlier. And now we're up to battery bomb. Alright, anyways. Let's go back to Hopeport. Let's go sell out everything. Yeah, currently on the poll right now, it looks like trading is winning at 37%. People are really looking forward to trading. If you are going to be doing trading, what are you looking forward to trade? Are you looking to sell or buy or both? Like, what are your main priorities when trading comes out? Because I know for me, when it comes to trading, I mostly want, like, tier 3 gear so I can make tier 4 gear. Particularly Guardian stuff, but, you know, anything that I'm missing at any given time would all be useful. Obviously, I'll be able to cover the, what's it called? The, Cryonite stuff. But the other two will be a little bit harder to source, particularly Guardian. Other than that, maybe some potions here and there. I feel like the potion market's going to be too expensive for me to be willing to buy, though. Like, they're useful, but I don't think the price that they're going to be sold at is going to be worth the price I'm willing to pay. Like, those two numbers will not match up, I don't think. Like, I would still need them, but the price that they're going to go for is way beyond the price I'm probably willing to give out for them. I don't know, we'll see. Depends how they're priced. Like, if they seem affordable enough with our amount of money at a given time, we might go for it. Or if they're willing to accept, like, Cryonite gear or, like, 4-star gear or something. As payment instead of money. Alright, what am I doing? I am doing, putting away this mining potion and figuring out what on earth our cooking contracts are. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do the other daily. Wait, I did one, but forgot to go do the other. Wait, I'll go do that real quick. This one's that pure money daily. Oh, level 89 actually using EP pods. Look at him being efficient already. He's learning early. He's level 89 and he's already potting 5%. Unless it's a bot. In which case, that would make sense as well. Oh, that's natural player. They're starting really early. I don't even think I started bothering with them until, like, after the storyline. Like, 5% pots and everything. Even a bit after that, because they're just so annoying to use in the current state of the game. Easy enough. Oh, not a level, though. No! You know what? I gotta do one contract. That'll bother me too much. I gotta do one contract. I need a level. I can't just leave it there. It'll drive me crazy the rest of the stream if I don't do one real quick. I don't even care if we don't pot it up. I just need to go do one. Goose in Quib Lane. Goose in Bar. Wait, this is still free. I forget where Quib Lane is, but regardless how far it is, it doesn't matter. Alright, anyways. What's our contract right now? Okay, I need Goose Bar. Okay, where's Quibble Lane? Show on map. Quibble Lane. Oh, that's fine though. It's a little bit of an annoying location, but we could deal with that. Right, easy enough. Then we'll go take the final one. Telly or walk back, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I gotta go get this level real quick. I can't just leave it at that. I can't. That would drive me crazy the rest of the stream. If I leave it at like 1 XP off. What is that actually? It's currently 54,000 XP off. Which sounds like a lot, but each one of these contracts is almost like 100k each. That sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot. At this level range anyways. Just because XP per hour is so high. It's like over 1 million an hour. Now, where even is the clue step here? I don't think I've ever had one here. Oh, it's all the way up there. I was wondering why people were jumping there earlier. I saw people randomly jumping there. I was like, why on earth are you doing that randomly? Well, I didn't say that to them, but I was like wondering what they were doing. But they were doing this. Alright, that makes sense. Alright, we're out here. But you get to a point where the investigations bring you to dangerous areas. Which, technically, you should be using fear potions so you don't get attacked. Or you can just tank them and just use the immunity spell after a few minutes. Hey, Halloween is here. I've seen Halloween pop up a couple times in this area. Wonder who got the word Christmas. Alright, what do we have for our cling? I gotta go do a noble with darts and a monocle. Right, that should be really easy to see. A noble with a monocle and just a bunch of blowpipe in their hand. And it should get us to level 205 detective. And at some point between the end of Monday and now, I gotta go get 209. I'm not in a rush to get it right now, but it's something that 100% needs to get done. Alright, we're looking for a noble with a monocle and a blowpipe. Noble with a monocle. Is that a monocle or eye patch? I can't tell. Yeah, it's eye patch. Is that you? No. You? Noble with a blowpipe and a monocle. Yep, that would be you. Got him. Easy. Level 205. 209, we get the AFK activity. We're getting there. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, let's go do a cooking contract real quick. I just wanted to get that out of the way because I couldn't just leave it there. But yeah, now between now and the end of Monday, I gotta get 209 before I go to bed on Monday. That's a later issue. More about that later. For now, let's go do everything else we need to go do. Like 200 mining. Alright, let's see what we have on our message board. This place is so crowded. I feel like this room's more crowded than the actual kitchen sometimes. The room of everyone walking by, probably because everyone collapses on each other here. Alright, what's good, what's bad here? That's probably not worth it. This one, probably not worth it, but so close and so free to make. Guard Tower North, I'm already having to head there anyways. Cohen's in the middle of nowhere. Honestly, I might just do these four and ignore the rest. The only one maybe worth taking is Melv, but I don't think I have the inventory for it. If I do, I'll take it. How about that? 6, 11, 17. Yeah, I don't. I think I just do all these and that's it. The only problem is, I don't think we could turn in all at once. So maybe I do come back for a 10-10. Is there any weird one? No, I can't. Because the problem is he wants 5, which is really annoying. Yeah, I think I just ignore the other 3. I just do what we currently have here. The only issue is I won't be able to get the 5% on the last one, but it's not that big a deal. Alright, I need 4 gurins, 2 oysters, and buy the rest from the other shop. And I think I even have enough to get the XP pot too. Yeah, that's barely anything. That's 11, 13, 17. Some of the double stacks might make it too much though, but it's fine. And we'll get a double XP pot. Anything else we need? Alright, let's go get our fish. Then we'll get the rest of the ingredients and we should be good to go. Let's turn all this in then. And the only downside is I won't be able to get 5% on my scrap merchant, but that's fine. He's a little bit too far away. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? We need 2 oyster and 5 gurins. Just double checking. Oh, sorry, 4 gurin. Alright, gurin. Alright, we're out of here. Hey, do we have enough inventory for all this? Probably not. Because I need 11, 6... which is 17 more objects, which I believe is slightly too many. Let's get the important ones first. Get the lemon for this. Boom, boom. Get the 5 stock. Or sorry, 4 stock. Alright, then we need... Oh, do we have the exact amount? Oh, that's huge if so. Oh, is that perfect? There's no way it's that perfect. I need 5 of these. Oh, it's that perfect. We got a perfect cook run right here. Oh, that's clean. Exact inventory space. Ooh. Shiny. Alright. What are we doing here now? We gotta prep the stew first. And then I think we just start cooking everything then. Yeah, unless I'm forgetting something, let me double check. 4 garin, check. 2 oyster with lemon juice, check. 5 vegetable stew, check. 6 omelets, check. Yep, that's everything. I think this is the first time I've ever had like a truly perfect inventory for this. Where it just worked out as perfect as it possibly could. Normally it's off by like 1 or 2 or something. Or you gotta do like multiple inventories with the ingredient stash. Yeah, this one worked out really nicely. I wish every cooking contract could be this synergistic. Would make them a lot quicker. And then we just do everything we need to go do in the boiling pot, and we should be out here. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a cooking level from this, but progress is progress. That's what I have to do later. Alright, and then we'll go to the stew, and then we'll go turn everything in. Not sure what order I want to do it in. The problem is the North Tower is like in the middle of nowhere. I can try and make it back in time. I'm definitely doing North Tower first. I wonder if it's better to telly after North Tower. Or walk from North Tower down. I think it's better to do Thieves, then North Tower, and then just walk our way to Scrapyard, I guess? I don't know, I feel like that's out of the way. I think we want to start at North Tower. Alright, let's just do that then. I don't think we're going to make that in 2 minutes, though. This could be way too tight. Well, I guess we'll try. There's almost no way we do, though. Come join you cooking? Oh, are you cooking in there? I didn't even notice. We're so focused on our little cooking thingy. Did someone even say anything in there? That is my yes. Gosh, he's doing everything in this area. Though he did say he was doing foraging with combat, so that makes sense. Which is a pretty good idea. Foraging combat actually has really good synergy here. I should actually consider getting 500 gourd while getting 500 foraging whenever I do it in this area. Instead of doing them separately. There's just a lot of synergy you can get. Because almost every resource in this area has like a combat you can do in it. Like at least half of them has combat in the same room. Or in an adjacent room, if not directly in the same room. Alright, let's see how badly this goes. Drink. What am I giving this guy? The garin soup and the omelet. Alright, run. Oh no, the immunity's gonna run out. Oh no. Also, is this even quicker than running, tellying over? I'm not sure. The biggest issue is I'm about to get stuck in combat here. Oh no, he's trying to walk around him. We had to waste 3 seconds on that. That could be the 3 seconds that could have gotten us there. As long as we can get through thieves without getting attacked, I think we're okay. We just need to get through this road without getting attacked. Come on. 3 people. 4 people. No! There's only 1 person here. Luckily, they didn't get aggro. Oh yeah, new player. Level 7. Yeah, let me go turn in this. Yeah, there's no way we make this. Though we kind of already knew that, but... I don't know. We can still try. We got like 30 seconds to get to him. He's like a mile away. We gotta get all the way from over here all the way to the scrapyard, which is all the way over there. Yeah, I don't think we make it. I already kind of knew that before we even started this run, though. That'd be exceedingly unlikely. I'll see how close we get. It's not that big a deal. We only lose 5%. Ooh. It's gonna be a little closer than I thought. If only that the second goblin didn't get us. The first one was guaranteed. If that second goblin didn't get us, I think we would have gotten it. Right now, it looks like we're going to be... Oh, wait. Could we still get it? Oh, this could be close. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Oh, we got it! Alright, we got it. Nice. Anyways, we're out of here. What we're doing? So the rest of the cooking contracts I'm going to ignore. Let's go back to, what, stonemason? Mining? I guess we'll do stonemason first. I want to get 93 stonemason. And then we'll go do mining to, I guess 200 at that point. I do need to go get my pots after that. I'm not going to use pots right now, though. Once we go back to mining, I'm going to use pots and probably use it on mining itself. Just to speed it up a little bit. Until we get to the really good iron that we really need. And then we can just kind of camp the iron for a while. Not a long while, only until 200, of course. Though in the future, I might need to do it longer than that. But for now, we're only going for 200. I'm not doing any post 200 mining today. I will need to in the future, but not today. And ideally, no time soon. The only reason I would need to in the near future is if I want to go rush 200 smithing by like Tuesday, Wednesday, or by this weekend. Because I want to get it by this weekend. But it shouldn't take us that long. Like 2 streams. Like honestly, both the 2 weekend streams I might just save them for. Not sure. A lot of it I could do off stream too. Because it's mostly just processing bars over and over and over again. And I try to process my stones, bars, and dunked bones off stream most of the time if I can. Because they don't have any like variability to go with them. Like at least with this we have the variability of, ooh, we might get a 3-star for a bunch of profit. Or if it's something that we're making for our own weapon, you know. There's something that's actually usable. As well as potentially for a weapon upgrade in the future. I've really been saving in this lower tier stuff. Honestly, probably should here and there just for like the other chapters. I just feel like it's not worth it at the moment. I did make some 4-star shields the other day. I made a level 44 star shield for Hope Port and Hope Fars. Just because there's no armor making skills, so I figured, might as well use that at least. But beyond that, yeah, I haven't really made anything for them yet. Mostly waiting on special attack weapons to see what's even worth making for them. Because you don't really know what angle is worth going down yet or not. Oh gosh, we got this menu again. Oh, we can make an eagle. Might as well do that real quick for the one-time bonus. Because I'm like planning on AFKing this one, so might as well one-time it real quick. So if you're wondering why I'm waiting on this menu, our guy's currently making a 30-second object. We'll see the XP drop any second now. Because I had this weird menu functionality, gotta wait it out. Any moment now. You got this, you got this. Go, go, go. There you go. Hey, a 3-star. Let's go make an eagle real quick. There's a lot of cool statues you can make. Oh yeah, I forgot. It doesn't... you have to right-click on it for pass action. Let's go make an eagle. Oh, so for whatever reason, one of them looks like a penis statue. I almost want to go make it real quick just to show it. If any of you have ever done these, probably know which one I'm referring to. I'm not sure why it looks like that, but it does. It's supposed to be like a pole, but it doesn't look like that at one of the stages of it. Let me go do it real quick. Pass action. Yeah, this one right here. The column sculpture. I did this like last night randomly because I had the one-time bonus thing. But there's definitely a part where it looks really phallic. I think it's like 1 or 2 stages from here. Yep, it's getting there. Is it this one? Oh no, it's the previous one. Yeah, that's as close as he gets. It still kind of caught me off guard at last night. Looked a bit more like it at like 2 a.m. But yeah, it's the second stage. Not the first stage. It's the stage after this one. Not this one. Not this one. The next one. Yeah, right there. Especially with how it almost looks like a whole thing at the bottom. With like 2 little orbs and everything. That's like the closest it gets. Anyways. Figured I'd show that real quick. It made me laugh last night. Because I was doing it for the one-time bonus just to claim some XP real quick. While I was doing the etching of the stones. And next we get to make a bird bath. At 93. Honestly, that's probably going to be our AFK activity potentially tonight as well. I just want to do bone right again. But honestly, I need a stonemason to be up more than I need bone right now. Like a stonemason I actually need to go process my bars because I need, or my stones, because I can't do anything until 97. So we're kind of locked out of stonemason again. Like once I run out of the current flint we're running, not sure if I'm doing all of them right now or just most of them or what, but once I run out the current flint we're running right now, I can't get any stonemason XP until we get to 97. So we're going to have to knowledge it or AFK it during the night or something to make it go the rest of the way. Otherwise we're locked out for a little bit. That's basically what I've been doing with stonemason now so I can use all my mining supplies. Is either AFK or more so knowledge pointed up to whatever the next threshold is. Kind of like how we went up to 91 so we could do these today. But then in the future we also got to get to 97 so we can use basalt. And we should actually have a pretty good amount of basalt. None of them are etched yet though. But slowly we'll get stonemason up. It's not like a huge priority, but I'm already going to be doing mining. I might as well cash in on the XP. There's no point in just letting it sit there. And this is pretty average XP right now. It's about 3.3 knowledge an hour and about 2.5 levels an hour. Which is pretty much where most standard XP rates are in the game. It's not good, it's not bad. It's just perfectly average. But we got the supplies, so might as well cash it out. Because we are making money from each one of these. I think even a dud is like 6.5 silver. And the epics were like, what, 20, 30, 40? I think like 30 something. Oh, is that the bigger smithing cape? Look at that. Ooh, that's going to be ours soon. Look at it. Look at it. Soon, soon, soon. By next weekend. We're not ending next weekend without a 200 smithing cape on our back. Might even have it earlier than that, but definitely next weekend we are not leaving without a 200 smithing cape. Which shouldn't really take that long at all. By the time we do 200 mining, we're going to nearly have it banked already. It's just a matter of using it. Gosh, is that thousands upon thousands of bars. I think right now, if we were to process every last ore we have, like including the low tier stuff, I think we have like 4,000 to 5,000 ores. We're not even at 200 mining yet. Like 4,000 to 5,000 I haven't processed. A lot of that's really low rarity stuff. The ones that are actually worth doing is probably close to 1,000 to 1,500. Plus whatever iron we get from 197 to 200. Which I'm not sure how much that would actually be. Definitely at least a few hundred, if not several hundred. But as far as good ore by the time we have 200 mining, I would say we have about 2,000 we'd have to do, counting the iron. But if we counted literally everything, it's closer to 5,000 or 6,000 or so. Most of that I'll try to do off stream, but some of it we will have to do on stream. Especially if we're pushing for the final push on 200. Though if we really want to push it, all I have to do is actually make products out of some of it. I'm trying to save as many bars as possible for armor maker and eventual weapons as well. And everything. However, if we want to cash out a little bit of it for XP, we might as well. It's not that big a deal. I just kind of rather knowledge it if we don't have anything else we're really knowledging at the time, though. I'm trying to keep at least a spear of like a couple hundred of every bar if I can. At bare minimum. As well as having a lot of spears of any of the more useful ones. Yeah, we're almost halfway there. And after this, I guess we go on the power mining grind. Probably grab the XP pots again and just start dumping knowledge into mining. Because we want to try to rush to 190, then probably put our points into knowledge again. And start getting this to its AFK activity. And then once we get a few more levels, like to like 192, 193, we start just knowledging it so we can get to iron quicker. Because we're going to want to knowledge it around 187, 188 to try to get to 190, and then knowledge it again at like 194-ish, 193. We start getting to 197. And at 197, we stop ever knowledging it. We just camp iron for the rest of time. Not literally. But it's one of the most important ore in the entire game. For Cryonites and probably everyone. Due to its accessibility relative to its usefulness. Will make it a really commonly traded ore. Tier 5 iron. It's also the ore you'd likely use to make 199s if you were to ever get cheaper crafting material. So it's even a crafting material for when you make like 300 and 400 weapons. But you want one of them to be a little bit cheaper. You'd make a 199 out of iron because it has a better rarity chance than anything above 200. So there's going to be a lot of use cases for it in the future, including now. Even more so once trading comes out. Which technically the equivalent of that is the flint that we're currently mining. The equivalent of that for stonemason is the flint we can currently do. The sturdy flint. I don't feel like it's as important to me. Because the only thing I'd really do this for is when I want a 4-star weapon upgrade or shield. Beyond that, we don't use it for much. But, I don't know, when we go do basalt, the other thing, we're going to be getting a ton of it anyways. I don't know, maybe I should be mining it a little bit heavier. Because that flint is basically as important as this iron ore. They're both the same thing. Except this flint is for stonemason, aka hammer mage gear. And the iron is the equivalent for cryonite, aka blacksmithing gear. Right, they're both basically the same category of what they do. And that you can make 199s out of them for 4-star crafting. And that's relevant regardless of what class you are. Actually, even more relevant for non-hammer mages. I don't think actually, does anyone know any hammer mages out there? Do hammer mages currently have any best in slot under flint? Because that's one weird thing with cryonite. Is cryonite, not only is that iron ore useful for every other class, but cryonites actually have a best in slot out of it. I don't believe hammer mages have any best in slot out of flint. It's one of the reasons why iron is even better. Is it's mostly guardians and cryonites that need flint. Whereas all 3 classes actually need iron. Just for different reasons. Cryonites because it makes best in slot, and every other class because it's the best way to make a 199 cryonite item. If you need a weapon upgrade or a shield upgrade. Yeah, we're almost there. One more stonemason level, and we probably don't need to touch it for the rest of the stream then. And whatever we have banked, we'll just use for upgrades in the future. These will be really good whenever I need to make like a 100 weapon or something. Which we'll eventually need. Like 4-star 100, 4-star 130 or something for the other chapters. Obviously I don't need that in Chronopolis anymore, but you know, the other 4 we will. Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 5. I mentioned 5 just because, you know, by the time we get there, 5 will probably be out. Chapter 5, we don't have an official date on Chapter 5, but if I had to guess, unless he's delaying it all the way to summer, Chapter 5 is likely by like March or April. Maybe even a little earlier. Like, the earliest is probably February. The latest is, like, midsummer. Technically, earliest could be January, but I highly doubt he's going to get everything else in by then. You never know. I heard from someone earlier that he's planning on doing, like, multiple chapters a year. Which, if that's actually true, that's kind of insane. I feel like he's going to do, like, 1 or 2 a year. I feel like 3+ would be too hard to do. With how much content you'd have to make for each one. I feel like 2 is like the limit you can add per year. Before you're just overly rushing them. Because I'd rather have 2 really good chapters than 3 that are just like meh. Like, we don't need another Hope Forest. We need more Chronopolises. Yeah, I did see something about that at one point. That he's working all the way up to chapter 8 already. But it makes sense because he has to figure out what, like, the whole storyline arc. So it kind of makes sense he's working up to, like, chapter 8 or 10 or whatever the first whole storyline will conclude at. Because he kind of needs to know how the story will end. And then, you know, develop everything in between. But it makes sense that he already has plans up to chapter 8. Because he probably has the whole storyline figured out for, you know, the whole main first category. However they're going to be divided. And I assume it's going to be divided into, like, 10 chapters at a time, but maybe it's going to be 8. It could be any number, of course. Because eventually we're going to have, like, a whole nother category on the leaderboard, probably called, like, chapters. Or not chapters, but, I'm not sure what you'd really call it. But, like, Hopeport, Hope Forest, Mines of Matubin, Chronopolis, and, like, you know, 4 to 6 more chapters are all going to be grouped together as, like, the something storyline. And then, you know, like, then they move on to the next one. It'll be the something else storyline, so on and so forth. Not sure exactly how you'd categorize it. But, like, every 8 to 10 chapters would probably have its own, like, subcategory. Because the story will likely conclude by then. And then it'll start up another story that would take place in different areas with different professions and everything else. Because I highly doubt he's going to stop at 8 to 10 chapters. Maybe I'll slow down a bit after that, but he's going to add, like, a whole other subsection after that. And then maybe even another one after that. Because he made the system to upscale infinitely, so... He could go for like 10 storylines with 8 chapters each or something. If he really wanted to down the line. And with how the systems in the game work, it wouldn't even be overbloated. Because the way you would play Hopeport now is the same way you'd still pretty much play Hopeport if there was 1,000 chapters in the game. I know that's the main criticism is like all the divides, but it's a good benefit for upscaling in the future. Because someone who's in Hopeport 5 years from now doesn't need to worry about chapter 27 in like the 3rd category or wherever it's at by then. They could just simply worry about Hopeport. And the way you play Hopeport now is almost the same way you'd play Hope Forest now. I mean, Hope Forest then is like how you'd play it now pretty much. Like there being like 3 times as much content or 4 times as much content later down the line doesn't affect how you would play Hopeport or Hope Forest or, you know, any of the previous chapters. There might be some extra synergy that will come into play from chapter to chapter and everything else. As well as once you get to chapter 4, trading material that you are from like many chapters ahead. But still, it'd still be divided. Particularly chapters 1, 2, and 3 are almost going to be completely unaffected by any chapter to ever exist in the future. Even if they have like 20, 30, 50, 1,000. Obviously not 1,000, but you know what I mean. Even if there was 100 chapters, these 3 would be almost unaffected. Only at chapter 4 would start getting affected because you get access to trading. Which means you could get access to any other chapter's gear or items or anything like that. But everything prior to chapter 4 would be played pretty much the exact way it is now, like 5 years ago. Or 5 years from now. Regardless how many chapters are added. Which I feel like is a good thing. I just feel like chapter 4 is going to complicate that with trading though. Because then you get access to, like, everything via trading. Like, things like 20 chapters ahead you'd be able to get in Chapter 4. You're sure that there will be skills that we'll be able to see in the future episodes as well? Like we see with Armor Maker. Yeah, there'll always be skills that will go forward and backwards. Like, obviously, Leather Maker goes to Armor Maker in Chapter 5, which currently does not exist. And obviously, everything feeds back into Alchemy at the moment. Also, they're definitely going to need to make another Alchemy skill by, like, Chapter 6 or something. Because Alchemy is currently so bloated. And there's no way they're going to keep just adding more and more and more and more to it. We need Alchemy Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Like, they would get way too bloated if they just keep adding and adding and adding to it. Kind of like how we have, like, 3 forging skills soon. We're going to need, like, a second alchemy skill. Not sure what I'd call it. That'd be funny if he calls one of them Herblore. I don't think that term is copyrighted written, so he could. I'm trying to think of, like, how many different ways can you rebrand potion making with a single term? Let's see. Alchemy, potion making, herblore, potion go boom. I'm trying to think of other names for, like, a potion making. Apothecary? Yeah, apothecary would work. Yeah, alchemist, apothecary, herblore, potion making, or potion maker, I should say. Brewing could work. The brewing sounds like you're working at a brewery. Like, brewing sounds like you're making beer or other drinks. But yeah, brewing could technically work. Brewing sounds like you're, like, making brews for, like, a tavern. I can still see it being called that, though. Brewing beer for booze? He actually did have that. He added that to his other game back in 2005, 6, 4? Somewhere around there. Was the Drunken Dwarf one? No, it was the... Yeah. It was like the Forgettable Tales of a Drunken Dwarf or something similar. Or the quest before that. Basically, your character learned how to brew boosts. They were a bunch of beers that gave you a bunch of stat boosts for various things. Many of which were unique only to brewing. None of them are useful in the current state of the game other than for like a Master Clue step. The Green Man's Ale matured. But yeah, he actually did do that in his other game. He had like a whole brewing thing, except it was attached to cooking. It wasn't its own skill. But in Brighter Shores, I could see him doing it completely separately. Where you run like a tavern, you make your own brews. And it's kind of like Chef, but with like beer and everything. But you can still use them as like boosts, like potions, potentially. But yeah, I can see him doing that again. He did in his last MMO. It's a pretty dead mechanic in the other game though. But if it was attached to an entire skill, people would actually do it. The main reason people don't do it in the other game is there's better boost options out there, and there are way better cooking options out there. So it's basically pointless for everything but the Master Clue step. And the only reason we even got added to the Master Clue step was so people would actually do brewing to any degree whatsoever. And not just ignore the fact that it exists. But in Brighter Shores, it'd be scaled in a way where it'd actually be, you know, useful. Potentially even more useful than Chef. Depending on what they do with it. Though Chef really needs a buff of some kind. Some kind of meal bonus or something. I understand not having equipable food. But gosh, you need something. Some kind of buff. To make fishing and cooking relevant. Other than just sell for money. Doesn't have to be anything broken. Just like literally anything. Like a small 1 hour buff to something. Like XP rate, resource rate, something. Alright, we're done now. Got 93. Alright. Oh, where do we go for this? Oh, where are we going? Where are we going? I'm going to sell everything. Just for the fun of it. Let's go check the other shop that actually sells gear. See if he's selling anything fancy. Do you think with episode 5, building skill, the city will be destroyed? Yes, that's what I've been saying quite a few times. is I personally feel like Chapter 5 City is going to be destroyed, and you're going to have to build it up to gain a bunch of facilities. Like, you know how, like, Merchant, you get a bunch of discounts from shops? I personally feel like Chapter 5 is going to be somewhat destroyed, and you're basically going to have to unlock a bunch of shops and facilities that are really decent, kind of like how the Merchant shops are, but with Builder instead. And, yeah, it's just going to be, like, a bunch of facilities that you have to unlock at certain level ranges. Like, for example, like how this armor is here. I feel like there might be one like this that's even stronger in Chapter 5. But you're going to have to build it with, like, 180 builder or some other number of builder. But a lot of facilities like this, where you have to build it up, and then you get access to the facility. Like, some lower tier facilities might be, like, a potion storage, or, you know, other things like that you can have in the area. Whereas the upper tier ones is like, oh, there's, like, a high tier armor guy who can sell up to, like, 3 stars occasionally or something. Or some other shop that, you know, like, other things like that. They're just really useful. But I do feel like there's going to be a bunch of buildings that are destroyed that you're going to have to build up, and you unlock facilities that way. I do feel like that's going to be a pretty core mechanic of next chapter. There's nothing really pointing at it, so that's just pure speculation. But I feel like that'd be a great way to use Builder. Is getting, like, permanent facility unlocks by building them back up. And basically building back the town. And getting a bunch of facilities unlocked in this process that are really strong. Kind of like how this shop sells a bunch of items, for example. Like all this over here. But something like this, but even stronger potentially, like 3-star. Or more 2 stars if you're not going to do 3-star. Because this one only offers 1 3-star every, like, 3 hours. Or 1 2-star every 3 hours. Its rate is, like, so bad. It'd be nice to have a better version of this in next chapter. As well as many other facilities that could be added. Alright, let's see. Let me get all these. Alright, there we go. Nice. I also hope something's like Mahogany Homes, where you go to a bunch of houses and fix up their stuff, because that was actually pretty fun. Basically, bounty contracts, where there's like a bounty board, and someone's like, hey, my something broke in my house, can you come and fix it? And then you basically work as like a builder, quite literally, where you go build and repair whatever they have that you need them to go do, and then that completes your bounty task. Alright, anyways, what am I doing? Almost like building contracts in a sense. But as bounties. Alright, what am I doing? I'm going and doing mining. But I need to go get my potions. Let me grab my potion over here real quick. Speaking of facilities, let's go grab a potion from here. I always find this funny because his potion stash is here not to be a potion stash necessarily, but to act for the forensic activity. But everyone just uses it as a potion thing. So let me just grab mine real quick so I don't have to go back to the... because this is actually the only place you can grab potions from in the entire game that isn't Chapter 1 currently. So it'd be nice if we had more facilities like this so we could grab everything from Chapter 5. Almost like a mini hub town in that regard. Or if you eventually build it up, you have like a potion bank there, and like every other thing that you might need to gear up. Like imagine if there was a potion bank right next to a armor, similar to how Chapter 1 is. Like this one somewhat has it, but they're a little bit of a walk away. It'd be nice if Chapter 5 you could build it up and have them way closer to each other. More like how they are in Chapter 1 where they're like right on top of each other. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm going to mining. Currently working on 200. Also, I think I'm going to start dumping knowledge points into mining as well right now. Just to speed it up a little. I'll slow down a little bit and start putting it to knowledge again once we get to basalt flint. I really want to get to at least basalt flint. And after that we get a huge upgrade at iron. I just ran the bat on the wall. I never noticed them there. I always noticed them whenever someone's fighting them, but I didn't realize you engage them by attacking the wall. It's kind of funny. Because they're hanged up on the wall there. Like a natural bat. House parties? Yeah, I don't think they're adding player-owned houses with next chapter. Builder, carpenter, and stuff like that will probably be used for, even leatherworker down the line. However, I don't believe Chapter 5 is launching with player-owned housing. I feel like that would be one of his things on his milestone goals if it was. That's a pretty big thing to just shadow drop out of nowhere. Like, Builder will definitely be incorporated in the future, but I don't think it's going to be a part of it when it launches. It's definitely like a down the line kind of thing. But yeah, all skill, we were talking about this a little bit the other day, but all skills that will likely have a tie-in to player-owned housing, if it ever was to exist, are all the ones where you currently make furniture or building in some way, shape, or form. Based on what currently exists right now, that would include carpentry, leatherworker, because both those two have key activities. You make furniture. One you reinupholster stuff, the other one you quite literally make it out of wood. And then obviously builder. But yeah, carpentry, leatherworker, and builder, if there ever was player-owned housing, are the three currently in the game that are likely to be really heavily based on that. But is very exceedingly unlikely it would come in with Chapter 5. I definitely wouldn't expect it at all. Like, I'm like 90% certain at least that it's not coming in Chapter 5. He will eventually do it, obviously, but it's not coming with Chapter 5, I'm pretty sure. That's a pretty big thing to just drop out of nowhere. But he'll definitely do it at some point. It's more so a matter of when than if. And what skills will be incorporated into it. Because it will definitely pull from a lot of skills. It's not going to just be like one thing, like construction or something. It's going to pull from many, many, many skills. Not just one. Hey, it might actually be the thing to finally get my carpentry level up. Because my leather worker is easily going to be 200. My armor maker, or not my armor maker, my builder is probably going to be 200. Because I have a feeling builder will actually be pretty decent next chapter. We don't know quite what it will be used for, but I feel like it won't be useless. It feels like it'll be like detective, where you know how you get like detective to 83 to get like a bunch of unlocks? I feel like it'd be somewhat like that. Except more like merchant, where you keep getting unlocks like the entire time of the way through. Because the last good merchant upgrade is at 490. You know how deep that is? That is absurdly deep. Imagine if builder went that deep. But for detective, it only goes to 83. So we'll have to see if it's set up more like detective or set up more like merchant. And how much it might provide benefits beyond that point. Because it might have a really early cutoff, in which case it's not as good. But it might have an absurdly late cutoff like merchant. Where it goes all the way to 490. So speaking of things that go to 490, I just realized foraging also goes to 490. I wonder if that's a theme going on here. He really likes making the last goal for an unlock for stuff like that at 490. Because I kind of forgot, that's the exact thing for Max Monument as well. It's also for Max Merchant benefits, as far as discounts and everything. You feel like... Yeah, I feel like Builder would have a pretty late cutoff. Honestly, I wish they would buff Detective in some way. The fact that it cuts off at 83 is kind of weird compared to other skills. I really do hope Detective... out of every skill that I wish would get a buff in the current state of the game, cooking, fishing, and Detective are probably the main three. Fishing and cooking, because they both play off each other, and cooking and fishing are basically pointless unless one or both gets buffed. More so cooking, which would also make fishing better. And the problem with Detective is after 83, there's technically no reason to do it unless you just want to do AFK raids. Because the money you get from investigations, while not horrible, is outpaced by everything else in the game. Like, the only really good thing about Detective is the unlock at 83. Everything else is just kind of just getting it up for getting it up's sake. Or just so you can AFK combat. Which isn't really much of a reward for getting the skill up. Like, yeah, it's useful. But it's not much of a reward. Especially since doing raid dens give you nothing in return as well. So you're getting, like, super nothing from doing Detective. It's worse money than just doing Merchant Leatherworker. Though, in all fairness, almost everything is. And it's also, like, no benefits that are substantial beyond 83. It's not going to stop me from training it, but I did wish it would get a buff. Cooking has pretty much the exact same issue. Cooking, fishing. And that they're both just worse money-making skills with no extra benefits at any level. At least Detective gets up to 83. So I'm really liking this one flint to one minecart system. It's working out really nicely. Like, it's a nice mix of still doing normal mining while still getting really good minecart XP rate. Because I do need this flint. I need a lot of this flint. But due to their absurdly long respawn time, there's so much time to just get a minecart in. We're still missing out on some flint, but I believe this is coming out to be slightly more XP per hour than if we just camp flint. And right now, that's pretty much the only thing I care about is XP rate. Like, yeah, I do need to bank some flint, but XP rate is a little bit more important than slightly more flint. I just realized, why'd I bring the potions with me? I'm not boosting mining right now. Or am I? Maybe I am, actually. Maybe I'll go store them after we go do basalt flint. Yeah, I think that's what I start doing. I'm going to use these potions on mining so that we can get to 190. And then I can start doing basalt flint. And then I start putting in the, put the things into stonemason. Think you'll hit 200 today? Oh yeah, we definitely will, 100%. There's no way we don't. Because we're going for another, what, 8 hours or so? And it will take like 5? Especially if I start putting knowledge into mining. Which I'm going to do for probably the next few levels just to get it there a little bit quicker. Because I want to get to basalt flint. So we don't have to keep doing the minecart system. Because the minecart system is not giving us any ore or rock. And we need ore and rock. So I just want to kind of skip past the part that we're in right now. And get straight to basalt flint. Because we'll still be getting flint. But also be getting the better basalt while doing so. We'll do 3 sets of basalt, then 1 set of flint, and then bank. I'll also bank the potions so I don't have to juggle it and put it into stonemason AFK. So we can get it up to the point where we can actually use all of our bank stone. And I'll be good to go. Because I need to get it to 97. But I kind of want to do the bird path AFK tonight, I think. Which will get us hopefully a level. And then maybe like tomorrow I'll go knowledge it while doing detective. Because tomorrow I want to try to get 209 detective for the AFK. And then I can stop doing the one AFK we were just doing and do the other one. Because I want to try to get towards 219 detective. So that whenever we do want to go do AFK raid dens again, I want to go gear up and have special attacks or whatever else for that, we'll be ready to go. I want to have it preemptively. Just so when we are ready to go do it, we're already ready. We don't have to go out of our way and go train detective for forever. Because I'll just be able to AFK during the nights towards the goal. And by then special attacks will hopefully be out. Maybe not. Because I'll definitely need it. If we're like level 210 combat and watch person, there's no way we're killing a 219 raid den AFK with tier 1 armor. But with special attacks, I might be able to actively kill them until our combat is high enough that we can AFK them. But that would require special attacks, though. Do you have anyone who makes videos or clips for you? No. I don't have anyone who makes videos or clips for me. It's too expensive to hire anyone for something like that. This channel is way too small. And I generally don't do it myself. I've been streaming for like 8 years and I've never really bothered. If I do make a video, it'll be like a guide video on something. Like I was considering making a mining perfect tile guide video. Like the perfect tile path for all mining activities now that we've done 200 mining. I know I'm not always utilizing it. But for people that do want to constantly utilize it for everything. Like the perfect tile path for absolutely everything for mining. We've done it enough to know what should be all of them. There might be 1 or 2 where I might be slightly off. But I'm pretty sure I know the exact tile perfect path for every mining method in the entire game right now. That's just a method I'm unaware of. For anyone who wants to just do mining slightly more efficiently. You would be interested in doing it for % of the video's revenue? That'd be nice. The only problem is the videos make, like, very little. Like, I don't think you realize how little we make on this YouTube channel. Like, it is very, very, very low. Like, absurdly, absurdly low. Like, I could take random minimum wage job and be making more than double amount of low. You looked up wait, what does our social blade actually say? I'm actually curious. What does the social blade say we make a year? Because I'm willing to make a bet it's actually less than that. I'm kind of curious. Do you know what number it was? Because I'm willing to make a bet it's even lower than what that says. I'm not sure what it currently says. Because I never bother checking it. There's no point when I know the exact number. I said like 1,500, 2,500 a year. Oh, I'm actually making more than that. Alright, so that one's actually way underestimating then. That's interesting. But on average, I make closer to 5 to 10,000. But that's from everything, not just Brighter Shores. Like everything that's going on the channel. Like old videos, Gems of War videos, you know, everything. I'm not sure the exact breakdown of only Brighter Shores content, though. It's interesting that it actually mentions it that low. Because I always thought Social Blade overestimated. But that's actually like an extreme underestimate. Though I guess it doesn't track all the other means of money. Like, I don't think it tracks tips that people give. I don't think it tracks memberships. Which people have been super generous with. Because we have that $2 a month thing that people can join. That also gives us money. I also have a Patreon that I don't really do much with. But some people still give money to occasionally. Also, people PayPal me stuff directly. And all that, I believe, doesn't get tracked at all in Social Blade in any way. Because most of it can't be tracked in Social Blade. It only really tracks, like, the YouTube side. But yeah, ad revenue is pretty bad on YouTube. Because that's what they're trying to track there. Though I believe even my ad revenue from YouTube is higher than that number. I forget the exact breakdown. Like, it's not that much better than it. I would say my ad revenue per year, like just free money from YouTube ads, is like 3,000 to 4,000 a year? Maybe 5? Just from YouTube ads alone. Like, you know, the ones that play during any video or stream or stuff like that. But that's across, like, every video on my entire channel. Both old and new. But yeah, for a per hour basis, I basically make, like, less than $1 an hour. Or maybe less than $2 an hour. What does it come out to? Because we've been streaming for, like, 12 hours a day. Plus the time investment of doing videos when I do it for, like, Gems of War and such. Like, those Monday videos I cover for Gems of War normally take me, like, 2 to 3 hours. Even if it's only like a 20-minute video. Yeah, what would be my hourly pay if I was to break it down in the current state? It'd probably be like $2 to $2.50 an hour is what I currently work for. If you counted every hour I put into my YouTube channel for any reason whatsoever, I think I make like $2 to $2.50 an hour. If you count, like, literally every video we have, every source of revenue and everything. For every hour that we put into the channel. Even after 8 years, it's like 2.5 an hour. That's how bad it is. Roughly. But of course, some of it's really chill. Like, what are we doing right now? We're literally just playing a game for like 12 hours. But it's absurdly low pay. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't get into YouTube. That's after 8 years as like an average small channel. We're now making $2.50 an hour. You make way less than that when you're starting off. Especially if you're not putting any kind of investment into like editing software and ads and other stuff like that. There's a lot of upfront costs with starting a YouTube channel as well. Like you need to have a half decent mic. If you're going to do anything webcam related or even like IRL related, you're going to need a really good camera. Possibly even beyond what you have on your phone. Or if you don't already have a good phone, you'll need to get a good phone at least. And use that, try to do it. You'll need a good editing software. Oh, there are some for free. DaVinci Pro, or whatever it's called. Or DaVinci. DaVinci, whatever number they're up to these days. I used the free version of that and eventually paid for the premium. I think the premium was like $190 or $200 or so. And of course, you're going to need like a Photoshop equivalent. Photoshop itself is way too expensive. I did use it some on this channel. But recently I've been using... What's the other one called? I think it's called Affinity Photo. I got it on sale, so I think it was only like 40 bucks. But I believe full retail, it's like 60-ish, 70? If you get their whole suite, I think it's like almost 100 at full price. But they're the closest thing to like a Photoshop alternative, and it's only a one-time payment instead of like every month or every year. Definitely wouldn't advise using like Photoshop and everything. It's too expensive. Especially as like a smaller channel. Better just get like a middle ground free option or middle ground like paid option. Like GIMP or Affinity Photo or something. GIMP I believe is free. Affinity Photo is like 50-ish, give or take a bit. Yeah, no, at least we're having fun. Yeah, that's one thing I've always enjoyed about this. Is, you know, like I make like very little money. And just kind of live within my means. But, you know, this is like a ton of fun. Compared to having like an ultra stressful job. That would like tear at your health a little bit. Or like physically or anything else like that. Or you'd still have other expenses to have to account for. Not to mention having to maintain a car and anything like that. Because during college, I literally just walked or biked everywhere. And similarly now, everything is close enough that I can literally just walk everywhere. Like, I'm not in like a major city, but I'm in like a city enough area where everything I would ever need is in walking distance. So I don't actually need to own a car. Even the airport's in walking distance, so if I ever want to travel, I just walk to the airport. And then just, you know, taxi wherever I need to go, or Uber, once I get there. Because obviously I'm not going to bother renting a car when I get there. Unless you were staying there for like a really long time. But like everything I would ever need is in walking distance here. So I don't even have any like car maintenance or anything else to have to keep paying per month, which is nice. And of course, no transportation fee going to work. Just turn everything on and we're good to go. But I definitely wouldn't advise trying to do YouTube as a full-time job. It's more like a fun hobby than anything. But no, I just enjoy it so much. Like, I've done quite a few means of work over the years. And it's definitely my favorite thing I've ever done. It just doesn't pay well at all unless you make it big. And it's just absurdly hard to make it big to any degree. Wonder 78% more views over the last month. Yeah, my views actually been down quite a bit because I haven't really been doing anything other than Gems of War prior to this, for the most part. Hey, sometimes I did like a lot of other games. I just haven't been as much lately. I think the most successful things we've ever done on the channel was actually Nintendo stuff, oddly enough. Oh, the biggest one ever probably being Age of Calamity, because for whatever reason, every Zelda YouTuber wasn't covering Age of Calamity. Which is basically a spin-off from the Breath of the Wild franchise that won Game of the Year back in like 2017 or 2018. It was kind of like a spin-off game from it that was decently popular, but like every Zelda YouTuber in existence wasn't covering it for some reason. Like they did it for like a day or a few days and then just kind of dropped the game completely. So all of our stuff got a lot of attention because like every Zelda YouTuber was doing almost nothing on it. We're covering like a bunch of guides, the best efficient gear, stuff like that. I really should have covered more on it at the time. I was just kind of busy during the holidays because it came out during like peak holiday season, so I wasn't able to cover too much on it. But what I did cover was some of like the most successful stuff we ever did on the channel. And Stardew Valley for some reason. Our streams for Stardew Valley got like no views at all, barely. But our some of the videos we covered for Stardew Valley, only a select few, just like absolutely popped off like crazy for no reason. Including things I just randomly recorded just for the sake of it. Getting like over 100,000 views for no reason at all. It's some of like the laziest content I ever made. And the only reason I don't delete it is because it keeps like making money over time doing nothing. So I'm like, oh, I'll just keep it there. It's like some of the worst content I ever made, but hey, it's making money, I guess. That's one of the other things that's really annoying too. Is when you put a lot of effort into something and it's like, oh, you get less than 1,000 views. Then you like barely try at something else and it's like, oh, it got a lot of views. Why even bother? Like, why even bother trying? It's almost pure RNG sometimes. Like, obviously, if you keep creating a ton of high quality content, it's better than otherwise. But honestly, sometimes it's just pure RNG. Some of my most viewed stuff on this channel over the last 8 years is literally some of the trashiest content I ever made. Some of the stuff I've spent like tens, even hundreds of hours making. It's like, yep, here's like 1,000 views. Here's like a buck or two or so. No, I haven't done Twitch. I actually stopped doing Twitch the first month I was ever on it. I don't feel like Twitch is worth it. If you're really big, it is. But I don't feel like it's worth doing otherwise. Like, if you're already doing stuff on YouTube, you might as well just stay on YouTube. Like, if you want to start on Twitch and then start, like, pivoting to YouTube, that can work. But if you're already established on YouTube, there isn't really much of a need to go to Twitch. Unless you're planning to just start from Twitch and then, you know, go to YouTube to, like, post, like, shorts or, you know, other stuff. Or, you know, like, short-form content of whatever you've been streaming. Like, highlights or whatever else. But personally, I feel like it's better to do just all YouTube and just keep it all in one place rather than spreading it all over the place. I tried it a couple times with like Mixer and a few other things like that in the past too. It's just not worth it. The main reason why Twitch is good if you're already big is it has an ecosystem that kind of keeps like cycling people through it. A little bit better than YouTube as far as streaming and everything. Because there's a lot more features for streaming on Twitch compared to YouTube. Like, as far as, like, rating people and, like, multi-streaming and, like, you know, like, connecting the streams together in various ways. So it builds a little bit more of a community in that regard. Whereas generally, Gems of War streaming is a lot more... YouTube streaming is a lot more separated. In that, you know, it's not as interconnected compared to streaming on Twitch. Like, everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Which worked for me, because I'm a lot more of, like, a solo player when it comes to a lot of things. And not particularly social. I know it might not sound like that because we talk so much on stream, but you know. I'm a pretty antisocial, like, introverted person. Which doesn't work too well for doing YouTube and stuff like that as well. Do I have a software background? No. I have almost no background. I actually had to stop at an associate's degree just so I wouldn't go into debt from college. I kind of did a little bit of everything. Into writing, philosophy... a little bit of digital communications and stuff, which is applicable for, you know, stuff we do now. But even during high school, I went to an Academy of Arts, Science, and Technology kind of area because my normal high school was just awful. And you were able to go there for free if you had good enough grades, and I did at the time. Pretty much maintained A's and B's pretty much all of high school and everything. But anyways, where am I going with this? But yeah, there was like a digital communications class. I learned quite a few things that was pretty useful. The most useful ones probably being like Photoshop, Illustrator, and a few other things during that time. Oh yeah, we're putting this in the mining, aren't we? Where's my mining boost potion? I'll go grab that. Let's see. Yeah, if you want to make it big with gaming, you basically have to play whatever's trending. I feel like that's the case for a lot of things. Because that's not how I play. I normally play something to death. Like, literally to death. Into the ground. I'm not the kind of person that will jump to every gaming trend. It might have seemed like that because, you know, we played Brighter Shores when Brighter Shores was at its peak. But that's just because I was going to play Brighter Shores regardless. I wasn't playing it because it was popular at any given time. But, you know, the people who make more money, the second Brighter Shores lost, like, even 10% of the player base. They're like, oh, I'm dipping. I'm out of here. Whereas, you know, that player base number could drop below 1,000. Yep, I'll still be here. The number is not going to affect me. Like, it might affect our profit and everything, obviously. But, I don't know, I just enjoy it so much. So I wouldn't just stop because of that. Just because it's making less money. But you do kind of have to hop onto, like, every trend, everything if you really want to make it. Like, right now, what is the big thing? Like, Path of Exile 2, probably? And then then probably reacting, like, all shocked-like when the game rewards are coming out next week. Like, some kind of big gaming drop. It's like, oh, what is this? Oh! Ah! Some kind of react video to some kind of game that gets dropped. I'll still say my stuff about it on the day after. Also, by the way, Thursday stream's going to be a little bit shorter because I will be watching the game rewards. Not on stream. I'll just be watching in my own time. As well as celebrating a friend's birthday. As, actually, I forgot how old she's turning, but yeah, she's having a birthday on Thursday. So I'll be watching the game awards and celebrating her birthday on Thursday. I'll still be streaming for about 6 hours that day, though. But due to the game awards and her birthday, we'll be not streaming as long. Probably like 6 hours or so. Because I want to stop before the game award starts and be able to celebrate her birthday with her. Do you think Brighter Shores will ever get popular again? I would sure think it eventually would. I feel like it'll eventually have enough content where people from RuneScape will get curious about it and try it again. As well as people just in general who might be looking for just like a random MMO to try. But, I don't know, it's hard to tell. I think the biggest issue that people are waiting for is definitely more content. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I could easily grind this for multiple more years, which is what's in the game right now. But I feel like 98% of people are not like that. Maybe 95, some large percent. Like, people see how much content are in this game, they play it for like 50 to 100 hours and then probably stop. I would say is where the average person is. Unless you really have like a grind mindset to go like, you know, 200 all, 500 all, stuff like that. Prepare for like all the other future content, everything else. Well, most people aren't willing to do that or don't have the time to do that. Or a combination of both. Gosh, can this thing move? I'm trying to click this rock. It's surrounded by units. Yeah, mobile release would be big for this game, for sure. The biggest things would definitely be every time a new chapter comes out, PvP, mobile release, and honestly, I think special attacks could potentially bring some people back. If they're like really insanely fun and kind of change up combat enough, like people are really into combat, special attacks plus actually adding some bosses would go a long way for this game. As well as more unique content that they can kind of point to as like, hey, look at how different this is. Like merchant, detective, stuff like that. Like things the game can point to or other people can point to be like, hey, like look at these things. They were a lot of fun. Because what we need less of is like, you know, like some of the more standard stuff like wood cutting, fishing, mining. Like obviously the game needs stuff like this, but they're not so much going to attract people. We need more like really out there skills like merchant and detective. Things you're not really getting necessarily from another game or an MMO. That are really, really unique experiences that you'd want to try. Even if they're not necessarily for you, that you'd at least want to try them and like, oh, that's quite a bit different. More quests would bring Jimmy back? Oh, gosh. I'm not sure if he would ever come back to Brighter Shores. What's he even working on these days? I know he finished his quest series. Not sure what his big projects are these days, though. Steam Link lets you play on mobile. It does, but it's not really... I did try it once. It's not really well optimized, though. Like, at all. Like, an actual proper mobile version for Brighter Shores would work out a lot better. But yeah, the using Steam Link for it is really, really clunky. I have tried. Like, it's better than nothing, but it's not ideal. Will Brighter Shores introduce a clan and guild system? They should be, yes. And when they do, we'll be making a pretty casual guild if any just wants to chat, stop by, trade, whatever else, any kind of group content in the future. We're just gonna have a very casual guild just for like chilling and everything else. No real goals of the guild other than, you know, if you ever want to group up with people, trade with people, just chat with people. No requirements or anything, just a everyone come just whenever kind of guild. No real commitment or anything. Just kind of a place to kind of group up and chill. It's gonna be like an ultra casual guild. Yeah, I heard this game works really well on Steam Deck. This game almost convinced me to get one. I'm still not sure yet, though. Still been deciding. Jimmy did 15 hours of Brighter Shores and got you into free-to-play. Nice. Yeah, I don't think he actually even got to the best chapter yet. I don't think he ever got to chapter 4. He stopped at chapter 3 and then quit. He never even got to the best chapter. I feel like a lot of people are in that category, though. Like, of people who stopped. I feel like the number of people who stopped never got to chapter 4. Like, a large number. Like 60, 70%? Even higher. Yeah, chapter 4 is just definitively the best chapter. We pulled it a couple times on this channel. I literally had to ban it from one of the chapter polls because it was just too popular to not ban it. Because it's sucking up too many votes from every other chapter. It's just definitively the best chapter in the game right now. And a lot of people have never even given it a shot yet. Where am I going? Wrong way. Alright, we're almost at the basalt other thing. Then I'll go bank the XP pot so I don't have to keep juggling it over and over again. Before it despawns on me while I'm talking. That'll definitely happen at some point. Yeah, the mining tunnels are kind of annoying. I know when Hanani did her playthrough, the main thing she hated about this chapter was this bridge. Because you would always go down this route because it seemed like it'd be closer to your objective. But if you do it, there's no bridge to get across this river. So then you're just stuck there. And I'm pretty sure during her playthrough, she did that like 5 times. And it annoyed her every single time. And she was one of those that like really liked the game. I feel like she was in the same category with me. Like she really liked the game, but was surprised that everyone else didn't. Because I'm really surprised how much people from old school RuneScape didn't enjoy Brighter Shores. Like she was one of them in the category who was like big in RuneScape, who actually enjoyed it a lot. Actually, I think she has one of the most viewed Brighter Shores videos even out there right now. Like her summary of her like first week playthrough. Actually, I think she even had more hours than me on the first week. Though she did do like a ton of AFK like Chronopolis though. Like a ton. But where am I going with this? But yeah, I feel like a lot of people from like, you know, who would have known like Andrew Gower already and were already playing like RuneScape didn't really care for Brighter Shores that much. I think the biggest complaint is that like why would you play Brighter Shores that is like RuneScape when RuneScape already has like 10, 20 years of content? I don't know, it's a different enough experience to me that it doesn't really feel like RuneScape. Like there's definitely some aspects of it. Some of which are like literally exactly the same, like the east-west priority on these rocks. That's why I'm currently on the east side of this rock instead of the north. But, you know, there's some things that are like literally just like pulled from the game 1-to-1. But, you know, it's different enough though. I don't really at any point felt like I was playing RuneScape when playing this game. There's aspects that are really similar to it here and there. But it felt definitely distinct enough. That's not like the same experience overall. Why aren't any mining shortcuts to unlock? That would be nice in more chapters. Having better transportation through the chapter. Currently, Chronopolis is the only chapter that does this. Not only does it have like 4 or 5 detective shortcuts, but it has 1 merchant shortcut as well. Yeah, I think it's 4, so you get 5 total. You get 5 total shortcuts in Chronopolis, which is really nice. And the layout of the city is good enough that even without the shortcuts, it doesn't feel that bad. But with them, it feels amazing. Because you're getting things that save so much time through some of the alleyways and everything. I feel like Chronopolis is a really intimidating city at first. Once you get more acquainted with it, it's like, oh yeah, this actually plays pretty good. I feel like a lot of things are really... It kind of throws a lot at you at once. Because I'd probably say is the biggest downside of Chapter 4. Is it kind of just hurls everything at you within the first few hours, and it's kind of overwhelming. I feel like it did a lot quicker of a pace compared to some of the other chapters, where it's a little bit slower paced as far as showing you everything. Something like RuneLite for Merchant. Yeah, there's no third-party clients for this game. I am actually in favor of that decision, overall. Even though I use RuneLite literally every time I play RuneScape, including literally right now as we speak, so I can use the 25-minute AFK timer, otherwise it would only be 5-minute AFK or 10, whatever it is. But even though I use RuneLite every single time I ever play old school RuneScape, I'm actually really glad Brighter Shores doesn't have an equivalence of it. It just power creeps stuff so much that you're basically forced to have to use the third-party client. That's what happened to RuneLite. It's why if you check Steam right now, Brighter Shores has more player base than old school RuneScape right now. If you went only by Steam numbers, Brighter Shores is still, with its current player base, beating old school RuneScape. And probably even RuneScape, but definitely old school RuneScape. And the reason for that is RuneLite is just too broken. So everyone's playing on RuneLite, not on Steam. Yeah, we're almost there. Come on, one more mining level. Then we get some rear rocks. We all use RuneLite because you can't see what tile you're on. Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of annoying in the main game, though. There is a plugin for that in the main game as well these days, as well as on mobile. So there is a way to see your tile in the main client. It doesn't have as many like extra features though. Like for example, one thing that the default client doesn't do is show your path, like in Brighter Shores does, where you can see our whole path. But there's a plugin in RuneLite that does that. I always use it on my hardcore to make sure I don't die, because there's a couple activities where it's really important you don't step on the wrong tile, or you will take a lot of damage. But in Brighter Shores, that's just a default feature. You can see the entire path that your character is going to walk. You don't have to guess like where it's going to go tile-wise. You already know before you click where your tile is, which is really nice. It shows you literally your whole path, as well as your end goal with the little X thingy. Yeah, that's the other thing with Brighter Shores too. I feel like people misunderstand the EXP curve in Brighter Shores. Like, they just see that it gets really slow after 20, and then kind of quit. But every level, like 20 to 21 is nearly the same distance as 199 to 200. And I think that's a thing that a lot of newer players don't really realize. It's not exactly, quote, quote, like exactly the same, but it is very similar. Because I think a lot of people have like the, or at least a lot of people who came from RuneScape or old school RuneScape, either of them, the most similar games to this. But I feel like a lot of people who came from that background saw the XP curve, saw how much slower they were doing at 20, and thought, oh, it's only going to get slower like every level here forth. But it's not how the XP curve works in Brighter Shores. Like 20 to 21 is nearly the same as 199 to 200. Like me going from 189 right now to 190 is nearly the same as 20 to 21. Not exactly, but very, very close. as far as how much time it would take. But I think in a lot of people's heads who came from that game saw like how much slower it was at 20 to 21. And it was like, oh, every level from here is only going to get slower than that. But it's not how it works. That's like almost the slowest it ever gets. Well, until 200 plus, but that's a different story. 200 plus is its own category. But basically there's 3 XP sections in the game. Everything below 20 is the tutorial. Everything from 20 to 200 is basically the same. And everything from 201 to 500 is basically the same. There are a few exceptions based on what activities you have, what kind of AFK activities, normal activities, everything else. So there are a little bit of discrepancy within the skill. But for the most part, they're all equal within those categories. Everything from 20 to 200 and everything from 201 to, or technically 200 to 500. But I don't really feel like that's self-evident with how the system is right now. I almost wish they would have like a little bracket system kind of thing. Or even something in the game that would almost like explain that to you. Is I feel like that's a thing that a lot of newer players don't catch on initially. Until they kind of realize it like way down the fact. Is that there's basically only 2 XP sections. 20 to 200 and 201 to 500. And everything prior to that being tutorial. Because there's nowhere that you really look at the screen that you would like know that. Or anywhere in the game that like tells you that. Just something you kind of learn after you play for a bit. But I feel like that's the main thing that makes it really intimidating to newer players though. Is that they don't know that information. They just see how much slower it gets at 20 and it's like, oh, the whole game is just going to keep getting slower from here. That's not quite how it works. It's understandable why they think that, but that isn't how the game is. But there's nowhere in the game that currently explains that. No tutorial, no quest, no nothing. I'm not sure I spacebarred through all of it. But I'm pretty sure the game doesn't explain that at any point to you currently. Maybe at some point it will, because it really needs to. Because you gotta explain that to newer players early on and not scare them once they hit level 20. Because I feel like that's the main thing that makes people quit in the current state, Brighter Shores. Like, more so than anything. Is once they hit level 20 and see how slow it is to get to 21 and 22 and everything else. And then thinking every level beyond that's just going to get even slower than that. Because while that's slightly the case once you hit 200, that's not the case from 20 to 200. Which is most of, like, the game. Like, I barely even have a skill at 200. We've been playing, like, non-stop for an entire month. And we're basically still in that 20 to 200 curve. The one where most people would realistically be. Like, that's where basically the whole game is in the 20 to 200 curve. Where every level after 20 is the same as, like, every level to 200, for the most part. Yeah, we're almost there. One more knowledge point. Which I might not even need the knowledge point at this rate. If we do have a knowledge point before it hits it, we're definitely using on it, though. Because I need the better XP rate out of our next rock. That's the other thing, too. You could use knowledge points to skip XP rate thresholds. So, like, right now, I'm really close to my next XP rate threshold. So we kind of want to be boosting towards it with knowledge in order to speed it along. Because the XP rate I'm going to be getting the second I hit 190 is substantially better than what I'm at right now at 189. Like, me going from 189 to... honestly, me going from 188 to 190 is probably slower. Like, gaining 2 levels at that range is almost slower than doing 3 at the other range. Just because of how much better our XP rate will be once we hit 190. There's a lot of thresholds like that. So your XP rate's not always consistent, but sometimes it's actually slower at a lower level range compared to a higher level range. Which is another thing that's kind of interesting. Is that because the level gaps, your slowest XP rate might actually be at a lower level. Like your slowest level from 20 to 200 might be something like 37 or 38. Not necessarily 199 to 200. Because it depends what methods you have. Like that basically happened with our cooking. Because we were trying to do stews to rush it. Our slowest level ever was 60 to 61. It is the slowest cooking level we have ever gained ever on this account, and probably ever will gain, at least until 200 plus. But from every level from 20 to 200, the slowest cooking level was actually 60 to 61. It's not 199 to 200, as you may think it might be, like naturally. But that's not actually the case. It's one of those like weird things with this game. I feel like isn't particularly self-evident when it, you know, you initially play it. Like no level from 80 to 200 will be slower than what we did from 60 to 61. There's not a single threshold that will be slower than that. At least based on the method that we're doing on to try to rush the quest. Oh yeah, sorry, 62 to 63. No, no, technically 60 to 61 were the slowest. Just because I was power rushing it. Technically 62 to 63 would also be the slowest. But I was doing the merchant board by that point and using knowledge points, so it wasn't that slow. But the method I use from 60 to 61 will be the slowest we will ever gain a cooking level. Just because I was trying to rush the Brandoff inheritance. But then after that I was doing the bounty board. So it didn't really matter. Like bounty board, knowledge points, everything else. Not that I wasn't doing knowledge points, but the other thing, but you know. Like, we're mostly just doing bounty board now. Like, every level I've gotten from 62 to 80 right now has been almost exclusively bounty board. I haven't done any normal cooking. Like, you know, buy full inventory, cook it, sell it, repeat. I haven't done any of that since level 62 or 63, whatever the quest brought you to. I don't remember. But the rest has been purely just bounty or cooking bounties. Because they scale to your level, so they're never bad XP rate. Because they scale to your level. Whereas you might have a really big gap in food where you do have like a large range where if you're trying to power rush to a certain level, like let's say for some reason there's a reason to have 150 cooking tomorrow because they just buffed the cooking skill and there's like a dish we need to go make and eat. Like that's going to be so slow to go train because the main way to train it is with the bounties. Not by actually cooking, but to do cooking bounties. Because they always scale at your level, so whenever you're at a bad threshold, you still get really good XP rate. The same thing with knowledge points. Knowledge points are used for that a lot. Like, I could technically be training stonemason from 93 to 97, but at my current threshold is way better just to put knowledge into it and get it to 97 or do the AFK activity. There's one thing that Brighter Shores does do pretty well, I do have to say. Though it's hard to tell at a given time what is necessarily the most efficient thing to do. But it always makes you move on to new methods. Like, I'm not just going to do minecart all the way to, like, 300, for example. Like, you're changing method almost always in Brighter Shores, like, every 5 to 10 levels. With almost no exception. There are a few here and there. But almost every single thing in this game makes you move on to a new activity after 5 to 10 levels, which is really nice. It's not like there's just like one method that like, this is the most efficient thing to do all the way to 500 or something. Like you're always switching up. There are a few that are a little bit more like that. For example, brambles with woodcutting. Basically kill like half the trees in the game because it's so good. But it doesn't completely replace every tree. It just replaces some of them. Yeah, technically at 189 merchant, it would have been better just to do the other thing. However, I do actually need this flint. I actually do actively need these flint stones. The main reason being is this is the main tool to make 199 shields and weapons for Hammer Mage. Which is really, really important down the line when we start upgrading our gear. Because 199 is the cutoff for the higher rarity. 200 and plus, it goes like off a rarity cliff, like most things after 200 in this game. But yeah, this will be the main thing we do whenever I need a Hammer Mage upgrade. I'm gonna make a 199 out of flint because look at this range right there, 199. I'll take this as 189, but you know the full range, 199. This is the most important rock in stonemasonry. Actually, maybe basalt too. I'm not sure if basalt can also do a 199. We'll find out in a moment once we get there in one level. But flint and maybe basalt are the two biggest ones for that, and iron is by far the biggest one for blacksmith. I'm not sure what bone it is for bone right. or wood, whatever I mean. I'm not sure what wood plus other thing it is for bone rate. But I know the main one that's going to be used for hammer mage stuff is flint. And the main one used for cryonite stuff is iron. And this is applicable for anyone who isn't that class. Or in the case of cryonite, it's also relevant for you. Because it actually makes good weapons. But for example, guardians and hammer mages need a ton of iron. And cryonites and guardians need a ton of flint. As these are how you upgrade your 4-star gear with 199s. Before you go to like the super bad rarity curve. You can technically do higher than that as well with these, but the 199s are right before the rarity curve. Oh, he said hello. I'm not sure if I can say hello back. Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, we're almost there. How many more turn-ins do we have? Should pretty much be there by now. Oh. Yeah, where are we at right now? So close. Honestly, I might just do another minecart at this point. Alright, one more minecart, and I believe there's 190 mining. And then I'll go bank this potion because we don't need it anymore. Because the rest I'll be putting into AFK activity for stonemason. I think we need like 7 or 8 points in that. And then we'll go back to EXP potting it. Or just dumping into mining. And then we're pretty much there. Oh wait, where am I going? Ah yeah, one more minecart. Let's just do... I don't know, I'm waiting so long, I might as well just do the flint at this point. Let's see, do I put this into minings? Probably not worth it. We're gonna hit enough rocks to get there. Alright, there we go. We can move on to basalts. There we go. Alright, let me go bank all this. Basalt time. There it is! Basalts! That was good to them. Oh yeah, pickaxe upgrade. I gotta remember to go do that, 193. Ooh, wait. Can I deposit X number? Wait, that kind of changes things. Wait. Maybe I do go into mining right now. Because that's an extra 5%. Without even needing a potion. Just flat 5%. Ooh. Change of plan, change of plan. Wait. My entire plan has been slightly shifted. Wait. Hold up. We should actually keep boosting mining a little bit. Because that's huge to have a flat 5%. That's like drinking a potion without drinking a potion. That's actually a big, big upgrade. Baby, we actually have to keep boosting mining. If that's the case, I'm just going to keep it on me and bank the other stuff then. Yeah, we got to keep boosting mining until we're 193. Because then we basically get a free boost without even needing to drink a pot then. Which is absolutely massive. Okay. I guess I'm keeping these on me. And I'll just run like 4 flint then. Instead of grabbing all 6, that's fine. So triple basalt into 4 flint, and I'll just keep these on me then. Alright, slight change of plan. I completely forgot about that. We get a massive upgrade at 193 that we're actually going to want to boost towards. Because once we do, we have a permanent 5%. Which is the same as just drinking one of these. Alright, basalt, first time bonus. Coming in. There we go. Extra 12,000 for the one time. Too high to reply someone's name, that's funny. Alright, we're at 3.5k with 5%. Which means once we have the pickaxe, this will also still be 3.5k. Just gotta go get the pickaxe upgraded in a few levels. Oh, we're getting there. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Oh, that guy was actually talking to us. The, too high to reply actually replied to us first. I forgot, I can't change camera angle while I have this menu open. Ah, he just went to the other one. There we go. I got the message in. Alright, so it's 3.3k with no 5%. But yeah, we really got to go get 193. I completely forgot about the pickaxe upgrade. That's actually massive. It's a permanent, just 5% flat upgrade. And it costs like 0. I think it's like 2 gold or something. Which 100% worth it for that cost. Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to almost every skill in this game, doing whatever your newest method is the best XP rate. There are some exceptions, but almost always, if you just move to your next activity, it is probably better than whatever you were just doing. There are definitely exceptions to this, but if you just do that, you're probably correct like 90% of the time, maybe 95%. As far as like best XP rate and everything else. Also, why do these two stones look so similar? Look at this. One of them's like slightly yellowish. But can you identify these two pictures as different? Because I sure can't. Like one of them has like a slight yellow tint, I guess, the basalt. But yeah, the high tier of both of them look so identical. Hopefully the final tier looks a little bit different. Because it's going to get really confusing later. Because it's basically the same icon, just slightly tinted yellow. I feel like earlier basalt and flint like a little bit more different from each other. But right now they are so samey. At this level range at least. Oh yeah, what level is this? 200. No! Okay, that means flint is king then. Flint and iron are king. Now I just gotta figure out what bone is the one for gatherer. If I had to guess, it's whatever one's at like 190 something. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the bone that rules them all. The bone that rules them all is wrong skill. The bone that rules them all is probably the striated femur shard. Yeah, it's probably that one. So the femur shard, the flint, and the iron are the 3 most important resources in the entire game. Like out of any tier of any ore, tier 5 femur shard, tier 5 flint, and tier 5 iron are like the building bones of Brighter Shores in the current state of the game. Because that's how you make 199s for upgrading gear. So you have the better rarity curve. Because you can't do that with basalt. Basalt goes to 200, which is not 199. It's one level too high by design. So that flint would have to be the other one. I assume iron into the next one up is also the exact same way. The carbonice is probably like 200 or something slightly higher than 199. Which I can tell you exactly so because I can see based on the weapon. Because the first carbonice one is at yeah, either 213 or 220, I forget. 1 to 2. I forget which one flanked mace is. But it's either 213 or 220. Whereas for basalt, it's at 200, which is still a little higher than 199. So it seems like femur shard, flint, and iron at tier 5 are like the main building blocks of how you're going to make most of your 5-star gear going forward, as well as always. Unless another resource gets added or something. So this flint, the iron that we get at 197, and whatever we end up doing with bone are going to be the 3 big ones. It's one of the reasons I wanted to go get the upgraded rake. I mentioned a couple times that grind I want to go do. Like go for like almost 200 gatherer. And the reason for that is I want those. I want to have all 3 of the main building blocks. Because they're going to be used for a lot of base armor as well as a lot of base weapons. Both for 199s as well as for the future of upgrading stuff beyond that, like 300, maybe even 400. But we'll be using them a lot. Like, I'm talking like thousands, if not tens of thousands of them. Like, absurd numbers. So much so, I might even do low tier flint while I'm doing the high level mine carts when I do them later down the line. I think we do that at like 351 mining. But I might actually downgrade my flint just to get normal flint. Because it might actually be more valuable than high tier flint. Actually, let me go check. What level would my flint be at max minecart? At max minecart, would I have gotten another flint upgrade yet? Yes. We already would have it by then. Wait, no? Where's the minecart system? What level is max minecart? I thought it was 300 something. I don't see it here. Wait, what level is max minecart? It was 2 something? 317. Oh, wait, that's huge. Oh, that's some huge intel right there. Max minecart is not max flint. Oh, that's big. That means I would do minecart flint from 317 to 333 way down the line. And you'd actually get the better flint. Not this wimpy perfect flint that we don't need. But we'd actually get the higher quality, lower quality one. Yeah, that'll work perfectly then. So you still have a way to get more flint down the line. You have to keep in mind, a lot of people won't have access to the higher level range if you're going to be trading. Is one of the reasons why it's going to be so useful. And the rarity curve. Because let's say you could make right now, like 400 gear. Like, who are you trading that to? Who are you trading your level 400 gear to in the current economy of the game? All like 10 people that can wield it? A little more than that probably by this point, but you know. Like almost no one. Like, way down the line, it would matter more. But base 199s is where it's going to be at for, like, months. If not, like, literally years. If not forever, due to how the crafting system works. Alright, so all of my knowledge is definitely going to go to mining here. I need that 193 pickaxe upgrade. It's just a free 5% forever. It's like infinite potions. Compared to what we're doing now. And of course it stacks with potions if we still want to potion it. I think I would stop doing potions once I get to 193. And just consider the pickaxe as our auto potion device. Good hydration break. Okay, back to the thing. That's the only good thing about this thing's having like a 1 year cooldown time before you can pick them again. Is gives you plenty of time to drink water. Because I lost like no ticks doing that. Taking a full chug of water. And it still hasn't spawned yet. Which is also why we keep doing this few flint. Aside from the fact that we need the flint, it's also on route. At some point it will respawn. There we go. I'm like spam clicking it like 20 times. It's like, nope, no respawn. That's one thing that's slightly weird about Brighter Shores. It gives no indication when I'm clicking. Like if you're clicking on like a dead thing, like right here, like the game's not showing that I'm clicking on it. Like right now I'm clicking on it. But until these things actually respawn, it's not showing anything. Like right now I'm spam clicking, which is why we're like immediately going on it. But it doesn't actually show every individual click that we do. All right, we're almost there. So close yet so far. 2 more levels. Well, technically 3, but that one's basically there already. 2 more levels, we get our pickaxe. Actually, I think 2 more knowledge points were actually there. Between all the XP we gain between then. And that will save us a good, like, 20-30 minutes before we get our pickaxe upgrade. So we can get it even earlier for the 5%. And then after that, yeah, we do these till 197. And then we have finally reached our destination. The Golden Rock, the most useful rock in the entire game. Tier 5 iron. I'm going to AFK Tier 5 iron so hard when they add queuable actions. I think it's currently 2nd place on the poll right now. Yeah, it's currently only losing by 1%. After, what is that, 62 votes? We have 31% in queuable actions, 32% into player-to-player trading, then 24% into transmogs and the holiday event, and the lowest one at quality of life at 13%, which makes sense. I just wanted to add it. I technically could have included special attacks, but he didn't mention it in things he's doing in the very near future. So I didn't include it on the poll. Yeah, I'm also really looking forward to special attacks, but they were excluded just because he didn't mention it in his posts of things he's doing in the very near future. Though we should very, 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 very exceedingly soon get a video going over it. I was hoping he would do it this weekend, but then he didn't. So hopefully he'll do it the next day or 2. I just hope he doesn't do it tomorrow, because I'm going to be busy tomorrow for most of the day. But if he does, we'll definitely show it during our stream, or during Tuesday's stream if it's past that time. But I hope he doesn't release it tomorrow. Pick like literally any other day, just not tomorrow. Tuesday or Wednesday or something. But he should very, very soon have a video going up on special attacks, and we'll go over it in very good detail. Because it's basically combat for the rest of the time in this game. Whatever he does with that. So we'll have to see how it works and everything. It's also why he probably wants to get community feedback, because it is a pretty big thing that will affect the game forever. Obviously, you can still change it and tweak it and stuff, but he probably wants to do it before it ever even touches the game. Special attacks coming before player-to-player trading? I hope it does. I'm not sure if it will, though. Oops, why am I waiting here? I'm wasting EXP. What am I doing? I'm wasting so much EXP. You could be grabbing Flint. But yeah, this next knowledge point and the one after that will go towards mining. And that should, by then, hopefully get us to pickaxe. And then we go buy the pickaxe, come back here, do basalt for like, what is it? 2 more levels? No, we gotta do it for 4 more levels. We're actually stuck here for a little while, I just realized. We're stuck out to 197. But it'll be 5% quicker at 193. Honestly, I might just keep knowledging until we get all the way. Oh no, how much do we really need basalt? I don't feel like I'm going to use basalt that much other than just to claim stonemason XP. So even though I'm mining a bunch of basalt, I actually don't need basalt that much as a rock. I need that flint way more. But this is better XP, so we're doing it for now. But flint is actually more useful. Basalt is not as good. Like, we'll still use it, but definitely not as good. There we go, nice. Big 125k XP drop. Of course, the XP amount doesn't matter, just the percent of the level that matters. Oh, our next cooking contract is ready if we want to go for it. Just to store it. I'll probably do that when I do the pickaxe, because I'm going to need to teleport away anyways. So I think I check my cooking bounties when we hit 193 mining. Because by this next knowledge point, we should be pretty close. Maybe 2 more knowledge points, but 1 more, oh no. Depends how much XP we get between them. 2 knowledge points will 100% have 193 by then though. The only problem is I think this activity is not that much knowledge per hour. It's probably like 3.5 to 4. I've never really tested it. It's probably around like the 3.5 threshold. That's where a lot of activities like this normally sit. Like 3.5, give or take 0.5. I mostly mentioned that because to get back in time for our next cooking bounty, it would have to be 40 minutes or less. So that we could do a double set. It's not that important if we miss it, but hey, gotta get that cooking XP to 200 somehow. Might as well get the good XP rate for it. I find it kind of funny because I feel like I was that way about merchant and also cooking contracts. Well, more so cooking contracts, where I liked them at first and hated them. And then, like, really loved them again. I guess when it came to merchant, it was a little bit different. I kind of hated it at first, then liked it, then hated it, then liked it, and then really liked it. It's a love-hate relationship. It's so good, but also, gosh, it requires too much brain capacity. Compared to every other absurdly chill skill in the game. Like mining, for example. Just click on rock, you're good to go. A few little movement tech you can do, but beyond that, just click on rock, you'll do fine. Watch me not be able to afford the next pickaxe upgrade. I actually don't know how much it costs. I think it's the first time I've ever gotten a tool this upgraded before. Almost 1,700? Yeah, I'm not sure if we're hitting it this stream. Also, hello B. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Will we get it this stream? I'm not sure. Because what are we getting this stream? I'm getting 9 more mining levels. Probably 1 more cooking level. Maybe 2. I'll just say 1 though. So that's 10 levels right there. I'd have to find another 16 levels. In how many hours? 6 hours? 7? Is that doable? How many levels is that per hour? Yeah, I'm not sure if we're hitting it. I'd have to do slightly more than 3 levels an hour. So it looks like I'll probably hit it off stream or like first thing tomorrow. Because I don't think we're actually hitting it today. We're 1,700 we will hit tomorrow, though. Tomorrow will be a little bit of shorter stream due to it being a Monday, though. The other shorter stream this week is going to be Thursday due to the Game Awards and a friend's birthday. So I'll be, both of those streams will be a bit shorter. Besides from that, every other stream next week will be, or this week will be 12 hours long. Or, you know, like a little under 11. You know what I mean when I say 12. YouTube has a weird thing. Right? If any of you guys keep wondering, like, why do I keep saying 12 hours, but we always do like 11 hour and something stream? YouTube has a weird cutoff. Where if you stream for longer than 12 hours, it starts cutting off your video. Even if you go like a little bit close to it. Like if you go like 11:50 or even like 11:55. It has a really weird mechanic where it'll start cutting off some of your video. Or cut off either the end of the video or the beginning of the video. The end isn't as big a deal, but the beginning is very detrimental. Because it skips your intro, it skips everything, and you just start at the middle of nowhere sometimes. I'm not sure why they're still like this. But yeah, you can stream longer than 12 hours on YouTube. But it only saves 12 hours. The rest gets cut off like really randomly. I'm not sure why they have it like that. I guess to so that people that stream for like non-stop can't like abuse the system or something. I have no clue. But yeah, it only counts 12 hours. So we always go like 11:40, 11:50, 11:30, you know, something like that. Like slightly under the 12-hour mark. We still always play for at least 12 hours every day, but you know. The actual stream is normally slightly shorter than that due to YouTube's weird restriction. It's been like that for pretty much forever. They probably have some kind of technical reason for why they do that way. But even though videos can be posted longer than 12 hours and streams can go on longer than 12 hours, streams don't get saved longer than 12 hours. It's really weird. Yeah, there's streams that go for like literal hundreds of days. But the playback of them should only be 12 hours. Unless they found some kind of workaround. Or some kind of deal with YouTube or something. But for the average channel, you can stream longer than 12 hours, but your video won't save longer than 12. So if we ever do a 12-hour or 24-hour stream like we did on Brighter Shores launch day, it's normally like 2 11-hour streams, which is basically 24-hour at that point. So whenever we do a quote-unquote 24-hour stream ever, which is very occasionally, barely ever, but when we do, like for Brighter Shore launch day, it will normally be like 2 11-hour streams. Why no more leaks? I am still doing leaks. I'm AFKing it right now as we speak. It's just not on screen. But I'm still AFKing Dragon Rank. It's just not on screen right now. 12 hours ain't enough. Yeah, I still plan to do Dragon Rank. And if anyone ever wants to group up for anything in leagues, let me know. Just like message me on Discord at Test of the Terror or something. Because I'm in Mortania, Volamore, and what's the other one? Elf Region. The Terrorwind or whatever it's called. So if anyone wants to do like Group Zolkino, Group Theater Blood, anything like that, let me know. Because I will at some point off stream. They'll probably be like really late at night. Because it would have to either be before or after Brighter Shore streams. But I still have a lot of stuff I still need to go do in leagues. It's just we have a month and a half, so I'm in no rush to get it done. We have plenty of time. I have over a month to go do it. We end up getting like 30-something thousand points in like under a week. And I only need another 30,000, so I can just do it whenever. I've just been getting it up very slowly over time, rather than rushing it down. Have I pretty much done everything in Brighter Shores? Yes. We've done basically everything there is to do, other than grind. But grinding is the game, so we still got a lot to do. We're still not level 500 all yet. Still got a ways to go. But, yeah, as far as, like, major content, we've done everything. Every quest, every, activity. I guess technically not fishing ventures I haven't unlocked. but they're the same as any other venture, just less useful. What was my Discord? Oh, Test of the Terror. Do I have it posted anywhere on my channel? I'm not sure. But there shouldn't be another Test of the Terror. I forget how adding on Discord works these days. It's the same as my handle on YouTube. I know the handle says YouTube Gaming, but it says like at Test of the Terror. Because that used to be the name of the channel, and then I was like, let me just make it Test of Gaming. It makes more sense as a gaming channel to have gaming in the term for searchability and everything. But yeah, Test of the Terror on Discord. Oh yeah, I do need to go for Monument. I want level 25 all tools first though. It's not really high priority at the moment. But yeah, I do need 25 all tools, and then I'll go for Monument at some point. There's two things I want to have before I ever do Monument grind. 10% EXP pots for Hope Port, which are level 185. So I need 185 alchemy and level 25 of all three of the tools. And at that point, I will potentially consider Monument. Doesn't mean I'll immediately go for a Monument. But if I do go for the grind, I'll probably do it all at once. But that's like my requirement to even start the Monument grind, as well as finish it. I want to have at least 25 all three tools, and as far as enchanting them, as well as 10% Hope Port EXP bonus. I will not do it a single second prior to that. Except for maybe 50 for base 50s if I want to go for that. But aside from base 50s, I'm not doing it a second earlier than that. 25 all enchanted tools and 10% EXP pots. Did you receive the request? I don't have Discord open right now. I can go check though. Where's Discord? How do we even open Discord on Windows 11? Do any of you guys use Windows 11 or Windows 10, by the way? I always want to do that as a poll one day. So I'm kind of curious. Or Linux, or I guess Mac. I could also have it on the poll. But, are you guys using Windows 11 or 12? Let's see. Did I get it? I don't see it on my thing. I don't see anyone trying to add me right now. Let's see. Let's see. Test of the Terror. Oh, no. Is there another Test of the Terror on Discord these days? Someone else impersonating us? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I even need to send for someone to add me. Because my name there just says, can you type it out? Well, it has underscores, I guess. Why does my thing have underscores? Is that what I'm supposed to send? I don't use Discord that often. I have no clue. Yet it tacitly terror? Let me see. Try with underscores, maybe? Let me see. Why is this one my link thing? Is this what I have to send to people? How do I turn streamer mode off? Let me do that first. Let me see. What's this hashtag symbol? Originally known as Tested Terror number 6574. Okay, I think this is the one. I think it's Tested Terror with underscore. Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's my Discord. Try adding that one and see what happens. But I'm used to the old tag system, not the new one. But I believe my new one is just all underscores for some reason. Not sure if I can change that somehow. I think that's what it currently is. That's the terrible with underscores. And all lowercase. As far as the invite thing. I just assumed there wouldn't really be anyone on Discord named that. That's not like a random name you would normally come across. Added? Okay, let me see if that worked. Oh yeah, I see you now. There you go. I've added you. If anyone ever else wants to add me, feel free. It's like the best place to try to find me if you want to go. Well, not find me, but like if you message me there, I will eventually see it at some point. Might take a couple days before I reply there sometimes. But any message that is ever sent there, I will see at some point. It might not be immediately because I don't check Discord that often. But I will eventually at some point see your message. Lately I've been trying to check it a little bit more often. I feel like on an average week I check it like 3 times a week, if that. There are weeks where I check it every day. If I know someone's going to be messaging me something important or something. Alright, we're getting decently close to the knowledge point. Nice, nice. So close yet so far. But I need that so we can get to 193 mining for the permanent 5%. Then we'll go check our cooking contract and go from there. Also, we're making really good pacing on levels. Wow. We're getting close to like 3 levels an hour then. Even more than that. Though I am putting knowledge into mining, so that might be what's influencing it a bit. We're getting close to like 3.5, but that's probably because the knowledge points are making it tip over. Come on, knowledge point. Hit before the thing. Oh no. Might have done it too early. Oh, I'm not sure if I can get to the flint in time. Let's hope so. I'm only at 99% and I gotta get to flint in like 10 seconds. Go, 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 go. Might have to repot. Oh no, we got 30 seconds. We should be fine. Should be fine. Should only need like 2 flint here. Of course, we're still grabbing the 4 though. Right, 1 more. There it is. Oh, I actually gave us 2 at once. There we go. That's weird. How'd they go like extra? They like skipped a whole number there. I'll take it. Alright, come on. 193 is the big number here. And then I could probably start putting into the AFK stonemason activity thing. And get rid of this potion from my inventory. Because we'll have a permanent potion with the pickaxe. And at 197 we can move to iron. Which is tempted to boost with potions as well. I don't know, do we? I hate keeping them on me, but if we're doing this pattern, we might as well. The only problem is, if I wasn't doing this, I could go grab 2 more flint each time. The only reason I don't move is because it's too far out of the way if we're doing a potion. But if we don't have a potion, I can go backtrack a little bit for the flint, and it's not that big a deal. Which might even be more XP than even using the 5% pot. Which I'm not sure. It's always hard to tell with 5% pots if it's worth it or not worth it. Obviously for knowledge points, it's always worth it. But keeping it in your inventory constantly like this is kind of annoying. If there was any one update I would love to see, if I could only have one literally right now. Like as far as things that are like not absurdly hard to code. Though it's still on the harder side. But equipable potions, please. I don't want to keep doing this. I don't want to juggle it on the ground, and I refuse to... Oh, we don't have any way to equip it. I refuse to keep juggling on the ground. You have to use knowledge point on 200 merch. Did it even move? No, it goes up like 6%. Like 6.25%. But yeah, knowledge points become less effective after 200. But still effective. Because if you're getting to your next XP activity, it's still really worth it. It's still worth doing beyond 200, but you have to use them more strategically to reach your next level range. Because they are a bit less effective by that point, but still very effective. Because reaching your next XP threshold is really, really, really good. Still, post 200. Though for merchant, probably less so. Because it's not like something like mining or any of the other gatherers. Where the second you reach your next method, it just skyrockets in XP. Merchant's pretty like straight line. In that you're always just gaining more XP per level. There's not like a certain level range where you just like magically gain like 1 billion more XP. Like you do for other skills in the game. Like the second we gain 193, we get 5% more XP. And then once we get 197, we're going to get even more than 5% while also stacking the 5% on top of that. But Merchant doesn't really have like a threshold where it just magically just shoots up like that. It just slowly goes up every level. Whereas most other skills, there's like a milestone that you want to reach that just skyrockets you. Like for example, at 205 Detective, at 209 I can AFK to like 219. And get much better rates than what I'm getting now. Whereas for merchant, like 205 to 219 just gradually keeps moving up one by one. But most other skills just like skyrocket the second they get to a certain level range. Which for us would be 209 detective. And AFKing that is our best way all the way to 219 detective. It's going to take 10 hours for a level? There's no way it's going to take that long. It's going to take 4 times longer than normal. Like, how many merchant levels do you normally get per hour? Actually, I normally don't keep track. I want to say like 4? 3, 4? Let's say 3. That means at post 200, it would only take you 1.5 hours to gain a level then. If you were getting 3 of per hour. But you should only take 4 times longer. So if you're getting 3 per hour, though you could easily do 4 per hour. But if you, let's say you were doing 3 per hour, doing it a little bit slower, even let's say 2 per hour, it would only then take you 2 hours then to get a level post 200. If you were getting 2 per hour prior to 200. Oh, you only use knowledge points? Wait, why are you acknowledging merchant though? Like merchant's good, but its XP rate is so high that it's pretty much never worth doing knowledge on unless you're like really, really close to something you want. Like let's say you were doing a lot of leather worker and you were like so close to getting the next discount. But for the most part, it's one of the few skills I would advise never using knowledge on. Maybe for the AFK activity if you want. But as far as like actual knowledge to get it leveled, unless you're like really, really close to like a high unlock you really want, I would not advise, especially post 200. Post 200, it falls off a cliff. At that point, just put it all into AFK activity if you want a merchant XP passively. You can just go do the AFK activity for merchant. That at least scales a lot better. But post 200, you should never, ever, ever use a knowledge point on merchant. Ideally, you should never be using a knowledge point on it in general. But if you're going to, do the AFK activity post 200. You're not like walking very inefficient when it comes to searching locations. Well, you can double search them. Like for example, you can search any of these by clicking them on the map. Like let's say I don't know where to get the burrito, there it is. If I don't know where to get ribs, there it is. If I don't know where to get a soap, there it is. And your contract shows you where you need to turn it in at. I just realized I accidentally grabbed the salt. I didn't mean to stand here. Oh no! I waited the entire timer. Now let me go grab a flint. You want 300 plus for leather worker? Yeah, that makes sense. But if you're going to do it post 200, you got to do the knowledge system though. If you're going to do that, you got to put it into knowledge and do the AFK activities. Because otherwise, it's going to be way too slow. And you don't need that much knowledge either. Like, it's a lot, but it's not that much a lot. Like, to get all the way to, let's say, like, 227, you would need 43 knowledge. Which sounds like a lot, but, you know, you can grind that out in, like, a few days. Even less, depending on how much you play. Like, even if you had 0 knowledge points into it for AFK activities. It's like a few day grind. Like, a single weekend can grind that out. Because most activities give at least 3 knowledge per hour. So getting that much knowledge, even with average activities, would take about 13, 14 hours. Which could easily be spread across a couple days to a week, or so, however long you have. Even at like 3 hours a day, you would get it in a week. And that's assuming you do average methods. There are plenty of things that go higher than 3 knowledge an hour. Mainly training merchant. Or doing forge or like a few others like that. I believe woodcutter is closer to 4 an hour. If you do the bramble method. Bramble into suave. That's where all the... it's funny, I was doing that the other day when we were getting 50 woodcutting. Every time I ever go there, there are 2 things that are consistent. There's at least 2 people in there with a 200 plus woodcutting cape. And there is a noob that goes by like every few minutes doing the quest. Like a brand new player who's doing the chapter 2 quest. Because they got to go there to grab the mushroom. It's like every few minutes you'll see a random new player. Sometimes multiple at once. It's the two things that's always consistent with that room. Is there will always be the most try-hard woodcutters in the entire game there because it's the best method pretty much at most level ranges. And then there will also be like a random noob, at least 20 to 30 per hour, just walking by in a slow trickle as they go and get the Chapter 2 quest done. It's really funny how consistent both of them are in that one room. Like, I could go there right now and want to make a bet we'll see both of them within 5 minutes. At least one person with a 200 plus woodcutting cape and or carpentry cape. And the random trickle of new players doing the Chapter 2 quest. Either real players or bots or whatever they are. Combination of both. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost at our pickaxe upgrade. Then I'll go get over cooking contract, and then we'll go and, yeah, get back to mining. Still gotta hit 200. There's gonna be 5% quicker as soon as we hit 193. And a lot quicker once we hit 197. Oh, what am I doing? Wrong rock. Ah, one more inventory and we'll get there. Honestly, I might just go do the rest of Flint or do a minecart real quick. Let me actually do one minecart. Because I think it's actually quicker for me to go do one minecart than it is to go get all the way back over there. Yeah, we can already see this could be enough XP. Let me just do one minecart real quick. Because I need to go get my pickaxe upgrade. It's too much XP to be leaving off the table. And one single quick minecart will get us there. Then we telly away and go get it real quick. I'll grab my cooking contract first though. And then we'll go grab the pickaxe. We should be able to afford it. I'm not sure how much it is, but we have 4 gold. A little over 4 gold. There's no way we don't have enough money. That should be more than enough. I'm pretty sure it's only like 2 gold or so. I've never actually bought one at this high a tier, so I'm actually not sure. But there's no way it's over 4 gold. At most it's like 3 gold or something. I'm pretty sure it's like 2.5 or something. Maybe even less than 2. Whatever it is, we can afford it. And that's the main thing that matters. Whatever it is, we should easily be able to afford it with no struggle at all. Alright, one minecart. Thank you. Keep my pickaxe upgrade. Thank you. Alright, we're out here. Let me go to Hopeport, just grab cooking contract real quick, and then we'll go pick up our pickaxe. We gotta teleport anyway, so we might as well pick up a quick cooking. Okay, it's less than 2 gold. It's 1.9 gold. Not bad. Definitely worth it. It's basically a permanent 5% potion. So now, what do I put my knowledge points into? How much more do we need for stonemason? I only need 4 more. 4 more would take less than 2 hours. How much more mining would we have to do to get there? Yeah, I think I can still keep these potions on me. I'm going to need it for the boost. Because at this point, I think I'm just mining boosting the rest of the way. At least until 197. At 197, I'll do just iron. But prior to that, I will boost it with knowledge points, and then we'll put it into stonemason. Alright, are any of these good or bad? Honestly, most of them are pretty bad for how many we have to do. I feel like Big Sheen's the only good one here. That's unfortunate. I guess this one's not bad. It's a lot, but it's a really easy dish. The other two I'll just leave for now, though. That doesn't give enough XP for how much effort it is, and this is a combination of both. It's just too much stuff to have to go get for that much XP. Alright, we're out here. Let's go back to the mines. And then we'll be able to go get a whole 4 stack, and then have a really good one where we can actually do a 10 stack at once if we really wanted to. Might be a little overkill, though. The problem is both of these require so many items. I hate when they require you to get that much. Because the more they require, the less worth it they are. Because it makes it harder to do multiple turn-ins in one run. And then you have to do like 3, 4 runs. Well, maybe not 4, but like 3 runs to go do them all. Alright, there it is. The pickaxe upgrade. Oh, I can also do the panning upgrade. I'm not planning on unlocking it though. But there it is. Buy the pickaxe. Ooh, shiny. Alright, well, let's go back to mining. But now with 5% extra XP, look at this. Look at this pickaxe right here. 20% mining XP with the other 11% bonus. That is nice. Wait, did we just get a double bonus there? Wait. 3, 4. Oh, no. Never mind. Yeah, this is a 5%. But still. Yeah, it's now a total of 31% extra XP. 11% from enchant. 20% from, you know, the standard upgrades. Which are all very nice. This guy's creating a shortcut for me. Love it. See if this room has anything good going for it. Yep, we got another tentacle shortcut. Thank you. Nice. Much better pathing. Alright, let's go back to the mining. Now with 5% more EXP. It's like we're potted, but not even being potted. And of course it stacks with our pots still as well, if we want to utilize it. It'll mostly just be drinking it when we want to do a mining boost. And at 197, I'm not going to boost at all. 197, we start putting into stonemason again. Might even go bank the potion as well. I'll still keep the potion on me, I guess. Because I might feel tempted just to rush to 200 just to get it done. But really, I should be doing as much iron as we possibly can. It's just too good of a resource to not go for. Plus, I'm going to need it for 200 smithing anyways. So I really shouldn't be skipping it. Like, these are fine to skip because it's only stonemason XP. Smithing XP a bit more important. Plus, skipping this is a little bit more important because I don't really need basalt. I do need flint, but I don't need basalt as much. Whereas iron ore, I need a ton of. Like, we're talking, over the course of this account, probably tens of thousands of iron ore tier 5. Initially, we're only going to be farming probably like a few thousand. Well, today we're only going to be farming less than 1,000. Probably like a couple hundred to several hundred. But, down the line, we are going to need literal, like, 5-digit number of iron tier 5. So much so that once queuable actions come out, I'm considering AFKing it all the way till 262. All the way from 197. Well, no, from 197, but, you know, from 200 to 262. I might do literally just iron ore. Despite there being, like, 4 or 5 upgrades in between. I'm considering it once queuable actions come out, just because of how AFK iron ore is there and how much I actually need of it. Kind of like how you take a hit doing a raid den at a slower XP rate, just because it's so chill. Iron ore is going to be the same way. But in the case of iron ore, I actually really need the material as well. Like a lot of it. Like even 10,000 we'll probably run out of at some point if I get 10,000. We need that much of it. Because that's likely how we're going to be making 199 armor for Cryonite, as well as 199 rapier and 199 shield. And it goes even further than that if we want to upgrade it a little bit further. But if we want to keep it at like the lower rarity range. Also, when trading comes out, people will really need that if they're not a Cryonite. Possibly even more than actual Cryonites, potentially. Especially if rapier gets a bad special attack. These classes that aren't Cryonite would need it more than Cryonite. Due to how the crafting system works. So if nothing else, we could just sell out the excess ones. Make them into bars, which will sell for even more. While we get the smithing XP we need. And then sell them out to non-Cryonites who need it. Because honestly, the bars might actually be worth more than the gear. I guess I could make the gear still, too. Like, I can still sell it as a Cryonite. Like, the tier 3 199s. I mean, the tier 5 199s, I mean. Yeah, I can just do the whole process and just sell out the 199. Because a lot more people will probably ask for that rather than the actual material. And we get more XP out of it as well. But yeah, my next 3 to 4 knowledge points are all going on mining. I'll stop at 197. Then after that, we need 5 AFK points into stonemason. And we should be good to go then. That's where we put it in after that. Because I'd kind of run out of options at that point. I'm actually not sure. Maybe bone right? I actually have no clue what I put in after that. Because I need bone rate to get to 88 for its next AFK activity. I'd rather just do it through dunking bone, so I don't really want to go too much heavier into bone rate right now. Oh no, what else is there? Because I need money for rake before I could do gatherer. The problem with that is I have 2 gold right now. I would need at least 20 gold. A gold number of which we do not currently have. That's something to consider too, but I need the bars. I was going to say, sell out some of my smithing supplies. But you know how valuable some of this stuff is? Like, even just this rock alone. It's like 1.5 silver each if you were to mass sell it. But our processed stuff, like let's say we process a bunch of iron stuff because we're mining so much. That actually sells for a pretty penny. We need to get a little bit higher smithing. But I believe even a 1-star from that would sell for almost like 10 silver. Even just a 1-star. Let alone the higher ones. I don't know, we'll see. Because I'm going to be getting so much of it, I might as well cash a little bit of it out. But it depends how much money per hour it comes out to be, because it's probably not worth it compared to Merchant Leatherworker. Merchant Leatherworker is just too broken. Money-wise. I'd rather keep the iron for later. Because the cost that you can sell a 199 cryonite piece is going to be way worse than what you could do while trading exists. Because let's say it's like 60 silver right now. When trading comes out, it's going to go for at least 200 silver each, if not more. It's hard to tell where the market would be on it. But it would be at least like double what you can currently sell it to a shop for. Probably even closer to triple or 5 times. We don't really know, though. Is the combat update coming next month? Based on his current plans, it seems like it might be. Like the special attacks and everything. He's supposed to cover a video in the next week, kind of telling us more about it. So maybe during that video, he'll give like an estimated time. Like, hey, I'll get to it like really early January. Or I'll try to get it to it by the end of this year. But based on his current things that he posted as the things he's going to do in the near future, it's everything that we're currently pulling on the stream right now. Transmogs and likely a holiday event to go with it. Though he didn't mention holiday event, but it's likely to occur with the transmogs, the holiday transmogs. These are going to be Christmas themed. Queuable actions, which are going to allow you to queue things at once. Like we could do all 4 of these rocks just by clicking them and then just AFK for a little bit. I plan to do that a ton with iron ore and probably a few other things. Player-to-player trading, which was supposed to come at launch but had to get delayed. And at this rate might even be delayed like by almost 2 months compared to launch date. As it launched, you know, November 6th, and we are already a little over a month without it. So even if it comes in a few weeks, it's almost like 2 months since launch. And then more quality of life, which of course he always does. That's everything we know that he's doing in the very near future. What time frame is that? We don't know. Could be a week, could be a couple weeks, could be a month. But those 4 things are everything he's planning to do in the very, very soon. We just don't know how soon that soon is. For all we know, transmogs could drop tomorrow with a Christmas event. Or it could be like a week from now. Hello, Exos. Welcome, welcome. Oi. You stretch. Oi, 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 oi. We're actually almost done with 200 mining. After that, honestly, I'm considering going a little heavy on detective today. Detective and or merchant. Or even just some chill leatherworker. Just kind of relax for the end of the weekend. Alright, we'll see. What level can I do leatherworker up to? I think I can do like 147 before I get walled. Yeah, 147. So we can actually go a pretty long ways without getting walled off. Because 200 mining is not going to take too much longer. Like what, 2 hours maybe? Give or take a little. Especially if I keep knowledging all the way to 197. These all cut off like a half an hour of grind. And if I grind, if I did the whole way, it'll get rid of almost an hour of grind. If I kept doing knowledge all the way to 200. Not sure if I'm going that far with it though. Because I do need the iron that we start getting at 197. Like a lot of it. like an absurd number. So it just feels like a waste to use knowledge after we hit 197. But prior to 197, it is 100% worth it every time. But yeah, I really want to see special attacks come in already, though. Because I'm basically holding off on almost all combat until then. Not literally all combat, but combat just becomes so much better after special attacks come in. You can actually do something other than just standing there. Like, yeah, you can right now by ranging them and walk undering and a few other things like that. But as far as, like, actual mechanics in battle, until we have special attacks, it's pretty bare bones at the moment. Yeah, that's why I'm focusing on things that aren't combat right now. That way when combat does come, we'll have a nice shiny weapon to go with it. Hey, how are we doing on leaderboard, by the way? Ah, we're still 20th. Assuming there aren't people hidden, which there probably are everywhere. But hey, leaderboard says 20, we're top 20. We did it. Dubbay's on our tail, though. He's doing a lot of merchant, so he's probably going to pass me soon. He's been doing a lot of merchant in combat, which is some of the quicker XP in the game. But hey, top 20 is top 20. We'll take it. And if we do fall, it's not too big a deal. We should be able to catch up pretty quickly, though. Because I'm going on like a 200 spree when special attacks come out. We're going to get 200 combat in every single skill, focusing on one per week. Actually, does anyone know? How long does it take to really get a 200 combat? Does anyone actually bother grinding them here? Like if you were to grind from like 20 to 200 or 30 to 200 or so. Has anyone actually done that and timed how long it took? Because I actually don't know. But that's pretty much my game plan the second special attacks come out. Is every single week I want to get one new combat to 200. Maybe that's too much time, maybe that's too little time, I don't know. But that's going to be my goal the second special attacks come out. Is we're going to pick a region, get it to 200, pick a region, get it to 200, pick a region, get it to 200. Using special attacks the entire time. And however that system works. That's the current game plan. And right now is basically just prepping for that so we can have some good 4-star gear to go do that with. Right now we can make up to like a 107 4-star. But obviously we want to be able to make up to ideally a 200 if we can. We're pretty close to it. Like a bare minimum we need to be able to make a 150 2-star. I mean 4-star I mean. Which we're getting there. To be able to do that effectively, we would need, what? Like about 120 stonemason, bonerite, and then 200 something smithing. Or ideally, well then again, we're going to have a 199. Actually, what is the goal for that? Let me go see. What is the average I would need for that? I never actually did the math on that. Let me go do that in the calculator real quick. If I was to go do that, it's a 199 plus like 120 plus 120 divided by 3. Yeah. It's like a 125, 125, 199. Roughly. If I did that, that should be about a 150. Ideally, we'd want a little bit higher than that. But yeah, stonemason to about 120, bonerite to about 120, and smithing to 199. Well, technically 200, but you know, the actual tool would be 199. And I believe that gets us a 150 spec weapon. Which might be the highest we go. It really comes down to when special attacks come out. If it's like a month from now, then I think we could 200 all. If it's like in a few weeks or like 2 weeks from now or so, then yeah, we won't be able to. We definitely have 200 smithing by then, but our other two will not be that high yet. It might be only like 100 or something. I get like 50 combats per day with the way we play. That sounds about right, to be honest. So yeah, doing one per week is probably way too easy. Oh no, I think that's still a good goal though. Maybe if we try doing it from Tuesday to Thursday, then do something else on the weekend maybe. When special attacks first come out. Depends what day they come out on. Because obviously the second they come out, we're using them immediately. Regardless what day it is. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I think a week is definitely very free to do then. We could easily get 1-200 combat per week. We could probably put 2 in a week. Is it really that quick? Wow. That would explain why everyone's such a high total level then. Plus, we don't even know how much extra speed we're going to get from specs as well. Because that can kind of change things quite a bit. Like, we don't even know how to guesstimate how much extra DPS we'll have. Is it 5%, 10%, 20, 50? It really depends how specs end up working. That's another factor that we don't even have any clue on. Like, specs could be as low as like 5% extra DPS ML. But it could be anywhere from like 10, 20, 30, 40, even 50%. Maybe special attacks don't do much damage, and instead they do small damage with special effects like poison, stun, sleep. I don't know, possibly. There's definitely going to be at least like one Cryo Knight weapon that definitely freezes someone in place. I'm just trying to think of like what he did for special attacks in his first wave. In the first wave of weapons, there were some utility weapons, but a lot of them were just pure DPS and accuracy. Because the first wave of weapons that he did were dragon weapons when they came in. They didn't come all at once. But almost all of them had extra DPS on them. And if he does it the same way again, it'd be probably pretty similar. But we don't really know if he's going to do the same way again or, you know, completely different. Because of all dragon weaponry, I believe 100% of them, they were basically the first spec weapons in the game. I believe 100% of them were extra DPS in one way or another, either directly or indirectly. I can't think of a single one that wasn't a DPS increase, except for Dragon Spear, where it pushed the player back slightly. Which is one of the reasons why I feel like he'll have push and pull effects and like movement ones that might do a little bit of damage. Is he did that the first wave as well with Dragon Spear. It didn't do any damage, but it pushed your enemy back and stunned them for a short duration. Which in this game would basically be, you could throw like a range attack or two at them safely. Where it wouldn't necessarily be DPS, but it would be, hey, you can use your range weapon without them attacking back. Yeah, I want Cryo to have a freeze on the two hands so badly. I want it to be Zamorak Godsword spec so bad. Actually, let me go show it. I always mention it, but I've never actually showed it on stream. The Zamorak Godsword. I want it to be this so badly. It's a pretty, like, mid-tier, even low-tier spec weapon in old school these days. Though it still has a few niche cases on bosses and stuff, where you can't freeze it through anything but melee. But let me go show it real quick, because I always mention it, but never have shown it. This is what I'm talking about whenever I mention this. Because it reminds me so much of what it could be. CGS. Zamorak Godsword. It looks like that. What it looks like doesn't matter. What matters is this animation right here. That. You freeze them in place, get extra damage on them, and higher max hit. And it just freezes them in place, and then you just step back and range them. Or in the case of old school, walk under them and heal or something. I wonder if you could do that in Brighter Shores too. Like, walk under your enemy after you freeze them like that and just heal underneath them with a potion. That'd be so funny. Because there's a sword just like this in Brighter Shores. It's called the, gosh, I actually forget because I, like, never use it. But it's the, I think it's Broadsword? Broadsword. Yeah, Broadsword. This is what it is in Brighter Shores. This thing. Looks nothing like a ZGS, but it's a Frost, two-hand. It's a two-hand with Frost on it for Cryo Knight. And I wanted to do that so badly. Specifically what it does, if he was to do it like almost one-to-one, though I'm pretty sure it will be different. But it consumes half of your special attack energy, so you can only use it twice a fight, basically. Unless it's a really long fight. And it doubles the player's accuracy, so 2 times accuracy. Though it probably wouldn't be that much extra accuracy when it does it. This is a special one that's actually kind of good. So it has way more accuracy than a normal weapon. And then increases its max hit by 10%, which that is a more realistic number for what it would do in Brighter Shores. Like a 10% DPS increase for like your spec. And in addition, it will freeze the target for up to 20 seconds. It's based on the game ticks, 32. And yeah, just freeze them in place. It's really nice. But it's double accuracy with 10% extra damage. I'm not sure if he would do that much accuracy, but the damage sounds about in line. Like a 10%, 20% extra DPS for a spec. With like some kind of special effect like that. In that case, freezing them in place. But yeah, I want that so badly on the broadsword. I'm not sure if that's what the broadsword spec is going to be, but it's what the broadsword spec needs to be. Just balanced for Brighter Shores, but because obviously the freeze timer is probably shorter, like 5 seconds or less. And the amount of extra accuracy would probably be way lower. The amount of extra damage sounds correct, though. 10% extra damage? That sounds correct. The accuracy would be way lower than 100% more, though. But then again, is there even accuracy in Brighter Shores now that I think about it? So the accuracy wouldn't even matter. It would just be like 10% extra damage with like a 5-second freeze. There's just no way they're going to make it 20 seconds in Brighter Shores. It's way too long with how the game works. That would be way, way, way too long. Though also, most specs in Brighter Shores will probably always hit with elemental damage. So for example, if I spec with that frost weapon, it will probably always hit for frost. Or if you spec with a necromay, it'll probably always do necromay. That's something else that spec weapons will probably be really useful for. Is they will always, or we don't know this for sure, but they will most likely always do the element damage of whatever you're using. So if you're using a frost weapon, it will do frost spec. Necromay spec, so on and so forth. I don't think it's going to roll the percent of your weapon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be guaranteed. We don't know that for sure, but it would make a lot of sense. Just to make sure you'd have some guaranteed extra damage that way. It would also make sense why most of the other weapons have like a pitiful percent. Like the fire ones and necromay only have like 40-50% chance to do it. But that might be because the spec on them does a 100% chance that you'll do the elemental damage. Like if you use a fire weapon, you'll probably have a 100% chance to do fire damage. Specifically for the spec itself. It's not confirmed, but very likely. Especially since like a fire sword would probably have a fire animation. Necromay will, you know, have like a dark effect around it, stuff like that. But it's very likely. But we don't quite know. Well, we'll find out. A spec for an impact weapon? Could be quite a few things. Could just be extra damage. Could be pushback. Could be some other thing. But I'm not sure what they would do with the physical weapons. There's definitely a few things they could do. I know in Crown Knight we have a physical range and a physical melee. The melee one's basically our best DPS weapon, so it's probably not going to have too good of a spec. Because it's already our best DPS for neutral damage. But I hope the twin blades have something good. Like maybe a double hit or something. Because they're literally a twin blade. So maybe we'll just double tap them, just at lower accuracy, or lower damage. Like you hit twice, but it's only does like 75% of your damage roll each time or something. For your spec. Or something along those lines. Because I could definitely see that with a lot of the dual wielding range weapons. For like every class. Or particularly for the ones that are physical. Is like the special attack will probably like double dip the attack instead of just hitting once like they currently do. When you use the special attack. They would just hit with lower damage roll than, you know, the full amount. Like if you were to use the spec, it would probably be like 260%, 275% or something. Rather than the full 100% because that'd be way too much damage. Unless he's going down that route, in which case there's going to be a lot of weapons that are going to be like a DDS. Which is one of the more iconic ones from his first wave. Actually, honestly, I should just go over like all the spec weapons in RuneScape. Though I'm pretty sure half of you probably know what they are. Like the very first wave they did, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know what they are. Yeah, Hammer Mage? Yeah, true. Your vote is for stun. I wouldn't be surprised if Hammer Mage has at least one stun. I feel like it's definitely going to have pushback on one of its weapons, though. There's no way you don't just like push someone back with a giant hammer. Also, something that someone mentioned, which was really funny, is if it has like a Granite Maul spec. Where your attack just instantly comes out, so you could basically like double tap someone. That'd be really funny as well. He's just one of the more noteworthy specs on any hammer he's ever added in the past game. So it'd be funny if he just brought it back. But yeah, let me go show DDS real quick, because I'm not going to do all the dragon weapons right now. But this is like the iconic of iconic spec weapons. I want to double check. What's the accuracy roll on this? This might give an indication to what he might do for a special attack. For a multi-hitting weapon. So, it deals 2 hits at once. With an extra 50% accuracy, though that doesn't really matter in Brighter Shores, I don't think. And 15% more damage for each of the 2 hits. Consuming only 25% spec, so 4 times. When used against the other player... Wait, it has full accuracy? Wait. There's not an accuracy decrease on DDS? I guess because it's already so inaccurate. But I never knew that. I always thought an accuracy decrease. It actually has an accuracy increase. Oh. Interesting. But yeah, it's like 15% damage increase and a double tap. Interesting. I forgot DDS is so broken. I see why it's like the iconic weapon. I keep forgetting it's that broken. Like, its stats are so bad, so it doesn't sound as strong as it actually is. But keep in mind, any weapon in Brighter Shores has to be scaled in a way where it can work at any level. Because as long as it's a 4-star, you can use it. It could be a 4-star at level 0 and a 4-star all the way at, 500. So they're going to have a way to scale it through any level. That also means special attacks are even going to be more important in that regard. Because you can always upgrade the base weapon that they're attached to. It's not like that DDS where it's attached to a very, very weak weapon. Like in Brighter Shores, every spec just keeps getting stronger and stronger based on how upgraded your tool is. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Hey, let me go drink this and put it on mining. He keeps calling for us to use it, so let's go use it real quick. Fine, we'll go use the mining boost. There we go. Guardian needs like a shield or something. I wonder if they ever will add something like that to the game. Like a shield weapon combo for a special attack so you can actually use a shield. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be no shield specs in this game. It's going to be weapon tied only. But if you had a weapon that auto-equipped a shield on you and had like a weapon shield kind of situation, that'd be kind of fun. And that way you could have like a shield bash mechanic. I feel like that'd be a Cryo Knight thing more than anything though. I guess it could still work on Guardian given the whole shield thing that they have. Yeah, the shield bash would definitely be really funny. There's something else I'm curious with special attacks. If any kind of % chance on them is going to be higher at higher range. Or if everything's going to be guaranteed. Because they could do it based on the tier of the weapon. There are 6 tiers of every weapon. So it could be that a perfected weapon has a better chance of doing whatever the spec is compared to like a, like a tier 1 one. But we don't currently know if he's going to make it different per each tier. Because that means every weapon would have 6 special attacks. It would just scale higher based on what tier it is. But he might just do 1 special attack. Because 1 special attack would auto scale if it's like, let's say 20% damage. Let's just say it's a special attack and all it did was 20% damage. That would auto scale regardless of what weapon you're doing. Because obviously if you're using a level 0 compared to 100 compared to a 300, it's auto scaling just to the stats on the weapon. So something like that doesn't need to upscale. But let's say it's like a weapon that does have like a freeze mechanic, for example. It could be that like tier 1 is like 25%, then at tier 2, 35, 45, so on and so forth kind of thing. We don't really know how he's going to go about it though. It could just be that all specs are just static, and it runs on a % system that's just static that will just auto scale. Like a damage %, for example. Or it could be that it actually is divided by 6 tiers. And each tier just gives a higher % then. I don't know. Everything's similar to trading. It's just like pure speculation currently though, so it's hard to tell. But we should have a video hopefully in the next week going over it some. Or, him posting a video. Us going over on stream. I don't know, maybe I'd even go over it in a separate video. I'm not sure yet. I feel like everyone's going to be covering a video on it though. It's one of those things I'd just rather cover in a stream. Because the second he drops that video, there's going to be like 50 YouTube videos being like, here are my thoughts on special attacks. I just hate adding to the noise whenever something like that happens. I much prefer covering videos on like different things. Like, obviously in a stream, just to fill up the stream, I would do it. As like a separate video. I feel like there's going to be at least 40 videos on the exact day being like, special attacks are coming to brighter shores. Big flashy thumbnail thing. And there's nothing wrong with doing that, obviously. But there's going to be like a billion of them. There's not really a need to add an extra one to it. Alright, so close to it so far. 197's the cutoff. And then after that, we should get a lot more XP per hour. Not only is the bank closer, but we don't have to do like a weird like basalt flint mix. And it's also an ore that we need like 1.5 billion of. I was mentioning it earlier. Honestly, even 10,000 of it's probably not enough. Not all right now, obviously. We only need a couple hundred right now. Or however many we need to hit 200 from there. But, in the super long term, I'm going to need like upwards of 10,000 this iron. I'll be farming most of it AFK with queuable actions though once they come into the game. Because as long as you can queue at least 8 actions, it'll work out really nicely. Ideally 9, so you could do 8 and then a walk into the next room. Which would be even better. I was not sure why. These look like already processed bars to me. These don't look like stones. These look like steel bars or something. That's what really threw me off when I did the basalt and the flint earlier. Is they look like steel bars. They don't even look like they look like they're already processed. They don't even look like they're unprocessed. It's like they're already done, ready to go. Make some armor, but really it's just a stone. But it looks so bar shaped. Like here it looks a little bit more rigid, but even that, it looks like a pretty sturdy bar. It literally says sturdy. It looks like a pretty sturdy bar. Like it doesn't even need anything done to it. It's just already done. You just mine it and it's already like that perfectly. Naturally grown nature bar. Is that a name of like a granola bar brand? Nature bar or something? Probably. Sure sounds like it. It definitely sounds like a company that would name a product that. A nature bar. It has to exist. There's no way it doesn't. Oh, we got a new AFK activity we're never going to do. Nature Valley bars? Yeah, pretty much. You ate them in ice cold? Nice. Yeah, most of them may contain nuts, so I wasn't able to. I have a nut allergy. So a lot of granola bars and similar things I can never eat. Because they normally have like a nut version. Because that the whole factory's contaminated. And I can't eat any of them. They are good though, granola bars. And similar things. But there's so many that I can't have because almost all of them have a nut one. And then I can't have any of them. Alright, 2 more knowledge points and we should be there. And at that rate, what is that, half an hour? About half an hour. And we can move on to iron. And another half an hour to an hour and we should be done. Probably close to an hour. I think we can get 2 into 5 and 2.5 in an hour. Or 3, whatever we need. I guess at that point it'd be 3. Because I don't think I'm putting any knowledge into it. After we hit 197. We're going to start putting into the stonemason AFK, which I think I only need like 4 more points into. I need like 15. We're at 11. I need 15. Yeah, I only need 4 more. It takes like a hour and a half. Probably hour and a half. Depends what method we're doing, but something like this would be slower. And then after that, I guess I do some detective. I want to get to 209 by tomorrow. And I'm going to need to do a little bit today if I'm going to plan to do that. That's a lot of levels otherwise. Like, it's only 4, but it's 4 post 200. So that's a really beefy 4. And tonight I'll probably AFK the raid den just to help out a little bit with it. I'm not sure what I'm dumping the knowledge into, though. Because I don't really have a good target for my knowledge dumping at the moment. Smithing would not make sense because I have too many bars to go run. Anything from chapter 1 and 2 probably isn't worth it, except for maybe alchemy. Maybe that's why I dump it into, actually. I feel like at this level range, getting to 62 alchemy is probably the play, with only knowledge. So yeah, I found my dumping location. I'll just do it into alchemy then. Alchemy's in like a weird strait right now where you don't get anything. I think the next good one is, what, 62? But until 62, we're kind of locked out of alchemy. That's why I keep not doing it. So maybe that's my goal then. AFK tonight, that, or not that activity, but you know, like when I do like AFK raid dens while eating later today and everything. I'm going to put all the knowledge probably in to start getting alchemy rolling. Because I need to do 62 before I can start doing alchemy again. It's not required, but it would help a lot. Yeah, I was doing in Bone Right some. I'm waiting on Bone Right until I dunk my bones from Gatherer. But to do Gatherer, I need 20 gold. But to do 20 gold, I need to go do Merchant and Leatherworker. But to do Merchant and Leatherworker, I gotta finish out my other grinds. But yeah, it's like a whole chain reaction. But the main thing keeping me from doing Bone Right is I want to do some Gatherer first, because I want to dunk the bones. But I need the tool upgrade, which I need 20 gold for. Which means I need to do something that actually gives me 20 gold. And not just keep wasting the gold. My gold stack has gone down more today than it's gone up, so. Not going too well. Also because of the pickaxe upgrade and everything. Yeah, I do plan to get the better potions at some point. The problem is the later chapters go so high. Like, for example, what do you need for 10% in Mine to Matubin? Isn't that something absurd? 7% is at 131. That's not too bad. That's doable. What is the 10% though? Like, where's the really beefy one? I would need Mind Fighter for this, I think, though. Where's like the real... Oh gosh, this is way too deep. 412! Why is it so deep? Anyways, where was the 7% again? The 7% was at where was it? Not this, that 7. Where's the other 7? There's a 6. There it is. 131. That's doable. 131 is definitely doable. For 7% pots. No time soon doable, but you know, doable in like the shortish term, kind of. Yeah, maybe we start the alchemy pivot at some point. Buying it only from shops and not from Forager or Gatherer. That's the only problem with that, though. Because I'm going to have so much Forager Gather supplies down the line that I'm just going to scrap. As well as whatever you do during the Chapter 5 thing. It's one of the reasons I don't want to go too hard with alchemy quite yet. As it seems like it won't be worth it. Yeah, you can do Mind Fighter and just get everything from that. The problem with that is I need special attacks to be out first before we do Mind Fighter. Also, someone said earlier, you get it from Mind Fighter around level 150 or so. And that would be used to make the potions that we need. This guy's called Grumpy Old Man, that's funny. Instead of wise old man, grumpy old man. Alright, 1.5 levels to go. Technically less than that because of knowledge. 2 knowledge points, it won't be there. And then we just gotta finish out on iron. And then we can finally stop mining. Because honestly, other than whatever I need for 200 smithing, I'm not mining again until queuable actions come out. And we're gonna like AFK iron off stream like every day. Just click all 8 of them, click all 8 of them again, click all 8 of them again, queue a bank, and then do it again. It's gonna be so nice. If you ever wonder where I'm gonna be AFKing starting in like a month from now or a couple weeks from now, you're gonna see, I'm literally just live in the mines AFK going forward. Unless I'm starting up the Chronopolis AFK again, but I'm probably waiting on that for a little bit. But yeah, I'm just going to be in the mines. I'm going to live there. That is my home. Mining iron for like a month of AFK. Like every single night for like 2 or 3 hours, semi-AFK. I was going to keep queuing up the 8 iron farm. The second queuable actions come out. This is going to be so chill. Do 8, then 8, then 8, then bank, then do 8 again. Or, you know, do it again. Just keep repeating. It's right next to a bank. You don't have to go that far. You just keep the mini-map up and just click it. 8 iron rock should be a good, like, minute AFK or so. With the walking distance and everything. Not as AFK as, like, Chronopolis, but still. As far as, like, multitasking stuff and just relaxing, it should be pretty easy. It's not as AFK as Raid Dens, though. Currently, nothing's as AFK as those. They're like a good 2-3 minutes AFK, depending on your weapon. Yeah, 0 and 2 Mindfighter get you the healing potions. The problem is, I don't think they're worth doing at a certain point, aren't they? Like, at my level range, I don't think they're worth doing. Compared to 35%. Because I'd rather just do the 35% and pay a little extra. I mean, not the 35%, I mean the 28%. Oh, wait, never mind, those are the 28%, never mind. I forgot, duh. You're literally telling me the potion that is that. Yeah, that would be my best thing I can do at this current level range, yes. The problem is, I don't... I don't know, are they worth killing at my range? I'd have to kill a level 68 at 59. As well as a level... Oh, what dropped the other piece? The goblins. Ooh. Yeah, 73 and 68 is kind of sketchy at my range. But yeah, I'd have to kill these two for that material. A 68 and a 73 at level 59. I think my gear is good enough for that. I can make a 4-star weapon to help, but without specs, that's not going to get us that far. If special attacks existed right now, I feel like we could. The problem is they don't. But if I got to level 60 Mindfighter and then got a level 60 special attack weapon, or 3, I think I could take both of them and actually farm them. Without it, that'd be a problem, though. So when's the auto banking feature coming? The auto bank point so this doesn't have to pop up a billion times. Because the reason you have to do it like this is it'll stall you if you don't. If I click the bank right now, it'll stall me. I gotta wait to do it after we do the XP pot thing. Yeah, it's kind of clunky with how it currently works. Like, they tried to solve the problem, but didn't quite solve the problem because it still delays you. But not using your point doesn't delay you. This brings up an annoying pop-up a billion times. They'll fix the system at some point. Oh, I didn't actually get to click. No! So many tiles wasted. I didn't get to click off in time. Yeah, at some point they'll fix the system. They put a band-aid on it for now, but it didn't actually fix anything. Because it stalls you for an entire tick whenever you do it. Alright, now we can. Alright, now we can go use our point. Alright, drink. Now I could also delay it. But I actually want to use it for mining. Technically, I could have delayed it until we got the double stack. That's fine. Still using the mining pot anyways for XP. Yeah, we're almost there. 1 1/4 level. One more knowledge point, we're there. Once that number right there says 100%, that should be enough to push us over to 197. And then we have truly reached the ore of all time. The one that will be the, basically, like the cornerstone of Brighter Shores. The tier 5 iron. But I plan to get tens of thousands of it in the future. Even if it falls off, it's a viable method. Just because how important it is for everything. Obviously, this stream, I only plan to get like 500 or less. But, you know, whatever it is takes to get to 200. But in the long term, we are going to be getting 5-digit number of them. But most of that will wait until queuable actions. This is not worth doing prior, other than to 200 for the sake of it. The only reason I'll do more than 200 before queuable actions is if I need it for smithing 200. There's a really good smithing XP all the way to 200 at this range. But beyond that, I don't plan to mine any beyond 200 until queuable actions, in which case we'll mine it all the way to like 260 something. Something absurd. Maybe not all the way to that range, but a lot of it will be. Even if it's no longer the best XP method. It'll be better than the other rocks. The only exception to that is if they make a good way to get to Carbonice. But even if they put a bank near Carbonice, it probably still isn't worth it. Because Carbonice is going to be level 200 plus, which is not 199 or lower. Yeah, we're almost there. What's the funniest thing about ending our mining grind, though, is both of my alt accounts are about to enter the mine to Matubin. And as many of you know, one of the requirements to get through the quest for mine to Matubin is to get 20 mining. Which means I need to go get 20 mining on 2 more other accounts after we finish 200 mining. So, yeah, go figure. So even once I'm done with the mining account, mining goal, I still have other mining goals I gotta go do. It's really unfortunate that both of them are reaching mine to Matubin at this exact moment in time. Because the second I get level 200 here, I gotta go get level 20 on both of them. The mining grind never ends. It shall persist further. That'll mostly be off stream though. No worries. We're not going to end a mining grind into 2 more mining grinds. Though it would be funny. I don't know, maybe I'll stream one of them, we'll see. I still need to go get the other thing through Spider Nest quest. I'm almost considering doing that right now. Just as a bit of a mining break. Dude, I still gotta get the other guy a weapon and go kill Spider Nest quest, as well as do it, but the quest will take like 10 minutes, it doesn't take that long. I think I even put it in the title today. But that will make every single one of my accounts have Spider Nests then. The main and the 2 other profiles. I wonder if there's anyone else on leaderboard actually playing all 3. I wonder if I'm the only one on top 20 actually playing 3 accounts. Because I feel like most of them aren't. I have no way of knowing for sure though. But I feel like everyone on top 20 is playing 1 account. I know, Miles ES, are you still here? Are you playing 3 or just the 1? Are you AFKing your other 3 right now towards like chapter 4? Or do you even have them made? Because I'm willing to make a bet almost all these people are playing only 1. Which would make sense, especially if they're pushing leaderboard. Accounts are characters. I mean characters, whatever you want to call it. Because multi-boxing is not allowed, obviously. But, you know, you get 3 profiles is what I mean. Yeah, I know, there's 2 different things, I know. You know what I mean. 2 different, like, you know, using all 3 of your character slots. How about that? Because I feel like most people on top 20 aren't. Or if they did it just to reserve, like, some names or something. Oh, he's here. Nice. You're not. I had naming paralysis with them. That's funny. Because I know some people used it to secure some names, but I'm not sure if most people in top 20 even bothered doing it on the alts yet. I might be one of the only ones, if not the only. Oh, he actually has empty slots. Oh, gosh. He didn't even secure names. I only got 2 good names, though. Oh, oops, accidentally did an extra basalt. I got Tacit, which is, of course, the main one we went for first. And then Bird. We got the Bird. Tried for Dragon, but it was already taken by them. Could have probably gone for some other cool one, but... the problem is my middle account didn't get deleted until, like, a day after the fact. So at that point, I just assumed every good name was taken, so I was like, I'm just going to combine the 2 words. We have Tacit on the left, Bird on the right. We'll have Tacit Bird in the middle. Which is also the name of our max hardcore, so it kind of works out. Though I do actually own the name Tacit in RuneScape as well. Or at least old school RuneScape. Not sure if it works for both. It's currently my Defense Pure Skiller. Which is basically like a level 3 skiller that only trains non-combat skills, but also trains defense and HP. Basically, it's really tanky and killable. But, and there's also a level 3 skiller, which basically trains everything but combat. But it still has some combat capabilities due to some of the weapons that exist, like the Dragon Fire Shield. Which actually, they updated this year to not give magic XP anymore. It only gives defense XP. So you can actually boss with it now. I haven't actually utilized that at all, but it's a fun little mechanic that it has. I believe Randy covered a few things on it. He's like the main guy known for doing level 3 skillers and defense pures. And other weird shenanigans in that game, breaking everything. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's covered a couple things on it. I didn't bother making a single video on it, though. I just figured other people already would. Surprisingly, there aren't... It's like a dead breed of account type in that game, though. Mostly because skilling is dead. So defense pures are... skillers are also dead. That's something I hope never happens to Brighter Shores. I really hope combat doesn't get so efficient that the best way to get everything in the entire game is just boss everything. It's an issue RuneScape 3 and the old school has gotten to a heavy degree, and I assume even World of Warcraft and other similar MMOs. Because a lot of MMOs eventually get to the point where the most efficient thing to do is just raids and bossing and nothing else. Like, literally nothing else. Like, the whole game is dead but bossing. Or raids, or equivalents of such in the game. I hope Brighter Shores never reaches that point. Obviously, it needs content like that at some point. But not to a degree where you would never touch any of your skills again. Like, they can coexist. You just need to make sure that they do coexist. Because it's very bad when they don't. And one becomes substantially better than the other. Because right now, skilling is like the only thing that matters compared to combat. But the inverse can happen very, 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 very quickly. Just takes a few broken bosses or one broken raid. And the whole economy becomes just do that content and nothing else. Which, of course, we will do whenever new stuff comes out. Like, when a new boss comes out, I will grind it to the ends of the earth. Like, we will maybe do a 24-hour stream. Definitely multiple 12-hour streams. Like, it could even just be an entire week of just killing the boss, probably. Depending on how useful its loot table is and everything. As well as what its unique is, or the whole reason for even killing it. If you don't know the incentive structure he'll be doing when he does release bosses. Like, obviously, they generally have at least one unique. Every boss kind of needs one. But we don't really know what angle he's going to do. Also, I'm curious if you're going to get, like, special transmogs from bosses. That'd be a cool reward. I really like achievement-based transmogs. Or, you know, any cosmetics in general. Like, things that you can put on weapons, or even just overall, just overrides for things. But make it based on achievements in the game. Like, hey, if you kill this boss, like, X number of times, or an X speed, you get, like, this cosmetic. Like, hey, if you kill this boss in under 1 minute, or if you kill this boss 1,000 times, or stuff like that. I really like cosmetics based on that. Or it's based on either kill count, or doing some kind of special achievement while doing the boss fight, or doing it in a certain way that's really hard, or something similar. Like doing it with, like, absolutely no armor, no potions, weapon only. Oh, where am I going? Hello, Helvy Crypto. Welcome, welcome. Best thing being crafting for the best gear is what you love about this game. Yeah, I really hope it stays like this. It's the main concern I have with bossing and or raids or anything combat related later down the line. Is obviously it needs to have an incentive structure for why you would kill it. But I really hope whatever the incentive structure is doesn't kill the crafting system in the game. Because we know bossing and or raids are going to be definitely tied to what 5-star gear is. That's why there's no 5-star yet. Because you're not going to get it from crafting. You're not going to get it from, you know, normal enemies. It's going to be from some kind of boss enemy and or raid. I'm just hoping it drops as, like, crafting material or something. I think Albion Online actually did it that way. There's a lot of things I did not care for about Albion Online, but it did a few things good. And one thing that I believe it did do, unless they've changed it since launch, is I believe every best in slot in that game was based on a craftable material. Like, you had to craft it into something. It wasn't just like, hey, here's weapon. It was like, hey, here's some, like, supercharged thing that then makes a weapon. That's really, really good. But you still have to go through the whole crafting process and everything for the weapon. You didn't just, like, kill a boss and it's like, hey, here's a best-in-slot staff or sword or whatever else. You have to craft it. It would be like, oh, here's an emblem, like, attached to a sword and then becomes stronger. There's something I was mentioning too with like a mine to Matubin boss. Like if they added one, like needing a mining level to like get a resource from the boss after you kill it. Like let's say it's a big rock golem, and then at the end of it you have to go and mine it for a resource. So you still need mining, but then you would also still have to smelt it or do you know, stonemason to go and make it into something. Or similar to like a skeleton like boss that reanimates itself. Like you would need to mine it with mining, then use bone right to go and refine the bone that you get from the boss. And then you can make it into something using the bone right skill as well. Rather than, hey, here's a bone staff. Or a bone sword or a bone thingy thing. You'd actually have to go through like the whole process kind of thing. I don't know, there's a lot of ways you could do it. I just really hope it incorporates the crafting system. I really hope all bossing just incorporates like skilling in general. Instead of just, here's boss, just use combat. Like, I don't mind content that does exist for that, but I feel like most bosses shouldn't be that. Like, here's a boss, just do combat against it, that's it. No other skills, no other nothing, just kill the boss. Like, there's a place for that. There could be some bosses like that, but I feel like most shouldn't be like that. You can add a few, like 1 per chapter, 2 per chapter like that. But most of them should not be like that. Ideally, none of them. If it was up to me. Like, every single boss should require combat plus, like, another skill. Or even bosses that don't require any combat, just multi-skills. And be like purely a skilling boss. Like a boss where you need mining, bone right, smithing, and stonemason. But you don't even need mine fighter. So of course mine fighter would still be nice. At that point you might as well just add all of them. Boss that just uses all 5. Because that's the kind of stuff I want. I want bosses that use like multiple. I don't want it just to be purely combat only. You got all these skills, might as well use them. Is I feel like if you make a lot of bosses combat only, they start to get way too samey. There's just only so much you can do when you're only using combat mechanics. Rather than the, you know, like dozens of other skills you have just sitting there doing nothing. Like, this is the perfect game to do something with that for. But yeah, I find it really satisfying in any game when... Also, I just realized how much this pickaxe matches my gear right now. It looks so clean. I just now noticed that. It matched so well, I didn't even notice it. Because it's just so perfect. It's like it was meant to be. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I really hope crafting is always relevant. It's so satisfying just making your own gear and then using your own gear. It's just not as fun when you just get a random RNG drop from an enemy and it's like, okay, well, I guess this is my best item now. Instead of making it yourself. But yeah, look at that pickaxe, though. That looks so good. It's almost like it's trimmed my armor. It matches so well. I didn't notice that till just now. Because it blends in so well. It's like it's meant to be. It's almost like Cryonites were supposed to do a ton of mining. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're almost there. Do this on here, do that on there. We are so close. We are so close. We're like 1/4 a bar away. We're so close. And then we get to move on to iron for a better XP rate, as well as a better ore. As well as, honestly, the best ore in the entire game, almost. And then, yeah, we just gotta get 3 levels on that. I might take a short break to go do the other account, though, after we do it for, like, a few inventories. And then we'll finish out the 200 mining grind after. Because I kind of want to go do spider nests once we get a little bit past 197. Just for a little short break and then go back to finishing 200. You like when an enemy drops 3 rares to turn into an epic? Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, that would be really cool. Oh. Yeah, that's a thing. Oh, that'd be actually really cool. They'll definitely drop it as crafting material, ideally, though, still. But, yeah, if a boss drops 3 different ones, 1 per class, and then you combine it into a special boss weapon. Like, it drops 3 different 3-star weapons, and then it combines into a 4-star. Or if you could eventually do 4-star combining, you know, 3 4-stars into a 5-star. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool in the current state of the game. Because I'm not sure if he wants to add 5 stars quite yet. So I can see early bosses doing something like that. Where it is like 1 3-star per class. And you combine all those into a 4-star. Would still prefer to drop his crafting material, but that'd be pretty fun though. Because even if you don't get your class weapon, you can still trade it 1-to-1 for someone else. And eventually you need all 3 in order to go make your better one. But it is something that's currently not possible in the current state of the game, which is actually interesting. Or maybe trading will make it possible, but at least in the exact state of the game right now, it is impossible to own a 4-star piece of equipment for a class that you currently aren't. It is impossible for a Cryonite to have a 4-star that is non-Cryonite. The same as the other classes. Like a Guardian can't have like a Cryonite 4-star or a Hammer Mage 4-star. They only have Guardian 4-stars. I'm not sure if that will change when trading comes out. But as it currently stands, it's actually impossible to have a 4-star as on a different class. Like, I can never have a Guardian 4-star equipment on this account, currently. I wonder if that would ever change around when 5-stars come out. Like, if you ever need, like, 3 4-stars to make a 5-star, or however they make it work. Because they'll probably use a completely different system than that. Especially since it's currently impossible to own them. I'll have to see. If they're still impossible to get, well, even when trading comes out, that likely means you're never going to be able to combine 3 4s into a 5. Like, ever in the history of the game. Or at least no time, any time, even remotely soon. Because that means he doesn't want you getting 4-stars of different classes. Which means, you're never going to get them as drops or anything ever. That would make sense if it does stay that way. Because it's still kind of annoying getting a class drop that isn't yours. Like in the current state of the game, that can still be useful occasionally. But you know, generally you want to be getting gear for your own class, not other classes. That's one thing that's always annoying in some other games. Like you finally get a good drop and it's like, oh no, this isn't for my class. I feel like that happens a lot in World of Warcraft. I have very minimal experience with World of Warcraft. Oh gosh, I cannot speak. World of Warcraft, but isn't that a thing that happens? Like you might go do a raid and you get a weapon drop. And it's like, oh, I can't even use this. I guess I just go sell it in like the market or whatever. Isn't that something that happens in WoW? Because currently with how the system is, it's impossible to happen in Brighter Shores. That's why you're not allowed to get 4-stars for non-your class. Because currently if you did, it'd be useless. But even those 3 stars you would be able to use because you can make it into actual gear. Alright, it's iron time! Alright, we'll do a few cycles of iron, and then I think we're going to Spider Nest Quest real quick. So that all my accounts can get the glory of these storage rifts. So we never need to worry about banking again. It's gonna feel so nice. Alright, let the grind begin. I'm only gonna go for like 1 or 2 inventories for now. Then probably a quick bathroom break, and then we'll go do the alts. It shouldn't take that long, though. I already did one. I just got to get the other one through Spider Nest. Which should take, like, what, half an hour? Not even. And I need to start working them through Mine to Matubin. We're not going to be doing that on stream, the Mine to Matubin part, though. Otherwise, we'd be here for a while. Also, why is this room so crowded? Why is every person in the mines in this one exact room? Oh, also, that's a lot of iron on that rock. It almost looks completely covered. Look at that. 193 to 374. The best iron in the game, even though it's not the best iron in the game. It's definitely the best iron in the game. Because you can make 199 out of it. So shiny. Wow, we're almost already gained a 4th level. I guess I was throwing the first time bonus. I was gonna say, how'd that shoot up so far already? Yeah, the first time bonus helped a lot. Alright, now I'm putting all my knowledge into, I think, Stonemason AFK. I gotta get that running before tonight. So I'm not gonna bother doing the iron juggle. I'm just gonna bring them 20 at a time. Oh, you know what? That's gonna be so nice when you have the AFK thing as well. You're gonna be able to queue up 8 iron, and as long as you don't have a potion in your inventory, you're gonna be able to get a perfect cycle of 888. Right now it's kind of awkward because you gotta do 10. So you either gotta juggle them on the ground or just bring in 20. But when you do 888, you won't need to deal with that. Use a queue up 8, queue up 8, queue up 8, bank, and repeat. Yeah, it's gonna be so nice. I can't wait. It's one of the reasons we're mostly just going to 200 for now. Even though I need a ton more iron than that. Because I want queuable actions to come in like a week or two, hopefully. I'm not sure when he's gonna get it out. Hopefully before Christmas. That'd be a great Christmas present. AFK like every gathering skill. That'd be so good. Mostly mining though. Like the second queuable actions come out, I will be living in this room for like a week or two AFK off stream. Not on stream, but off stream. This is where I live. The second queuable actions come out. It's 3.1k XP per thing. Almost 3.2. I just realized something though. You can't walk all the way to Storage Rift. That's unfortunate. Only lets you go this far. That's fine. Oh wait, why did I just do only 10? Whoops. Meant to wait. But sure, I'm already here. Whoops. Alright, let me do one more full inventory and then we'll take a quick bathroom break. Go get our guy to the bone zone. And then go do Spider Quest real quick. Cause I gotta get it done at some point. Might as well do it now. And then off stream I'll do one of them for Mines of Matubin probably. And at some point I'll get the other one through Mines of Matubin, maybe on stream. I don't know, what do you guys want to see on Mines of Matubin after we just did so much mining though? Because I'm definitely not doing that today. I was considering on maybe Tuesday. Because I have to get level 20 mining, 60 total here. And that's basically it. That's easier said than done. It's not a particularly quick process. I'm still not sure what I'm doing beyond 20 mining though. I guess working their smithing up because they need smithing for the 3-star quest. That way I can give them an AFK venture to go do every 12 hours. Because right now they currently have no venture set up. That's the only problem with my ults right now. Because both of them have 0 ventures currently. And the 2 ventures they'd likely do is the same two I'm actually doing, just at a way lower level. The mining and detective one. I personally feel like they're the best 2 in the game at the moment. Mining because it's mining XP, and detective because it's this instant money. You don't have to worry about like trading an item in or using an item or anything like that. You're just good to go already. Oh, so I don't need this potion anymore, do I? I can go bank it. Because all the knowledge I'm doing here for will be on the AFK activity. Alright, let me go get him to his AFK zone real quick. The bone zone. How much cement do we have right now? Alright, hopefully this AFK activity is good for builder. Because we have 33.3. That's like 3 to 4 nights of AFK builder. When chapter 5 comes out. Hopefully builder is useful. We'll find out. Alright, where's my bones? Alright, grab all that. I'll be back in 1 minute or 2. And then we'll go and do the other accounts real quick. Or the one other account, I should say, for Spider Quest. Alright, I'll be right back. Ugh. We're back. Grabbed a quick snack as well. Hold us over. If I can open it, gosh. Alright, anyways, where were we? Alright, let's go to the other 2 accounts real quick. I mean, the other one, I mean. So, last we left off on... Where are the 2 other profiles? This guy needs to go move to, chapter 3. I just haven't bothered yet. So instead, he's AFK Scout, I guess. Because I have nothing better for it to do. In other news, if we check the other one, this is the one we actually got to play on. So this guy has not done Spider Nest yet. The other one we were just on did. He's 29 combat, but needs to go get a weapon. So let's go get a weapon. I think we have to kill the snakes just like the other one did. So let's go do that. Snake should be right over here. Our current gear is the following. We got a wacky weapon of big fire poleaxe and a longbow. This is actually our best one-hand weapon, I believe. So it might just be what we kill the boss with if I don't get a better drop from these things. With the green potion, it might honestly be enough. But I do want to try the Viper just a little bit and see if we can get an upgrade. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. How much heal pots do I have? I have 3 heal pots. I'll go until I die. I only have 3 heal pots. And then we'll go gear up at Hopeport. That's pretty much the game plan. See if we can get an upgrade. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. And then after that, we go and just go kill the boss. I'll grab the potions from Hopeport. We'll have to go through the quest really quickly, but it shouldn't take that long to go do. And of course, he already has every other requirement. He has the woodcutting, has the carpentry, everything else. And these things are weak to cryo. I don't have any cryo weapon though. Let's see how he does. Ideally, what we're hoping for is a good green weapon. Either the pole arm or what I have but better. The, what's it called? The Truchian. So what on earth is that mace over there? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Look at that guy's mace. That's a high tier mace right there. Oh, we got an upgrade. Yeah, what is that mace? Look at that. Looks cool. I have to steal a snake though. He's gonna call me noob soon. Wait, he doesn't even have chat open though. Yeah, look at him. He's going all in on that scout right now. I wonder if he's free to play. He might be free to play only. Dude, that guy is geared. Gosh, how are we losing this fight so hard? This is going so much worse than the other one. Or the other two. Honestly, oh wait, we died? I was looking over at the gear real quick. I still have a level 0 shield, by the way. It's kind of sad. Alright, let me go gear up real quick. Sell items. Don't need that. Alright, let me go get everything we need. I was looking over at my gear and noticed the level 0 shield. But then died. Oh no, is this gonna be good enough to take them out? It might be. We'll try it. I still kind of want a weapon upgrade though. But honestly, it should be good enough. Let's go for it. That's the worst that can happen. Alright, let's go to Hope Central. Let's go do this quest already. This will be all counts with the thing. So we did get an upgrade. We got a boot upgrade. I mean a leg. Unfortunately not a weapon upgrade though. It should be good enough. And after having just done it yesterday, we should know exactly what we need to go do. As I fail at least 10 times. Also, technically, we do get to kill one more snake. Because we had to kill one during the quest. So there's a chance we still get an upgrade. There's actually 2 units we kill. I believe they can still do a normal drop table drop. Hey, where's a spider? Oh wait, wrong way. Forgot spiders this way. Alright, hello spider. Good, this account also already has the 2 items. They're kind of just laid there, so you kind of get them naturally without even trying. The casual speedrun of this quest. Definitely not a speedrun, but it definitely will be quick. If only I knew what the correct responses were for everything. Alright, one last chance. Can we get a Viper upgrade? This time without death. Really? You spawn and just immediately attack me? Oh, I'm gonna have to waste a really beefy potion on this, unfortunately. Unless we get a lot luckier. Yeah, he has too much advantage. Which takes like a billion years to get immunity. No! I could always kill the weaker one. Oh, if we can't even kill this, that's a bad sign. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to kill it without the boost just to not waste it. At this point, maybe I'll just go and obliterate it. Whatever happened to the one, like the 2 kills we did in a row where we needed no food, no nothing? Like, the first 2 we killed like no problem at all. And every single one since then's been really brutal. These are the really expensive potions, so I want to use it almost exclusively on the boss if I can help it. It's like 10 silver a sip, pretty much. You got this. RNG, pull through. No! RNG! Ah, fine. I'm gonna have to sip one, I think. I don't understand how we do 2, get an upgrade, and then die every time. Does the leg has like less yellow defense or something? I know, we would have had it if we had a special attack, I know, right? No, this guy doesn't have a special attack like the other one does, though. This account, I don't think has gotten a single 4-star item yet. This is not the account with the good RNG. It had good RNG in Zone 1, but horrible in Zone 2. I'm going to use 1 potion if it's looking really, really bad. I was going to waste the money. Do I have no armor on? Do I? Nope, we got armor. Tier 4 gloves, Tier 3 body. Tier 2 everything else. The shield's the only thing that's really bad. We got level 0 shield. It's like not even wearing a shield. If we get a good 2-hand, that'd be great. I'm just here for the eye, though. There we go, we got it. Oh, he dropped something. Bone circlet. Untuned. I don't think that's better than what I have. But unfortunately, that drop isn't worth it. Alright, let me go get the other 2 pieces we need. Teleport over to... where's my telly? Telly to over there. Well, I can't range them because they hit you with spit. We can do it on other units, but we can't do it on the spider. I mean, we can't do it on the snake or the spider. Because they have a range attack. Though with how upgraded my range weapon is, it might be okay to actually tap them 4 times. Not because of the distance, but because of the damage. Because I'm pretty sure we get better DPS by using 4 bow hits than I do from 4 Tuchians. I think it's a slower attack speed, though. But it's like double the strength right now. Alright, what'd I come here for? 2 shields. I need to go get 2 oaks real quick. Actually, I'll just... yeah. I'll grab 1 oak. Pass action, 1 oak. Give me an oak real quick. I want to go all the way back to the other thing. I can get it from the storage, but I'm just going to make one real quick. Not going to take that long. We'll make it truly from scratch. Alright, then we just got to split 1 log. Make 2 shields. And then, just need to get the golden marrow real quick. Oh, I got to go kill that 1 other unit. Hopefully I get a weapon upgrade or something. Worst comes to worst, I think we can kill what we have. I know we're struggling a bit with the snakes, but, once we use a boost pot and everything on the spider, we should be okay. Yeah, you can change the tree to a different pass action. I did that because I believe you need a low tier log to do this. I don't think it works with the higher tier one. Oh, while I'm here, I need to remember to buy this as well. He has a tool that I don't have yet. That I need. Called that. While I'm here, I might as well get both. I think I got the other one on the other account, but I'll worry about that later. It's mostly for the one-time bonus. Or if we need a few U's, I guess. But let me go talk to this guy over here. I haven't even been in this room on this account yet. Alright, let me go to the other guy real quick. I'm pretty sure it's quicker walking, I'm not sure. Is there an AFK account mainly? Yes, these are the AFK accounts that we're playing on right now. I played on them for probably like less than 12 hours at this point. And they've AFK'd all their guard, they AFK'd all their scout, they AFK'd all their carpentry. You only have to manually do it to 20 and then they AFK the rest. But yeah, they're very AFK heavy. Actually, they might even be less than 10 hours. It's hard to tell because I don't really keep track of how long I'm in them. I think they're even under 10 hours at this point. Alright, let me go get the thing he wants. Should be up here, I believe. Should be the best way to get here from here. It's right over there, the thing I need to kill. But these accounts are almost purely AFK. Between the two of them, it's likely under 20 hours. Yet they have Spider Nest stun, they have pretty high guard level. In case special attacks ever get added to Chapter 1. I was mostly doing it for money. But then I realized, why don't I just get them to Chapter 4 already? And I pivoted them over to Chapter 4. Because originally I was just going to get their combat high in every region so I could mess with special attacks and everything when they come out. Just so I could experience special attacks in all 4 of them. But, or, you know, in all 3 classes, I mean. But, oh, they're weak to fire. Perfect. But, yeah, that's pretty much the main goal. That's why I want to get them to trading before, special attacks come out. Because I want to go give them a bunch of 4-star weapons in order to, test all the specials in the game. That's the main reason I want to have these. So that we can special attack with all of them. Alright, we don't need that, we don't need that. Let's go turn back. Yeah, when special attacks come out, that's basically what we're going to be doing. We'll be able to test out all 36 on day 1. As these accounts should have access to trading by then, hopefully. And they should also have access to a okay combat level in every area. Like 30 plus in every area. Now we're out of here. But yeah, that's my game plan for them. And then after I mess around with special attacks on all of them, just for the fun of it, just so we have it whenever, I'm just going to AFK them on something that profits a lot. What it is, I don't know. But I'm trying to think of like what could be the best thing to AFK once they have access to everything. It has to have like all profit AFKs. Technically detective, but it's not. It has one that's like really awkward. I'm trying to think of any other one. I don't want it to be like a gathering one. Potion making requires too many items, doesn't it? Yeah, I still haven't decided what I really want them to AFK. Ideally a combat so I can mess around with it, but honestly, as long as I have base 30s, I can mess with combat regardless. So it's not too big a deal in that regard. Oh, I forgot to use this. Use this item on that. There we go. So I could then use item on this. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Is that everything? Yeah. Alright, we're good to go. Oh, you do have at least 1 bucket, right? Otherwise, you need to buy it here. Oh, yeah, you have plenty. Perfect. I still haven't decided what I want them to AFK. I'll figure it out at some point. Wait, where am I even going right now? Oh, yeah, over here. That's correct. Eventually for the monument? That would be good if it was ever confirmed to be something good. The problem is all that material wouldn't really trade too well in the market. So it would definitely have to be just for whatever's in there. Which I'm not sure if it'd be good enough to bother with. That's a big issue with it right now. I haven't actually seen someone pruning a tree before. That's the AFK activity in this area they could do to any tree. It's the first time I've seen someone actually do it. It's very rare. Oops, I meant to use item on. Also, how's that so red? That's something I never understood with this quest. How is that soup that doesn't look red at all turned into like a red goop? Alright, storage rift unlocked. Now let's go fight the boss. Alright, that was decently painless. Oh, yeah, I gotta remember to get one rainbow water as well. So I can go color my bones. Which I might go do that immediately just for the fun of it. Before we even get into the boss fight, we gotta go color over our bones green and see what it looks like. Gotta go Guardian green. The color will probably barely show up because we're wearing tier 1 armor. I just want to see what it looks like though. Yeah, there we go, storage rift unlocked. Nice. Alright, we can start playing the game now. Alright, let me go grab some water. Are we gonna fight the spiders? Yeah, we're gonna fight the spiders. I've accidentally got 2. Whoops. Let me go teleport over. We're doing that right now. We're gonna go get him some trimmed armor, and then we're gonna fight the spiders. That's where we're at in the quest, right? Oh, I forgot to grab the rat. I meant to go back and grab the rat. Whoops. I can go by when I'm going back there. It's fine. Let's take the scenic route and grab the rat while we're there. Oh, wait, did I have to talk to him once or something? Oh, maybe I need to talk to him still, but that's fine. They're both in the same location. I think I might have left slightly too early, but that's fine. I have to go back there for the rat regardless. I just wanted to see what this armor looks like trimmed green. I know tier 1 normally gets like really low tier stuff though, but I still want to see it. It barely colors that. I know. I still want to see what it looks like though. I know tier 1 coloring is so lame. Alright, let's go to like the most vibrant green we can. The fern green. I gotta make sure to actually do the right ones and not the other 2. That'd be a fail. Yeah, coloring gets better as the tiers go higher. I would say tier 3 you start to really notice it. And tier 4 and above is when it goes kind of crazy. Alright, these colors will make our green damage stronger. Or at least it'll feel like it will. Now that we look cosmetically greener. Oh, not where I wanted that. Yeah, not much. It did like the little things on it. Yeah, that is very little green, gosh. I gotta buff the trim on tier 1 armor. I know it was bad on my other one too, but gosh, that's like nothing. Makes sense though. It gets more elaborate as you go higher. But tier 1 gets like absolute nothing. Actually, let me go walk it. I need to go pick up the rat. And the rat's closer from here than the other location. I gotta pick up the rat and or maybe talk to him. Because I think I might have skipped a dialogue box I was supposed to do with him. That we might need to progress the story. Let's see. Is he here? Can I grab the rats? Yep, alright. Never mind. We're good to go. That's all we need. Let's go finish this quest. Or more so, let's go do the boss fight. Is the green potion you're using related to Guardian? No, it's related to all classes. Just the Guardian weapon has a better green chance. So it works better with Guardian, but you can do it with any. Doesn't have to be Guardian. It just Guardian has the best green weapons, so it gains the biggest benefit from it. Same as how we normally want to use blue potions on the Cryo Knight. As we can technically use any of the three, but our blue is the best. And on this, the green is the highest chance, so we want to use green if we can. Oh, I'm going to go use this on this. Alright, there we go. Get them all webbed. Alright. Alright, boss fight time. We could barely even kill the level 28 spiders. Let's see how we do. I mean, 28 snake. Let's see how we do against the 35 spider. Should be fine. Might take a few attempts, but I think we can get it. I like how little green that has. Even in the zoom. Like it's there, but barely, gosh. Alright, boss fight time. Oh, him hitting at the exact time was kind of bad. But honestly, we have way more DPS than I was expecting. That bow kind of just obliterated him. Oh yeah, this is so free. I think I underestimated how much power this bow has. He's also a green bow, so we're getting value every time we do it with that. And I'm just resetting the fight so they don't get first hit. Allows us to get first hit. We need every advantage we can get. That guy's just pointing down at it. This is so low to the ground. Come on, keep hitting. I need one more. I'll play one more just to be safe. Alright, that should be a win. Easy enough. The power of broken potions. Even with how undergeared we are. So now here's the real question. Should we do Mind to Matubin or go back to the main account? Because I do need to do both at some point. Alright, 35 carpentry and 30 scout. Easy as that. And main entrance without Captain Gel. Captain Gel, hello? Teleport. Actually, I think we're about to get a double quest completion. Oh, we're going to get double value right here. Because now we also get even more turn-in. Because now we're also done with this one. Technically, we have been for a while. Actually, I guess I could have claimed that earlier for the XP, couldn't I have? Kind of forgot about that. So I didn't have the AFK combat. Honestly, I probably should have done that before I did that fight. Because it should be Scout XP. Yep. Yeah, I probably should have done that before the fight. Might have helped a little. Though we got it without it. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Not bad. I'm gonna go sell my junk. I think I'll hold off on Mind to Matubin for now. As tempted as I am. Oh, I do need a knowledge point to go get him to the next AFK activity, though. I do. Let me go finish that real quick, at least. Alright. Let me go get him one knowledge point real quick. But I'm not going to do Mind to Matubin quite yet, then. I'm going to hold off. Let me just go get some brambles. Get him one knowledge point so we can get to his next AFK. And just keep him at scout for now. That way, whenever I do go do combat with all these guys, they'll at least have some combat in every region. Good to go. But I do need to start moving them towards the better AFK methods. I'm still not sure what I want to put them on, though. Right, these are what I need AFK, but I need one knowledge real quick. I'm going for the bramble because I believe it's the quickest we have access to at the moment. I'll even do the worst bramble just because it's closer. By the time I get to the other one, it's not even worth doing the other one. So I'm just going to do these. Biggest issue with this area is you have to jump up every single time you want to take that tree. That should only take like a minute or two. Not even. And you can stack knowledge now, so you can actually pre-stack like 200% if you want to for your AFK activities. It's really nice. But for now, we'll just finish out this bar so we can go to his next AFK activity. It's only a slight issue with the AFK accounts though. You do have to play them for a small amount of time properly. Hey, a 200 woodcutter cape. I'm pretty sure this is a less efficient spot though. But there he is. Only reason I'm here is because we're not here for long. One more cycle and we should be good to go. I think it's close to like 4 or 5 knowledge an hour. I'm not actually sure. I never actually tested it exactly. But it's definitely above average due to how quickly you cycle them and get 9 objects as well. And then we'll go finish out our 200 mining grind. It's the next thing on our plate. He's almost there. 96%. 97. Come on, just a few more. Come on, go, 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 go. Is that it? One more. Alright, we're out here. Alright, now they're both AFK in the big, oh no, one more. Oh gosh, come on. Alright, now they're both AFK in the big, green creature. Alright, we're out here. Give me that. Thank you. Oh, come on. Thank you. Alright, we're out here. And then we just gotta go poke it. We should have a weapon strong enough to attack it. Our bow should be good enough. Yep, and our axe. Doesn't really matter which. Alright, there we go. Easy as that. Let's just get his one-time bonus real quick. Get it now rather than later. Watch him whack this big thing. You don't get to see these guys. Like, they're always here, but I feel like no one ever fights them. You got like a really big hitbox as well. They are massive. There we go. Alright, anyways. We're out of here. Let's go get 200 mining! Alright, now both of them should be doing their little fighting. And then their next step is to go to Mine to Matubin. But we'll worry about that later. Because we got a different account that needs to go do Mine to Matubin. And it is our main. Alright. Let's go finish the mining grind. We got 2.5 levels to go till 200 mining. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. All 3 of my accounts need to go do Mines of Matubin right now. Or Mines of Matubin locked at the moment. Yep, wrong way. Let me start over here. It shouldn't take too long. Less than an hour and we should have 200 mining. After that, our goal is probably get detective up a little bit. I need to have 209 by Monday night. So however we go about that needs to happen. Either on stream, off stream, mix of both. But I have to have 209 detective by tomorrow night. That's probably our next big goal. And I'm actually going to do real detective work as well. Instead of just doing the raid den things. We will actually do some of the actual detective activity. Instead of just AFK raids always. Because I need the better XP. Our raid dens are so bad XP right now. And I need to get to 209 because that's the AFK activity. And then I get 209 all the way to 219. That's the game plan from there. But we got to get there first. We're also going to need to figure out how to scrap together 4 knowledge points. Which I might just do merchants to get it done real quick. Better just do some chill leather worker and just put the knowledge into the detective for the AFK activity. For now, let's go get our last 2.5 mining levels and worry about it from there. Oh yeah, max cooking contract cycle is probably ready. Could do that at some point. That'll actually be a cooking level too. I think that'll be 2 cooking levels this stream. We started at 79. Now it gets to 81. So at this rate, if we just keep getting 2 cooking levels every day, how long would that take then? Like 120, 2 a day. It would take 2 months. We are currently 2 months. If all we do is just do cooking contracts for 2 sets, or, you know, like a 4-4 or something similar. Like if we do 2 sets of cooking contracts every day, around where their timers are, so that you could do, you know, 4 sets technically. But if we could do that, we will have 200 cooking in 2 months from now. By only doing cooking for like half an hour to an hour every day. Maybe closer to an hour. I'm not sure how much it comes out to. I'm pretty sure it's close to half an hour though. It doesn't take that long. Yeah, for half an hour every day, we would eventually have 200 cooking in 2 months from now. Sounds like a while, but for how little cooking we have to do, I think it's worth it. If we just keep up with those occasionally. Doesn't have to be that often, just occasionally. Like half an hour a day, and we'll have 200 cooking by February. It sounds like forever, but it'll be very free compared to some other skills where you have to actively train it for a long time. Because it's close to like 4 levels an hour, which is pretty good. Maybe even 5. They're kind of probably overestimating that it takes half an hour. Doesn't take that long. The grocery shopping takes a few minutes. Checking it takes like a minute. Because that's only 4 minutes then. Cooking takes like, what, another 2 minutes? 3, let's say. 7 minutes. And then running them all takes probably... well, I already know. If we do it in 2 sets, that's 4 minutes. Tops. Which is now 11 minutes. So yeah. It's almost like 15 minutes to cycle then. As long as we don't dilly-dally. Which means it's almost close to the 8 levels an hour. Which is actually insanely high. That's like merchant level EXP right there. Probably even more so. Is there bounties in the mines? No. This is the only area that doesn't have any bounties whatsoever. There's actually no bounty. Actually, no. Hope Forest as well. Yeah, only chapter 1 and 4 has them. There's only cooking bounties, detective bounties in a sense, where you do investigations, which we'll probably do in later stream. And then merchant bounties, which is pretty much the whole skill is merchant bounties. And by pretty much, I mean it is unless you're doing the AFK activity. Minecarts? Minecarts aren't a bounty, though. They're a different system, but they're not a bounty. There's several different systems. There's normal rocks, there's wall rocks. There's blast mining. There's mine carts. Then, of course, the AFK activities. That's pretty much everything mining has. And I guess gold panning. That's also just under AFK activities category. I'm still hoping in the next few days he drops something that tangents our tangent, though. Because we keep pivoting into another pivot, into another pivot. I'm curious if he's going to do anything in the next few days. I'll be like, oh, time to repivot again. Because my current plan right now, as far as for the account, is obviously right now get 200 mining, of course. I mean, beyond that, 200 smithing's pretty high priority. I want to have it done by next weekend, but I probably won't do it immediately just so we can get some break from the mines. 205 merchant. 200 leather maker, and use that to fund our 25 rake and any other tool we might want to get base 200s, which would be like a 225 spear, 25 of all those. And right now, as far as knowledge, I'm getting my AFK activity for stone tonight, probably, and then dumping it into alchemy. So as soon as I have all those points, we're going to be going heavy into alchemy then. Get that to at least 62 so we can start doing our good potion again. And then from there, I'm not sure. But in like the soonish kind of time frame, that's kind of what we're aiming for. Merchant and leatherworker until we can afford 25 all tools, basically. Except for maybe woodcutting axe, because I don't really need it at the moment. Woodcutting axe probably the only 25 tool I won't go for. As far as like the core ones used to actually gain levels. I mostly just want the rake. The fishing spear. And probably all three of these. Woodcutting axe we can hold off on. And is there even any others? I guess technically the investigation thingy, but honestly I don't plan to use this too much. I really should put a few levels on it. But I plan to mostly do it off of AFK activities post 200. And or raid dens. So I already have them set. I guess technically this does buff one of my AFK activities. Honestly, I'd probably get more value from this than I would from the manacle. The problem is you can only use this at certain level ranges. So upgrading it, it's good, but it's not like that good. That depends. Is the final activity you can do for detective related to it? No, it's an interrogation. No, the final two that you would use aren't even that. The best stakeout you could do is a 431. Which means that the high level range just falls off completely. Because you'd want to move onto, and I guess from 431 to 460 would help a bit. But once you hit 460, you don't ever use them again. So the whole final 40 levels, you don't even touch the binoculars. There's a lot of level ranges where you just don't use it for that long anyways. Like, when's the next time we're going to use it, and how long are we using it for? At least we will keep getting these, at least for the base number, if nothing else. But, like, for example, the next one I'm going to get is, 238. Oh, but I do have to do that 238 for a while, though. But then again, we'd have the raid dens by then, so maybe not. Because at 238, we don't get a better one until 277. Maybe it is worth investing a little bit into. I might, actually. Not a lot. Maybe like level 10. I don't think I would 25 it. 25ing it doesn't seem worth it. But 10 is like, what, a few gold? Not even? How much is level 10? Where's the enchant thing? Enchant. Where's my enchant, How much is level 10? Just for like 4% extra. Yeah, it's like free. It's like 2 gold. How much is 25? 17? A little pricier. 20 is like 10. I gotta get at least get to level 10. 2 gold's like free. They basically just give you that for free at that point. I don't know, if I put it into some though, I feel like I want to go all the way to 25. Am I gonna get roped into getting that to 25? I feel like I am. It hurts, but I think I might. It feels super not worth it. But there's some gaps within what we're going to need to do where that would speed it up by like literal days. Even just 5% extra, let alone like 10% extra or something. Like 10% extra and you go to sleep for like 10 hours. That's a whole extra hour. It starts to get really important post 200, so I might actually do that actually. It might be the first skill I actually upgrade the AFK activity tool for. Just because of how important it will be post 200. Because there's some level gaps in there where it's really important. Yeah, gathering all the cards. The only problem with the first time bonuses is they're actually not that much. Like, they're definitely helpful, but if you did, like, every first-time bonus for a skill, it's not a particularly high amount of XP. I do wish there were some kind of other system where they were utilized for. That still helped you out in some way. Because the first-time bonus, while nice, kind of falls off like crazy later on. Especially if you're doing it for past links that you skipped by any chance. Like, with smithing, for example. Like, if I tried doing, like, a level 50-something one, like one of these... We get like no XP for. But I wish there was incentive to actually unlock everything. Because in the current state of the game there's a small incentive. But not as strong enough to really make you go and try everything once if it's a skill where it's not really useful to. Hey, how much cement are we up to? Also, almost 198 already. We're so close yet so far. And we have, okay, we have an okay amount. I'm still going to run that for, like, probably one more night. So tonight I'm probably doing stonemason, though. Which might sell out the rest. We'll see. Because honestly, that's probably going to hold us over for a good while. The problem is we're trying to get a material for something that we don't even know exists yet. Like, obviously we know there's an AFK activity for builder and everything for it. But, you know, we don't, like, know what it is. Also, I want to sit here until it resets. I know this is so time inefficient, but it's just driving me crazy that I did the other way around. I can't wait till queuable actions. Good water break right now, though. But I can't wait till queuable actions so badly. So I can just do 888 in that room and then bank and then keep doing that. That's going to be so chill AFK and iron. But for now, we are going to manually be getting it up to 200. And maybe even a little bit more in the future to get 200 smithing. Because I'll come back to mining even more iron. But then the second queuable actions come out. We are going to go crazy on it. Also, you know what? The voting just kind of shifted. People have really gone into the transmog all of a sudden. A lot of the people have been coming in. We're at 79 votes right now. And basically, it's a three-way tie between the main three things coming up in the near future. This on my end is showing transmog slightly higher. But it's showing both at 29%. So maybe not. But yeah, 29% we got transmogs in the holiday event. 28% at queuable actions, 29% at player trading, and 14% at the other one, which is more quality of life. If you're wondering why those four, that's every single four they mentioned his most recent tweet, which is the last contact we've had to Andrew Gower. Is when he did on X his post going over what he's doing in the near future. Almost like a little mini roadmap for probably the next month or so. But yeah, on it was transmogs and possibly a holiday event. He didn't say holiday event. But he did say holiday transmogs, which probably means holiday event as well. It's probably a pretty small event or whatever it is, but we will get some exclusive holiday costumes and whatever. But he's setting up a transmog system for it, so you'll be able to wear it over your armor and everything. It still probably have the stats of your armor. Beyond that, queuable actions, which basically you'll be able to like shift click or something on a bunch of things in a room, and it'll just do all of them. For example, these 8 iron ores, which you could just click all of them, and then wait, and then click all of them, and then wait. It's going to be so nice. It's slower than mining 10, but gosh, how AFK it is going to be so nice. Because you'll just auto mine all 8 of them, then you wait a little bit, mine all 8, wait a little bit, repeat, bank, and just go from there. Player-to-player trading is pretty self-explanatory, though we don't know exactly how he's going to implement it. But obviously, they'll finally be adding the way to trade. This was originally supposed to come at launch, but had to get delayed. And honestly, by the time it gets implemented, it'll almost be 2 months after launch, but better late than never. And though I wouldn't mind if trading never came. But I will utilize it some, just not like a huge amount. And beyond that, obviously more quality of life could happen at any second. For all we know, you could just drop one tomorrow that's like, more quality of life, take it. He's been doing really good on quality of life so far. Most recent one being the 200% knowledge feature, of course. To basically make it so you don't lose knowledge points anymore. Which is really nice. As it's probably already saved us like 2 whole levels in knowledge points for how much excess we would have lost otherwise. Really great update. Honestly, probably the best update since launch. As far as feature that wasn't originally in the starting game. And be able to just left click everything. Honestly, that should have been the default to begin with. But the 200% thing is huge. Because now you no longer waste any knowledge if you you know, wait on it. Like, you wait like a whole like 90% and everything is still not waste any. And it also still allows you to double potion as well. You could potion up at like 190% or so, and then, you know, do it again once you hit the final 90%. Or, you know, when the 90% gets all the way full at 190. There's a lot of things you can do with it. It's really useful. Alright, we're so close. Come on, mining, get there already. 2 more levels. Then we get to the real XP curve. I'm saving that for queuable actions. Because I might be doing iron all the way to like 260 something. Because technically we bare minimum have to do it to 207. Since we're not blast mining all the way, we're pretty much also bare minimum going to have to do it to 223. But realistically, based on what my goals are, I might be doing all the way to 262. Because I'm probably mostly skipping andesite and carbonese. Carbonese because it's in the middle of nowhere and I just have to drop it. And andesite because its spawn timer is just so annoying and I don't really need it. Like, I don't plan to get stonemason that high in the near future. But smithing, on the other hand, that's a different story. The other good part about that is neither of those need gas. Iron and platinum do not need gas. The only big issue with platinum, if we do have queuable actions by then, which we should, definitely should. But the bank is not AFK to get to. Like, it's not a mile away, but it's not AFK to get back to the bank. Unlike for this area, where it is super free to keep banking iron. But platinum's a bit of a different issue, as the bank is like 4 tiles away or something. So you can't really AFK to the same degree you can iron. But it will definitely be worth upgrading to that once we get there. Here's when we get to Aetherthrol. Honestly, I might still do granite. You can't queue up granite though, because granite takes place in 3 different rooms. Well, technically 2 different rooms, but you have to phase through 3 different rooms. Like back and forth, back and forth. I'm doing like a hand gesture as if you can see it. The back and forth gesture. Oh, so we get minecarts at 317. Those aren't useful though. I was our last really big upgrade is like 294 for a long while. Because after that, the only thing that really is interesting beyond that is like 372 iron. But 372 iron's more so like an endgame thing. The real one that everyone's going to be using is this one. Because you can make 199 out of it. You can make 200 out of it. You can make up to 374 out of it. A rapier could probably go to like almost 350 with this. Actually, I could tell you exactly where the rapier goes to. You can make up to, and this is the lowest level thing you can make. Everything else will be slightly higher. But the best rapier you can make out of it is a 340. So that will last a while. Not only does this go from 199 for upgrading equipment for every other class, but even if you are a Cryo Knight, or even aren't and just want higher material, this goes all the way to 340. That is absurdly high. Yeah, that's a nice range. 193 to 340 for the basic weapon. And up to 394 if you're making a shield, I believe it is. Or sorry, 374. And I'm pretty sure that's the shield that goes up to 374. Which we can actually see right here. It is the... Oh wait, wrong number. Yeah, sorry, the mace actually. The shield goes to 360. The mace goes to 374. Until you get to the perfected category. I just realized, based on leaderboard, no one can even mine that iron yet, can they? Because what iron was I just looking at? It was like the 3 something something? It was, 372. Unless there's someone hidden on leaderboard, no one can even mine that at the moment. No, I'm pretty sure someone on leaderboard is higher. But the highest person right now over here is, 332. And we saw Rita Ore earlier trying to grind. Not sure if they're going for rank 1, but they're dropping everything. It seems like they kind of are. And they're actually moving pretty quick on to Jester. They're gaining levels quicker than Jester is. Assuming Jester even is number 1. There could be someone hidden there. But, yeah, they can't even do that yet. Because what did I just say the iron ore is? I looked at it 3 times, still can't remember the number. But he's at 332. Iron ore is at, or max tier iron ore is at 372. So neither of them can actually do it yet. Also, he's been dropping everything on the ground. I hope he starts, like, at some point banking them. Because that is so much ore being wasted. Because he just keeps throwing it on the ground for better XP rate. Like, I can understand that maybe up to, like, a certain tier. But honestly, tier 5 and higher, you gotta bank. Like, what we're doing right now and everything beyond this, you gotta bank it. It's worth so much. Like, even if you sold this to a shop... Okay, maybe if you don't do that, but... That's a bad example. But I wonder how much this actually costs from the shop. I didn't even think about that, because I currently can't even smith it, can I? 193? No. So I can't even see what his shop is from the price. I mean, shop prices from the shop. But, I wonder how much it is. Like, 4 or 5 silver, but you also have to consider the walking time and everything. This has to be at least, like, 4 silver each. Probably even more. That's a lot of money just to be dropping on the ground. Like, each inventory is at least, like, 100 silver in savings compared to if you bought it from the shop. Plus the time of actually moving from the shop to the storage. Because this is way closer than that walk. But yeah, if you're rushing for a permanent rank, I guess it's worth it. I'm not sure if I'm going to go for any permanent rank. Like a top 20 and something. Because I don't really see the point in rushing. Like, he's going to be adding 1 billion more chapters. It's not like there's 4 chapters ever. Like, if you want to rush, just wait for, like, chapter 5 or 6 or something. I never really understood the point of that. I guess I have a permanent spot on the leaderboard, but I never really cared about that too much. And even if I wanted one, I would just wait till chapter 5 or 6 or something. Like, I would go rush 500 armor maker or something. Which, honestly, with how high I'm getting it, I might just do. Honestly, I might just get 500 armor maker. Because we're going to be set up pretty well to already get 200 pretty quickly. Not like the quickest in the game, but, you know. We could easily be one of the top 500 armor makers. I have no intention to get number 1, though. If we want a high rank, all we'd have to do is do armor maker next chapter or something. We're going to need it anyways. And I was already going to rush 200. Calculators notes there's such thing as permanent leaderboard because opt in, opt out. It does remember where you were, though. So it does it based on order. Like, for example, Coffee was opted out when they got rank 1 Forager. So they were actually the real rank 1 Forager, even though it looked like at the time Tupi was. But it was actually Coffee that was rank 1. Oh, Mopa got there too now. They weren't actually there yet, but now they are. So that's now potentially 3 or maybe more people who have gotten 500. Oh gosh, Brighter Shore Central. He's starting to fall behind though. He's at 288. No, he's falling behind. He doesn't play as much though. He has this thing called a life that wastes a lot of time. So much XP waste. I'm not sure if he has any kids yet though. Hey, let me put this in stonemason real quick, I guess. Where is it? But yeah, the leaderboard system's still really weird. I do hope they do fix that in the future. It's kind of funny because the 2 top players actually hid themselves earlier, which made Yips number 1. I actually got to congratulate him last night. I think I mentioned it earlier. But when I was etching all my stones for the stonemason grind we did earlier, when I did the etching off stream and then did the stones on stream, I actually saw Yips there last night. And I congratulated him on him getting rank 1 the other day. Because he was rank 1 leaderboard for like 2 or 3 hours because the other 2 opted out. So he got to be rank 1 for a couple hours. Yeah, we're so close. Also, we did do a vote the other stream, and the vote was still stick with the 200 smithing cape. So when I do get 200 mining, I'm not actually getting the 200 mining cape. It's kind of just a gold waste anyways. Still getting the smithing just because I want to make my smithing one a little bit longer. Oh, so I still can't get over how much his pickaxe matches the armor. Every single time I see him pull it out, it's like, ooh, shiny. What's even better is, you know one other reason for going to Smithing Keeper route? If we ever get a perfected pickaxe, one really ironic thing is the model for the perfected pickaxe actually matches the Smithing Cape, not the Mining Cape. At least currently. I'm not sure if they're going to change that down the line. But look at the coloration on this. Wait, where'd it go? Not sure if it looks like that in game or if just for the icon. Okay, look how golden that looks. That is the max pickaxe. Look at how golden it is. I can't actually click the thumbnail or anything of it. But, that matches the Smithing Cape. Not the mining one. I guess it would still match the mining one because of the coloration, but still. It definitely matches Smithing way more. Yeah, everything's pretty much golden at max. That is true across most of the lines. I wonder how trim's gonna work on high tier armor. Because they kind of already look golden at high tier. Like, does it become like a different color gold? Because that means you can make rune looking armor then. Because if you make a cryonite that then color it like this, it'll basically look like rune. That'll really cryonite-y. I wonder how much of that you can actually color. Like, here's some of the stuff for smithing. Like, look at how yellow it is. Does all that get or actually not smithing. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't show it for armor. Oh yeah, that's something that they need to do too. You can't currently dye your weapons. I wonder if there's ever going to be weapon transmogs. Since you can't currently dye your weapons. You could dye your shield, but not your weapon. But that'd be fun. I haven't really played many games that have actually had weapon trend mods. As far as, like, normally, like, skins for weapons. Which is kind of what I'm actually saying right now, not even weapon transmog, but you know what I mean. Like, I want some way to change their appearance. Not to change the whole weapon, but, you know, to change the appearance of the weapon. Because that'd be weird if all endgame weapons are just, like, this gold and stuff. Everyone's just hitting each other with gold. I need some different colors in there. There's one weird thing with Brighter Shores right now, though will probably change in the future. Is that every weapon is static right now. You can't change the appearance of your weapon other than getting a higher tier. But you can't like make it like this teal color or something else. It's like stuck as what it is. You can't currently adjust it. Same as your tools. Like that golden pickaxe, it stays as golden. There's nothing you can do to change it. Same as the one we're using right now, even though it perfectly matches our armor. If it happened to not perfectly match our armor, there's no way that we could change the color on it currently. Why are you teleporting away? Where are you going? Yeah, we're almost there. The golden fishing spear looks sick, does it? Where is it? The golden harpoon, where are you? Found the golden fishing rod. The golden fishing spear? Can't quite tell. I wish you could like click on the thumbnail to make it bigger. Clicking everywhere there and it's not doing anything. Like I can see it there, but I can't quite like see it. Yeah, there was someone who got 500 fishing. There might be multiple by now. But I definitely got the shiny golden spear. I haven't seen anyone in the wild with it yet, though. That's also because we do, like, no fishing currently. Also, that's one thing I'm still kind of concerned about, like, ultra long term with this game. What are you supposed to do when you get 500 in a skill? Because you're basically at the point where your peak, like, can do stuff with the skill now. But then you stop getting, like, any XP or anything. I'm not sure if you get knowledge post 500. Because if you don't, like, what's the point in doing a 500 skill? Like, you're already getting 0 XP. If you're getting 0 knowledge, and you're really getting, like, 0, 0. I assume you still get knowledge, though. That'd be weird if you didn't. But I don't know, there's something about not getting any XP post 500 just seems kind of weird. Because why would you stop number going up in number go up simulator? I know, I better keep giving you KP. Could you imagine if it stopped? I assumed it still would. I haven't actually seen confirmation from anyone, though. Though anyone with a 500 would know. But, yeah, I assume you still get knowledge points. But the fact that you don't get XP is still kind of weird, though. Even if they had to bank it in a different number. Like your excess XP number or something. And just keep rolling it over. Like excess XP1, excess XP2. Like let's say there's a number that it can't get higher because of numerical values. Let's say it's like 2.1 billion or whatever it is. Or whatever hypothetical number is like the cap that the game can handle. Why not just when it reaches that, just put a 1 there. And then, you know, then a 2, then a 3. Just so you can kind of track your excess XP. Because that number is never going to reach 2.1 billion. The excess 2.1 billion number. Like, you'll be lucky if you even get that to, like, 100 or 200. Because that would require basically remaxing the entire skill multiple times over. Obviously, your XP rate would be insane there, but even still, that would take forever. But, you know, something just to track your excess XP. Is that the only thing I'm going to hate whenever we do get close to our first 500? Or if we're even getting somehow close to all 500s at one point, which is no time soon. We're talking years from now. It's going to feel so weird when, like, everything XP-wise is capped out. And the number no longer go up. You probably didn't expect people to get 500 so fast. Yeah, I never expected anyone to get 490 foraging already. And it took less than a month. It's kind of funny because in his first game, he never expected anyone to get a 99. And then people also did that after like a few months or whatever it was. I am curious how long it will take the first person to get 500 all, though. Because the answer is measured in years. You have to keep in mind, chapters are going to keep coming out. And depending on how often he does chapters, it's actually impossible to get 500 all. If he adds 3 chapters a year, it'd be impossible. At 2, it would barely be possible. Assuming that's 9 skills per year. Like, you know, 1 with 5, 1 with 4, roughly. It takes roughly a month to get a 500. Could be a little bit quicker, depends on the skill. Or how much time you're putting into it. But if you were to, like, dedicate, like, every second of your life
2 of 500. It would take like a month. So 9 of them per year is 9 months. And then you only have 3 months to go level up whatever you already don't have at 500. Which in the current state of the game would be a lot of them. Given that there's currently 18 skills. Which means if that was the case, if the game got 2 per year, it would take, what, 6 years then to max 500 all. And that's assuming you get 1 500 per month. It would take 6 years at 1 500 per month with 2 chapters per year. Which obviously almost no one's gonna do. Because we're talking dedicating like 500 hours a month to like 400 or 500 to a single skill. And then doing it again every single month for 6 years. Someone's gonna do it. It's definitely not us. But someone will do that. But yeah, it would take 6 years if he has 2 chapters a year. With 9 skills total. It would take 6 years to reach 500 all. But that's assuming you get 1 per month. Some could be quicker than others, of course, where it takes less than a month. Though some could also take longer. Yeah, we're almost there. So close yet so far. How much are we doing on knowledge? Do we need 1 more point or 2 more? I need 2 more points. We're only gonna have 1 more before we get to 200 mining. The other one we can easily just get from whatever though. And then honestly, I think it's time for some detective work. It might be that time. Because I gotta do something to get that to 209. Let's just want to keep getting it from the daily. That'll take forever to get it up just through that. There are some AFK raid dens, but gosh, is the diminishing return so bad. Like one investigation is like 5 raid dens at this point. With how much diminishing return there is. Even with a level 0 magnifying glass. It's still like 5 times the XP just to go do investigations right now. Honestly, I should go get like a level 10 one. I don't want to do 25 though, that feels overkill. I'd rather put all that into binoculars. How much are we getting for the base thing? 10%? What do we say? 2 gold to give it another 4%? It's basically like if we were consistently potted up. What does the math come out to on that? I think they cost about 3 silver each. What's 3 into 2 gold? Or 2.1 gold? Calculator. 2,100. I think it's IRC, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's 700. I would have to use 700 potions. It's either 700 potions, or do you want a level 4 magnifying glass? Or level 10, I mean. For 4%. I feel like the potions work out better. Because then you can put it into a knowledge thingy as well. Like, you know, put it into, like, I'm not sure what you put it into, actually. Because there'd be nothing left to put it into that wise, like, from the chapter. I don't know, we'll see. Because the amount of cost that it would do to get even just a 4% on the magnifying glass is around 650 to 700 or so 5% potions for that chapter. And honestly, that 650, 700 potions is sounding a little bit better than a level 10 magnifying glass I'm rarely going to use. Mostly because you don't actually need any inventory space for those activities. Every detective activity actually requires 0 inventory. So you can always have a potion on you easily. There isn't a single thing in a detective that uses inventory. Merchant and leather worker, yes, uses like all your inventory. But detective doesn't use any. Which I think it might actually be the only skill like that that's like that. Where you literally never use any inventory. Because cooking does, fishing does, every combat does, of course, when you do like monster drops. Cooking does, fishing, forager. Yeah, I think I didn't realize that till just now. Like, I knew it didn't for a lot of activities, but I didn't think about that till literally now. But detective, every single thing in a detective, I guess other than forensic. Forensic's like the one exception. But everyone just skips forensic because it's so bad to do. But ignoring forensic, detective has absolutely zero activities that use any inventory space at all. And the one activity that it does use that uses inventory space is like a tile away from a storage bin for it. Like literally the same room, like 2 tiles away. The way you like it? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's the only skill like that. Interesting. I really paid much attention to that, but yeah, other than forensic, I'm pretty sure no one ever bothers with that. Even with people with high alchemy, I don't even think bother with the forensic AFK. I don't even think I've done it a single time. I don't even know what the animation looks like for forensics. Did you do all quests? Oh yeah, we did all quests. We finished that on Thanksgiving, actually. Which was, what, the 28th? But, yeah, we're done with all quests. That was one of our goals early on. We technically could have been done a lot earlier, but, I was kind of putting off the cooking grind. But then they buffed the Brand Off Inheritance quest, and it's like, well, time to go to all quests. But, yeah. So that one update actually encouraged me to go finish it finally. Otherwise, I would have kept probably putting it off for a couple more weeks to a month. But yeah, there's definitely a good handful of them that was worth it. Honestly, all of them are kind of worth it for the XP reward. If you're going to be training all of them anyways. The XP rewards are pretty nice. The only ones that give like particularly good extra rewards are the 5-star quest from Chapter 1, the Brand Off Inheritance, which gives you double the remote storage now. Whenever you do Quartermaster stuff. So basically whenever you're doing like Bone Wright, Blacksmith, Stonemason like we were earlier. Any of those activities really good for making it so you don't have to bank as often. Chapter 2's best quest is obviously Spider Quest. The other one doesn't really do too much. Chapter 3, honestly, every quest there is amazing. Particularly Lost and Found, as it gives you access to making 4-star armor and weapons. And then Spirit Essence, really good detective XP if you do it immediately as soon as you get it. Probably is one of the biggest boosts of any side quest currently. But as far as actual rewards, just starting the Brand Off Inheritance, it gives you the Merchant Shortcut F55 Merchant. But neither of these are like exceedingly good to finish as far as unique rewards, but they're both good for XP. I think I gained like an entire free Leatherworker level at the time that you do it, if you do it right at 50 Leatherworker. Yeah, the biggest ones right now is definitely Brand Off Inheritance, Spider Nest, and Lost and Found. And probably also Tubin's Legacy. Because if you're doing Lost and Found anyways, you might as well do Tubin's Legacy. So probably those 4 are like the main ones. Then you would get Obelisk done automatically because it's just so free in Chapter 1. It's the only 1-star quest, so definitely any 1-star quest that ever shows up. Like, they're so free on requirements. Any 1 or 2-star they ever do. Currently no 2-stars in the mix, though. Yeah, they also have a bunch of lore and a couple boss fights and stuff like that. No repeatable bosses, though. I'd say the hardest boss fight, though it's basically just a reskinned version of the one in Chapter 4, is the boss fight for Forgotten Things. It's a level 60 that hits you like the hags in Chapter 4. And it has like really high burst magic damage. Or it could hit you anywhere from like a 1 to like 1 billion damage per attack. But he's very sporadic. And depending on your HP, he can like 3-shot you. But there's a safe spot for him, so you can just hit him from there and keep healing behind it. We got you killed at level 30, even though he's a level 60. Poor thing. But he's technically the hardest boss in the game. Well, quote-unquote boss. Quest boss, I guess. But he's the highest level one as well at level 60. But the safe spot kind of invalidates him. Yeah, we're almost there. 1/3 a level till 200 mining. And then we can go not get our 200 mining cape. Which I can't even afford it. Doesn't it cost like 3 point something gold? I have 2.3. If I wanted to get it, I can't even afford it. Though we're saving for the smithing one. Then for a level 20 rake, or 25 rake, I mean. Gosh, we're so close. Oh, so I just realized this is going to be our first full screen 200 as well. The two I did in Chronopolis were AFK when we were doing the leak still for Old School RuneScape. This is our first full screen 200. Because these we basically AFK'd our way into. The watch person and detective. This will be like the first one we like fully actively trained all the way to 200. Alright, what is that? Probably like 4 or 5 more inventories. We should be good to go. And then I guess we start doing detective. Oh no, I kind of want to upgrade my hourglass now, or my magnifying glass though. It feels so not worth it for how little we're going to be using it. I want to check something. How much XP are we getting from an AFK raid den compared to one detective order? Because I know how much we're getting from a detective thing. It's like 90k to 100k. I want to see how much we get for one AFK raid den right now. At our exact levels. Because it's very free. They're never going to kill us. I'd rather have a better DPS weapon, but, you know, we can still work with what we have. Because I think I'm using like a 137 4-star there or something. Which is a little dated. Would be nice if I had a higher smithing level. I don't know, maybe I put off trying to do that grind for now and wait till I get like 200 smithing. And just do the AFK raid dents to all the way with like a 199 or even a 200 something weapon. But probably a 199. This is for the easier rarity. But I'm actually considering that. The mining pivot. Instead of having to spam investigations, because I just feel like it's not worth it. I'm going to do one AFK raid just to double check the XP for it. And honestly, if it's any number over like 20k, I think it's better than bothering with the investigations. It'll still be slower, but we're also gaining combat XP. And it's also brain dead easy. We just click a few times, go into the next one. I'd mostly do it off stream though, not on stream, but I do just want to test it just to see. Yeah, we're almost there, come on. Alright, this might be the trip. It looks so close. Now that we're starting to get to the higher level ranges, whenever we go do a 200 skill, it's going to look like for probably like 10 nodes in a row that we're about to gain a level. Like right now, it looks like we're about to gain a level. Now right now, it looks like we're about to gain a level. Now right now, it looks like we're about to gain... It's just going to keep going. It's going to move like slower and slower once we get to 200. Like every single time, it'll be like, oh, almost there, almost there, almost there. Nope, nope, no, not quite, not quite, not quite. Not quite. Not quite. Not quite. There it is. 200. All right, well, now to go to 500. No. Later day, not now. There we go. We have access to the cape that we're not going to get and a new AFK activity. So we didn't actually get anything from it, but of course, the big 200. I got to finish this other trip though real quick. We're already here. I'll go get the rest of the inventory. Alright, next order of business. Let me go see what one AFK raid den is. Plus, I gotta go reset the door to the other one anyways. So if I want to do merchant, I would have to do this regardless, so it kind of works out. And I'll figure out what I want to go do. How much time do we have left? We got a good, like, 3-4 hours we can mess around with. It's a lot of time to mess around with something. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'm fine to go down, like, any route right now. Smithing is something I need the most, but I was going to probably do that mostly off stream. Otherwise, we're just going to be making 1 billion bars. Stonemason, I got an AFK later. Bone Ray, I'm just letting chill for now. Knowledge, probably going into Alchemy so I can get to 62 so I can actually start training it again. Mining, obviously, we're not going to keep doing. We already did so much of it. And then it just comes down to getting 209 Detective for the AFK, or Leatherworker or Merchant for the printing of money. Because I kind of need that to get Gatherer. We got a big money issue right now. Like, I can't even buy the 200 mining keep right now. We're so poor. Like, even if I wanted the keep, I can't even afford the cape. We're just so poor right now. Alright, let me go, teleport over to the thing. I want to check something real quick. I already know about how much XP we're going to get for a... What's it called? For a, for an investigation. I want to see how much we get for an AFK raid. Also get a good water break in. I want to see... And I wonder, we're going to need this door anyways for when we do merchant runs, which works out perfectly. We'd kind of have to do this regardless. Alright, our penalty is 30%. Not ideal. Our weapon is also weaker than I would prefer it to be. Especially without special attacks existing. Because a 199 3-star is definitely better than a 137 4-star. If we got our smithing up, we'd be able to make one. However, a 155 3-star would not be higher. Oh, so I do have the ore for that, right? Yeah, we should. Why wouldn't we? Because I would need... Which one? The platinum of the previous one? Yeah, we should. Should be that one. Not that one. Should be this one. This 163 that we got earlier should be the 2-hand we'd make for the 199. Is actually one of the reasons I was initially doing the mining grind. Alright, we won't know what this number is until the end. It's the only problem here. But as long as this is 20,000, I'm just going to AFK these later instead of investigations. If it's worse than 20,000, we got to reevaluate a little. As long as this is more than 20,000 at the end, it's probably better than bothering with investigations. But just shows how bad investigations are. If at like 30% penalty, they're still not worth it. I mean, they're still better than the investigations. Because that'd be really sad. Time-wise, investigations are still better. But effort-wise... these are pretty strong. Plus, we're multi-skill in combat and detective at once. So total XP is still higher for this compared to just doing investigations. The only benefit investigations get is a little bit extra money. I think it was like 2/3 of a gold per hour. Like it's like 600 something silver, 700 something silver an hour. If we did investigations, somewhere's around there. Which isn't awful. But it's not like, you know, money printer, leatherworker money. Like at that point, we might as well just do merchant leatherworker if we're looking for money. Yeah, we really need a better weapon. This guy's too tanky. But that's what smithing is for. Alright, one last one. I just want to see what the XP drop is here. We're not here to camp these right now. Off stream, probably. But on stream, mostly just want to see what this XP drop is. It's really important to know for the other thing. Alright. Die already, please. Special attack. Kill him quicker. Go. Go. Special. Go. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Your special attack's not working. Go, go, go. Just whack him with your longsword special. Alright, let's see. What are we at right now? How much XP is this? Yeah, we're never doing an investigation. 50k? With that much penalty? Anyways, yeah, we're not doing investigations. Sorry, investigations. Rip. Poor investigations. Yeah, I'm just gonna get my 25 monocles then. Or binoculars. So I can get the AFK to be better. Just to fill the gaps where our raids aren't as good. And right now we're just trying to get to 209 AFK. Not right now, but off stream later. Alright, anyways. I just wanted to check that. Alright, so what are we actually doing? We're kind of already at the merchant tower, but honestly, oh no. Not feeling a merchant mood tonight. I think this is a leatherworker route. I need something more chill. This might be the leatherworker route. Plus, I need to get the money printer rolling again. I think we're already at over 1 gold an hour on the money printer. And we're only at level 138. We're not even at the good levels yet. But yeah, I think we're just going to run the money printer for a little bit. Our money's just so low, and I need to go get the money for rake. So money printer it is. What are we currently printing though? I think we're doing that dark hide all the way at the top, yeah. Or should I tell you what the thing is? If I info it, does it? Yeah, 137, perfect. That is indeed the correct one. The best part is we could do this all the way to 147 if I'm not mistaken. Which is where we get like a white sheep thing or whatever it was. Yeah, white sheep. Strong sheep. The strongest of sheep. Let's see, anyone here we recognize? Some guy called Perfection. I don't actually recognize these. Oh no, they're all bots. No, it's... It's kind of weird. I feel like anytime I ever step foot in here, I see at least one person I recognize. Who are these people? Alright, oh, there we go. We're up to bird bath now. And now that will probably be our AFK activity today. Because before I can properly start doing stonemason again, I need 97. Before I can get back to a real AFK, I need 219 detective. Oh. Let's see. You did the newest unlock passive? Yeah. I've been doing it all around the place. I've probably been doing my AFKs really inefficiently. Like, lately I've been AFKing the cement so that when chapter 5 comes out, I'll be able to AFK builder. Because we're going to be focusing a lot more on armor maker. But I still want builder XP. So I've been doing the cement AFK for that. But it's about to get a better one, so I'm going to probably have to stop that soon. Tonight we're probably doing the stonemason one. Because we just unlocked it literally right now, the bird bath. Because I need 97 at some point. And that'll help us there. Beyond that, the one I really want, but I would need to go get 4 detective levels for it. Post 200 for levels, which is like 12 levels. Is, yeah, the investigations. I'm probably just going to start hard AFKing this off stream. And just try to get to 209. And if we're still not there by like Tuesday, I might just power grind it a little bit more. But I feel like by then we might have it. We'll see. I basically have to get the equivalence of 12 levels, which is not a small amount. And that's with like a 30% penalty or whatever is that right now. Which makes it even longer. But then we could do the AFK all the way to 219. We technically have advanced forensics, but I think the potion for is like 140 per hour. There he is! I found him. I found him. Well, technically he... Oh, so there's Haktua Girl. I think Haktua Girl's #1 leather maker. I haven't seen her be anywhere other than here. I wonder if they're racing each other. I know he's going pretty hard on it. And by he, I mean him. You know what I mean. It's confusing, but you know what I mean. We got Haktua Girl and he going for the Leathermaker grind. Let's go check leaderboard. Who's winning this grind right now? I think Haktua Girl's winning. Actually, Ryan's winning. Oh, we got a new guy in the mix. Who's Ryan? Yeah, never mind. Oh, Ryan's right there. Hey, look at Ryan go. I didn't realize he was number 1. Haktua bot hasn't been active. Not as active. Was the Haktua actually a bot? Would explain why they're only here ever. Though it's weird that if you're running a bot that you wouldn't be in first. Maybe they want to be less suspicious. Yeah, Ryan might have been here a while. I just never noticed that he was like that high. Like, I think I've probably seen Ryan here a few times. Just didn't realize he was like that high a Leathermaker. Because that's like absurdly high. Yeah, even PM Twisty, he's in the same room. Gosh, every single person on leaderboard is like in this room with me. I only recognize him and he and Haktua Girl though. Maybe Pink Kiosk. I've been seeing him around. But I think I saw him while doing Watch Person. Which makes sense because he's 200 Watch Person keep on. I saw him while doing Raid Dens. Not necessarily here. Haktua Girl was doing money hides. Yeah, wasn't a real Haktua Girl like in some kind of like crypto scandal? All she really had to do was just print money off of hides, and she would have been fine. That's where the real money printer is. Oh, the Ryan is following me. Oh, I never got to see the big leatherworker cape. He's wearing 200 leatherworker. I do like the design, but I don't know, too leathery. Seeing it in like open space like this, I don't know. Not as good. I liked it a lot in the past, but honestly, I'm kind of growing out of it. Plus, it looks horrible with armor is the problem. You temporarily overtook her? Nice. Oh, there's Halloween again. Gosh, this place is always so crowded. 19 tanners. I'm pretty sure this room has like a 19 or 20 cap. Because I've never seen more than 19. She always stands on this tile, watch next time, and sits there for a bit. Does she? Where are you currently? Yeah, I do love the stitching on the leatherworker cape. My biggest complaint with it is it looks so bad with Cryonite armor. So I'm probably never going to get it. This one? Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess that's the walk-in tile. So it lets everything render in. Because you can't, like, pre-click anything. Hey, let's see. Does the Haktua girl go right there every time? It's the one right next to the scraper. Oh, she's currently here, so I can't actually check. She hasn't actually left yet. Oh. Hey, let me keep our money stack open. Watch the number go up. We're at 2.5 gold right now. You think they went back to money hide because you see that you're grinding now? After opting back in? That's interesting. Yeah, see what happens when they come back, see if they keep going on the same tile. So far she hasn't left. Hopefully she leaves at the same time I do. It'd be kind of hard to catch her if I'm not here. Is she gonna telly? She either has one more step or a telly. I'm pretty sure that's a telly. She's kind of just doing nothing. Oh, one more step. Oh, that'll work out then, because I'll be able to leave right before her. Yep, almost another level. But right now, what am I investing my money into? I guess at this point, it's definitely going to be Rake for Gatherer. We need like 20 gold solid to do that, though. That's why I kind of want to do a little bit of Merchant Leatherworker. Though we can Leatherworker to about 147 until our money printer breaks. The tiles they stand are always the same and roughly the same time. That's kind of funny. I never really paid attention to them. It's kind of insane they haven't been caught, though. In all fairness, there's probably like almost no anti-botting in this game right now. I assume he wants to get it all in by the time trading comes out, but yeah, that might be a while. It's one of the reasons I don't feel like trading's going to make it this month. There's just so much anti-botting measures he still has to put in place that are very much not there. But I'll pay attention to see if she goes on that exact tile next time. Send in an email. Does he actually reply to emails? I haven't emailed him about anything. You emailed about a bug and got a reply? Nice. Alright, let's see. She should be here in about 30 seconds. In the next 30 seconds, she'd be right on this tile. And then stall for a second. Keep my mouse over it. Let's see. Does she walk to this exact tile? Watch him not walk on it all of a sudden. That'd be funny. Well, first she needs to actually spawn. I assume she would leave around the same time I did, but she's like way behind. I'm like a whole set ahead of her right now. She's really stalling on the actions. I guess to make it more believable. Yep, there's Dabe again. He's been like 20 levels below me for a while now. Still coming for it though. Oh yeah, she's running really slow. I'm already one whole set in front of her right now. I should got different server or something. There's still room in this one right now though. Yeah, it might have got a different server. Otherwise, she's taking like the longest scenic route ever. Yeah, I never realized Leatherworker was so popular. I remember when I was here on like the first few days, and you would see literally no one in here. And even after a week, you'd be lucky if you saw like 1 or 2 people in here. You know, like every room reaches max capacity. Didn't want to get caught red-handed. Let's see. Let's look at the 200 smithing cape. Can't get a good angle. I know. Do we want it? Do we not want it? I'm honestly still leaning towards keeping the 100. The more I look at the 200 cape, I think the more I like the 100. Something about the swords on the bottom is just doing it for me. I might not get a 200 cape of any kind. I might just stick with the 100 till like 500 or something. We'll see, we'll see. Did I see the 500 merch cape? No, I haven't seen it. Is it on the wiki? I've seen a lot of 200s, but never the 500. Oh, it gets like a little gold border at the bottom. Can't zoom in. Like a bunch of gold all around it and everything. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I like it. It almost has like a little gold trim, almost like it. Here's all the gold at the bottom. Almost looks like a king cape or something. Something about it. Oh, what's the 500 detective one look like? Because I would actually have 500 detective before watch person. At that point, I would definitely go watch person. But I've never actually seen the 500 detective yet either. Oh, a double. Can we get a triple? Ah, no triple. What am I putting this into? I guess alchemy? Pretty sure it's the alchemy angle. Gosh, how much more crime do you guys want to do? We won't even need to do raid dens at this point. We'll just get it from doing criminals at leather. Particularly at candles. God, stop! I want to leave! I'm trying to get to leather. I'm trying to do leather. Yeah, they're pretty good knowledge points if you get a chain of them. The problem is getting lucky enough to get a chain. But if you can get a chain going, yeah, they're pretty good. The problem is all the downtime in between. Where nothing is happening. Yeah, catching thieves is really good. But only when you see them naturally. They're not worth taking when you, you know, if you're just camping them or something. If you, like, naturally see one, they're worth it. Particularly the higher level ones. They're mostly just something you do while doing leather and merchant. Mostly merchant. But honestly, the more I see the 200 smithing keep, the more I kind of want to keep the 100. Something about the swords at the bottom just looks cleaner. The 2 axes kind of ruin it. Better we gotta start considering a cape that matches cryonite armor better. But that'd be 500 watch person. Also, the other pivot of all would be, what does the 500 armor maker cape looks like? We might be going for the pivot of the century and go for 500 armor maker. It's like one of the first 3 to 5 to get it. Because I haven't tried going like power rushing a 500. And I feel like chapter 5 is the perfect time to do it. And if I'm already going power rushing 200 armor, why not just go all the way? We're already like 10% the way there. Might as well go the other 90%. Yeah, hopefully good for your sake too. Oh yeah, I might need some of your leather, by the way. Might need some leather hookups if I am going to go for 500 armor maker. I'll still get some of my own, but I'm definitely not going to have like 400 or 500 leather maker, that's for sure. Like by the time armor comes out, I'll be lucky if I have 250. I'm not sure if I'm actually going for 500 or not, though. I definitely do in the 200 rush. After 200, it really comes down to, am I going to bother with 5? I guess it depends if it has good AFK activities. If you constantly have to lose money to AFK armor maker, I'm probably not going to do it. But if you break even or profit while AFKing armor maker, I'll probably go to 500. I I won't be the quickest to do it, but we will get there. You're level 0 leather maker right now. Is there like a guide to what leather to sell? Or like generally what to do? Basically you want to go do merchant so that you can get the discount. At level 10 you get the first discount and you keep going from there. After that you just buy whichever one you have discounted up to your level range and then make it. You can do it without the discount though. They all profit. But yeah, you basically just buy leather from the guy and then sell it to the other guy and then you're good to go. I should probably point it to where they are. Where's my map? Map would make a lot more sense. But, let me do it this way. So all you have to do for leather maker is go to this guy over here, the hide stall. Buy your highest tier hide if you don't care about the money necessarily. Just buy your highest tier hide that you can currently process. Then you come over here, do whatever the steps are to go and process it. You then teleport over to Chronopolis Market, which will bring you here. Assuming you would click that stone. Make sure to get that if you didn't already. But you teleport over there. Then you sell it to this guy right over here. There's a leather stall towards the south right here. And then you just repeat it by going down this road and do it again. If you want to store it, the best place to store it is this storage rift over here. Assuming you have storage rift unlocked. Otherwise, there's a bank that you can do in the leatherworker's place right over there. Which you can either go through here and go just left. And then do a circle back to here. Or you could just go left from here and go straight to the storage rift if you have it. Honestly, I might go store these. I haven't stored too many of them. Yeah, you make profit at all levels. It's just without merchant, you don't make like mega profit. Like you make money at all levels, but you print money if you have the merchant level. But yeah, you don't need the merchant level to do leatherworker. It just drastically increases profit though. But it's not required. Every single hide profits. It's just your profit margins are way better if you do merchant first. Especially if you plan to do it at any point. So should you get like level 100 merchant before starting leather? Well, you can start leather whenever. You can kind of just do it back and forth. But yeah, I would advise getting at least like 50-ish. Because that gives you access to like a lot of hides. There's also a quest that you can do in the area that gives quite a bit of XP to both merchant and leatherworker, which requires 55 merchant and 50 leatherworker. So getting levels like that, then doing the quest could be pretty helpful as well. The reward for it also gives you a pretty good shortcut for merchant down the line. But yeah, generally, if you were to go do this area as efficiently as possible, the order that you would do is do 83 detective, ideally through raid den, so you can do it through any method you want. This unlocks every shortcut in the region. You then do 55 merchant, which will unlock the final merchant shortcut, as well as the quest requirement. You then get 50 leatherworker, and then go complete out the quest, the Battle of Fortune Hold. And then you basically just keep doing merchants and to keep up with your leatherworker. You'll be good to go from there. Oh, the only thing I didn't mention is that like 31 detective, you can also do Spirit of Essence. This skips you like 3 detective levels, which can be really helpful. And the boss is pretty easy. Yeah, that skips you forward like 3-4 detective levels at 31 to 34, 31 to 35 or something. But yeah, long story short, 83 detective, then 55 merchant, then 50 leatherworker, then the final quest, and then just merchant into leatherworker. It's not required though. You can just do leatherworker only. But that's the best path to go through if you're going to start from scratch. You want to maximize everything. Yeah, you can do leatherworker to take a break from merchant. It's really good for that. The only problem with low-level leatherworker, like if you're keeping your merchant up to leatherworker, is you have to get a lot of merchant skill, levels before it catches up with your leatherworker. Like at the lower level range, if you had like 25 merchant, I think that only gets you to like 8 leatherworker, which is like really, really low. Like the curve is pretty bad, but they do get closer and closer to each other. Like right now, my 155 merchant gets me to 147 leatherworker. But at the lower range, you got to get like 1 billion merchant before it even does like 10 leatherworker levels, which is the only annoying thing with the scaling. Eventually they catch up with each other, but the low level scaling is really bad. Like how much merchant you need relative to how much leatherworker you need. There's a huge disparity early on. But right now my level disparity is only like 8 between my leatherworker max and my merchant max at this level. And at some point I think they even like collide with each other. Like let's see, what's the highest tier tied? Like at 490? And this is probably like a 4 something. A 490. Yeah, they both actually catch up perfectly with each other eventually. It's just a lower level range. It's really bad. It's kind of like a lot of things with alchemy where they just don't make sense. Merchant leatherwork is a little bit like that, at least at the lower range. 100 plus, they kind of catch up with each other though. But yeah, once you get over 100 leatherworker, you really start printing money. Everything before then, I almost just banked completely. Because it wasn't worth how much money you were making. But 100 plus leather maker is when it really gets good. Even at 139 we're doing, or technically 137, we're doing about a gold an hour. And it only goes higher from there. Oh, is the Haktua girl back? Oh, I didn't see her. Oh, wait, did she just enter in the last, like, minute? I can go watch the replay real quick. See if she actually went on the tile. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, you saw her buying. Oh, okay. She's probably in a different server for this area, though. Alright, well, she's coming in. I got the tile ready. Oh, she's not here. I see you coming in. Yeah, she got different server at some point. Because we capped out ours. Do you actually know what the max capacity of this room is? Is it 19 or 20? Because I've never seen it go higher than 19. I feel like with how long you've been in here, you might know. Is it 30? Really? That's weird. I've never seen it go higher than 19. I've seen like every server pretty much have that number. Yeah, I keep assuming it's 20, but I never see it touch 20. I guess the servers try to make sure that none get like maxed. Or tries to at least. Never really paid attention to it, yeah. I have occasionally, just because I wanted to see if there was someone here sometimes. So like click over to it. But in doing so, yeah, you see how many total people are here. But it's mostly because everyone's collapsed on each other, so you can't really tell sometimes. There could be like 5 people on the same tile or something. It's one thing that's really weird with the room system currently. Or not the room system, but the, like how people can stack on each other. Is you literally have like 10 people on one tile. Yeah, it just looks like one person and you have no way of really knowing. Yeah, the room is pretty small. Well, all the rooms are pretty small. Every single room is small. As an aesthetic, I almost forgot even is a thing in this game sometimes. Like the whole like separated room thing. Alright, Thief, I need you to move. Was it you? I can't even tell because you were all stacked. Should be you, though. Yeah, honestly, the more I see the 200 smithing cape, the more I'm like, the 100's fine. I actually don't think I like it as much. There's something about the axes on the bottom that's throwing me off. Instead of some nice good old swords. But, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with my 100, I think. Not sure if there's any 200 keep I would switch into before we do a 500. Yeah, we're definitely going 500 watch person for sure. The smithing keep is reverse growing on you? That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's really flashy and bright. But I'm kind of used to it because, in, you know, an old school RuneScape, when you're doing melee, you're always wearing like a flashy, bright fire cape or inferno cape. So I'm kind of used to, when doing melee, having an absurdly bright cape on my back with the exact same color scheme. So it's like, yeah, that's about the same. Close enough. But I do kind of want something that matches Cryonite armor better. I can't think of anything other than Watch Person Cape, though. But I don't want to get the 200 Watch Person Cape. The 200 one looks awful to me. It only gets good at 500. Like, every version of it is horrible but 500. That's my only issue with it. A good old fire cape, pretty much. I was kind of hoping that the armor cape or something will look amazing. I really hope that, since the leather cape goes so well with like the other hides, I'm really hoping it looks like super metallic and goes really well with plate armor. I feel like that'd be a fun keep to have. Especially since I used to make defense pures and everything in the other game. Having a 500 armor cape just seems so fitting. Because that's the closest thing to a defense skill in this game, is the armor maker skill. So we gotta go max our defense skill. I think I have to. I think that's the plan. I gotta get the 200, well, definitely 200, but we gotta go get the 500 armor maker cape. And I'll buy the 200 when we get 200, and eventually the 500. I think we have to do it. You know how useful that would be? If we're like one of the only few people who can actually make 500 tier armor, or like anyone armor. Dude, that'd be fun as well. That'd be good for trading. If we could just make like any tier armor in the entire game. And unlike the other skills, you don't have to train all three if you could get the other resources from people. Because everyone's going to need a good armor maker for the final step. Do you know the other skills that are coming in next chapter? Yes. We currently know of 4. We don't know if there's a 5th yet, though. There's Shield Breaker, which is the standard combat. There is a Gathering skill with a hand leading towards a worm, which will give some things for Bone Right. It'll give some things for Builder. It'll give some things, obviously, for Alchemy. Beyond that, speaking of Alchemy XP, thank you. Beyond that, there's a Builder skill, which we have no clue what it does. And obviously the Armor Maker skill, which is like the most relevant one for next chapter by a mile. Unless Builder happens to be good. But otherwise, it's the most relevant skill next chapter. And you'll be able to make every armor in the game that way. All the way from shoes to helmet. As well as for all 3 classes. It's not going to be a triple divide skill. You'll be able to make them all with one. But you'll still likely need the material from the other 3. Like the bones from Bone Right, the spars from Blacksmith, and the stone from Stonemason. And obviously the leather from Leathermaker. Oh, we might get player-owned houses. I don't think he's going to add player-owned houses next chapter. I feel like that's too ambitious. I do feel like you're going to use Builder, Carpentry, you know, and Leathermaker and such for when you do build a house. But I personally don't feel like he's going to add a whole player-owned house system out of nowhere. That'd be cool if he did, though. My bet for it is still on you're going to have to fix up a bunch of buildings that are in the area. And get extra facilities that way. Kind of like how Merchant unlocks better shops. And Detective unlocks shortcuts. Almost kind of like that, where Builder will unlock, like, entire buildings and facilities and, you know, things that would be decent. Like a really good weapon armor shop. Maybe a really conveniently placed potion storage, you know, stuff like that. Where you basically, like, rebuild the town kind of situation. Working almost like a pseudo merchant in a way, but for entire facilities. But we don't currently know what it will do. But if it was a player-owned house system, that'd be kind of crazy. I don't think it will be, though. I feel like he would have mentioned that at some point if it was. Like, it wouldn't just be like a... Like that's not just something you drop out of nowhere. That's definitely something you kind of hint at before it comes. That's not beyond him to drop, like, insane content like that out of nowhere, but still. I feel like he would give, like, some notification beforehand. Though anytime we do eventually get player-owned houses, you're definitely going to need builder for it, for sure. Builder, carpenter, leatherworker, maybe some other skill that's coming in the future. Oh, things that can auto-do things, like auto-tanning hides. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, that'd be really cool. Imagine you could build your own sawmill that slowly auto-saws logs. And then a thing that auto-tans. Oh, that'd be really good. A thing that auto-smelts. I think RuneScape 3 has something like that. Where you can build it with invention. Where you get like these things that like auto make you planks and a few other things in that game. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Like an auto tan hider. Like that keeps getting built better with your building skill. Like maybe at low level builder only tans like 1 an hour. But you know at like level 300 it's like almost like 10 an hour or something. Oh, there's Octua girl. Oh, I didn't see where she stepped though. Oh no! Yeah, Octua girl got reservered with us. I think she's on her final step right now. I still want to see if she walks on that one tile. Oh, did she step on the tile? Oh, I missed it. But I believe you. I just wanted to see it first then. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I wonder what the current population is bot-wise. Like, if I had to guess, maybe, what, 10%? 10% of everything in Brighter Shores is probably a bot right now. That's a lot of bots, if not. Let's see, how many people are playing right now? Oops, if I click the right buttons, there we go. I don't know, 10% would be a lot. Oh no, do we think there's over 260, 270 bots right now? There could be. Does it feel like that's kind of like the average for an MMO? Like 10% bot population? It's when it's way higher than that you should have concern. Like if it's like over 20% right now, that's a problem. Yeah, I would say it's like 5 to 10% right now. It's not always easy to tell though. Yeah, he definitely needs to get them all before trading comes out. He needs much better detection by then. It's likely one of the reasons why he's even delayed trading so much. He was originally supposed to release with it. By this point, he's going to be delaying it almost 2 months compared to launch. It's already been over a month. But it's likely just to make sure he has bot protection and everything else in place. Make sure there's no trade duplication glitch, you know, all the normal things. But, yeah, he's likely making sure it's, you know, good before he releases it. Because that'd be really bad if there's just bots everywhere and everything else is trading everything. But at least he's taking the time to go do it properly. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, we'll find out. We'll find out when the average item crashes to like 10% its value. And this hide can't even sell for 6 silver. Or 7 silver. Gosh, these are so expensive for making armor. I wonder how many of these hides you need to actually make a plate body. I would guess like, what, 5, 6? That's a pretty expensive plate body, not even counting the bars. Let's say, hypothetically, it's 5. That's over 30 silver for a plate body. Unless you make it yourself, in which case it's really cheap. But then you have to go through the very slow process of doing leatherworker. I found Haktua, girl. And let me go check this real quick. Can I get there in time? Ah, she's stalling. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. She's just standing there. I'm gonna hope she keeps standing there for a moment. I might miss her, though. Come on, keep standing there. Come on, stand there for like another, like, 20 seconds. No, she moved. Maybe she's gonna move very slowly. No, she moved quickly. Actually, she's not even in the server anymore. That's weird. Here, she got deservered again. Yeah, 19 has to be the max capacity or something. Because it keeps happening over and over again. Do you have any idea of what you think PvP will look like for the game? Like some 1 versus 1? Wildy kind of stuff? No, I don't think we're going to get an equivalence of anything even close to Wilderness. It'd be more like Dual Arena before it'd be more like Wilderness. But, there's a lot we don't know about it. Like, will it even be 1 versus 1? Will it be 3 versus 3? If it is 1 versus 1, how on earth will it be balanced since every class is weak to another? Is it just going to be mirror matches against your own class? Beyond that, like, we don't know if your armor will be lost on death. We don't know if your armor could get destroyed on death. We don't know if it's going to be an entry fee system or, you know, lose loot kind of system. If it is an entry fee system, we don't know what the tax would be on it. I don't know, there's a lot of things we don't know. But yeah, we know pretty much nothing about PvP. Like, at all. Other than that there's going to be something called quote-unquote PvP leagues. Which means probably an MMR system, but by a fancier name. But beyond that, we don't really know anything. Other than that there will be some system called PvP leagues that are likely coming into the game. But yeah, that and trading, we honestly have no clue how to work. Both PvP and trading. Like, we have a general idea how it could work, obviously, but as far as specifics, there's pretty much no publicly known specifics of either. I'm not sure if he knows. He probably has something planned. mean, how's our gold doing? I keep banking so much, I'm barely making anything. Almost at 3 gold. Problem is I need like 20 before I could properly move on to Gatherer. We still gotta go get our 200 smithing. Honestly, after tomorrow, like going into Tuesday, I think that's finally our angle then. I gotta go finish 200 smithing. We just kind of need it already. Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to the game. Mostly we'll just tell with time. But I'm definitely probably most hyped for queuable actions. It's starting to lose the poll right now, though. We're at 30% for transmogs and holiday event. Though, honestly, I will be doing the... we will be reading every single line of text if there is a holiday event. So whenever the day drops the holiday event, I will read the entire thing. I haven't for any of the storyline. However, this event will only roll over once, so I'll definitely read the entire thing. I figured for the storyline, it's like, it'll be there forever. It's not that big a deal. We can just read it, whatever. But the holiday event will definitely be reading through the whole thing and do it on stream. Get all the transmogs, whatever you have to do for it. Queuable action is definitely my favorite thing that's going to be coming in the near future, though. Player-to-player trading, I honestly don't care about, but I'll still engage with it. And more quality of life is still nice. But, you know, this is something to expect that he'll always do. It's nothing too much different. Though I do have to say, the most recent quality of life at the 200% knowledge thing, really huge. One of the best updates, honestly, probably since launch. Like, out of any one update, it's probably my favorite so far. The 200% knowledge update. It basically fixed the knowledge system. Not completely. There's still a lot of issues with it. But it, at least short-term band-aid the knowledge issue. Yeah, it has to be pretty soon, the holiday event. Should be within the next week, because obviously he has to do it before Christmas, so we know it's before the 25th. He'll likely want to do it even way before then, like at least a week or two. And 2 weeks beforehand would be the 11th. Which means if he wants to have the holiday out before 2 weeks before Christmas, or the holidays in general, yeah, it'd probably have to be in the next few days. It also means he has to code an entire transmog system within the next few days. So he probably already started. Yep, one more trip and we'll have 3 gold out of 20. I think tomorrow's angle might be merchant. I'm not sure. Oh no, I kind of want to do the detective thing. The problem with the detective thing is I want a better weapon. But to get a better weapon, I gotta go get 200 smithing. Well, technically 199. But you know, if we're getting 199, obviously we're getting 200. I'm not stopping at 199. We're obviously going to 200. But, oh no, that's a lot of levels, though. 44 smithing levels? That is not like a one-day thing. That is far longer than a one-day thing. Especially since I probably need to mine more iron to even get to 200 anyways. Especially if I'm only making bars. Not sure what to do about it. Because I need the smithing levels now, but... that also means we have to spend like 2 streams doing nothing but smithing. And ore mining. After having done like 4 days straight of Mines of Matubin. While also having to do the alts on Mines of Matubin. Which basically means we just live in Mines of Matubin. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not against doing it. I just feel like a whole week in the same area is a little overkill. As we spent weeks on end in this area, but that doesn't count. Chronopolis doesn't count. What's going to be funny is if I do go for 500 armor maker, you do realize we're going to be spending like a month on that. It's one of the things that's going to make me kind of not want to do it, I think. 200 rush for sure. We'll have to see after 200 how we feel about going to 500. Because that's going to take like 3 weeks of nothing but doing armor maker. That or knowledging up. You know what? That might be the play. Maybe that's our 500 merchant arc. Is we rush armor to 200. And then do knowledge and AFK activities to 500. Without actually training it directly. That might be the play. Because I can easily bank and get the supplies for 200. And then after that, just start knowledge spamming it by doing merchant. Which down the line would also allow us to do higher leatherworker. It'll be our 500 merchant arc. Not actually 500, but, you know, utilizing it to get to armor maker up. Almost doing, like, merchant into armor instead of, you know, merchant leatherworker. Or we'd still also get the benefit of leatherworker being better. I don't know, we'll see. I know for sure I'm resting 200 armor after, like, day 2. Day 1, we'll go and play it. See everything there is to see in Chapter 5. Do the full new Chapter 5 experience. Maybe even 2 days, depending on how much content is there. And then we're just, like, going all in armor maker. Like, all in. You want to do builder? Yeah, builder does seem interesting to me. I was planning on doing some AFK builder, but if I am going to be going for 500 armor maker, I have to AFK armor maker. And then worry about builder. I don't know, we'll see. It depends how strong builder is. Like, if builder is amazing, I might just do 200 armor maker rush and then do 500 builder. Also depends what the capes look like. Because if the 500 armor maker cape is like my favorite cape in all existence, I'm going for it. But if it's just kind of average, then maybe just 200's fine. Because I want to have like one cape. That'll be like the cape for us. And the dragon cape seems pretty high up there. But 500 armor maker does sound pretty enticing as long as the cape is good. And obviously the utility of 500 armor maker is absurdly good. Oh, there's a new person on the leaderboard. I think someone opted in because I got pushed down as well. Someone new has opted in. And it is Meadow sniping down Yips. Oh no, Yips. Wait, did you just gain 100 levels in a day? The last update was at 2,100. Could just been that it didn't update for a while. But yeah, Meadow is now back on the leaderboard and has kicked off Yips. All the way from rank 1 to rank 4. They were rank 1 yesterday, now they're rank 4. Obviously, they were rank 1 for like an hour or two, but still, they were rank 1 yesterday, and now they're rank 4. But yeah, Meadow has struck in the leaderboard. Out from hiding. Oh, rip top 200, or 20, I mean. It's not too big a deal, though. Yeah, it's an early number 2 as well. They've really been grinding in the shadows. Trying to click on top. There it is. Yeah, they're catching up to Unbi. How's our gold stack doing? Ooh, there should be 3 gold right here. Alright, we've almost exhausted how far a merchant can bring us. We can only go to 147 leather maker. How much time do we still have left? Yeah, we shouldn't over encumber on leather maker levels quite yet. Well, technically, yeah, I can go to 147. I just can't train 147. Which means I can go for 6 more levels. Well, 6 and a third, whatever you'd call that. So we shouldn't over encumber it tonight at any point. But there we go, 3 gold. Now just to source another 17 and we'll be good to go. Still got ways to go. Now we're getting there. 1 silver at a time. You know something I should go check? I think I'm going to bank this next inventory. I want to see how much leather I have banked. And did I forget any of the hides? This is the main thing I want to check. See if I have at least 1 or 2 stacks of every hide. Because I haven't checked the leather bank in a very long time, and I think it would be really funny to see what we have banked right now. Because while I haven't been banking that much, we have been banking a little bit of everything. And I'm curious where our current stacks are at right now. Because I feel like the answer would surprise us. Like, I don't have a lot banked, but we have a very wide variety banked. Like, very, very wide. You saw in real time Miles go up a rank? That's funny. Yeah, it refreshes at weird intervals. What do I need to get top 20 right now? We need to be 1,700 or higher. We're definitely not getting that tonight. There's no way we're getting 15 levels in 2 hours. It's possible to, not with what we're doing though. What's Casey been focusing on? Let's say. Oh, oh yeah. They were going crazy on Watch Person Detective. I think the main thing that throws me off here, like they've been going crazy on Chronopolis. I think the main thing that throws me off is they only want 100 Blacksmith. They're Cryo Knight, obviously, based on that. Also, I've seen them around, so they definitely are. But this kind of confuses me. Like, he did this for his boost potions, but didn't make that many. The 81 Alchemy. 76 Cooking is also a bit of a weird one. Because that has no purpose. Which is also confusing because I got 80 Cooking. I would think for a second, like, maybe it's for remote storage. Oh, no, he could have. No. Well, maybe. Oh, no. Could you have killed it at 22 guard? No, you wouldn't have done the Branolf Inheritance at that level. Which is even weirder. He can, but he hasn't. Because he'd be a higher guard level than 22 if he did Branolf. Not because you can't kill it at 22, but because the quest XP would make you higher than 22. Like, if you did every quest in that area, you'd be higher than level 22. Not because you need the level, but because the quest XP would make you higher than that. It's just kind of weird because he has every level to do it, but hasn't. It would take him, like, half an hour. And he still hasn't done it yet. Yeah, he's been really heavy on Chapter 4. Like, literally just Chapter 4. Is he rank 1 Chapter 4? That'd be even more surprising if he wasn't. Okay, yeah. Oh, wow. Is he rank 1 Chapter 4? He's like rank 1 Chapter 4. Oh, you're actually the rank 6. And Miles' ES is 4. But, wow. Is he rank 1? By several miles. Are you only 153, 155? Yeah, getting that to 200, 200 is really free. I feel like everyone in top 20 for a total level, just by default, has 200, 200. Watch Person Detective. It's kind of just expected. It is so absurdly free. Beyond that's a little bit more complicated, though. But getting there is pretty free. Yeah, I'm gonna bank these hides and see what our stash is at right now. I'm really curious. If I had to guess how many hides I have banked, I want to say 3,000? 2,000? I'm not gonna add them all up, but we're just gonna kind of just do a peek. See where our stacks are at right now. Obviously, I've been selling most of them lately, though early on I did bank almost all of them. Because it wasn't worth the profit to sell them. I wanted it for low-level armor maker. Just having to make them down the line would have just been a waste of time. Because I think for the first like 50 to 80-ish levels, even though I was putting some knowledge into it, I think I banked almost everything up to like 60 or 70. You definitely up to 50. I think I banked like 95% up to 50, though I was using some knowledge, so we were skipping some levels and such because it wasn't worth selling them for how low they were. So of course now we're at the point where it's worth selling, but I still want to bank some. Let me go check. Because we haven't checked our stash in a very, very long time. Alright, what's the stash at? Hey, did I forget one here? Let's see. Basic, moderate, fine, strong. Oh, I haven't done strong 4 yet, because we're not there yet. Does every single one have 3 tiers? 3, 4, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, they're all there. Okay, perfect. I got a lot of the moderates. Oh, we have a lot of moderates. A little bit of fine. Yeah, we got a lot of moderate banked. Wow. Yeah, we're going to be good on moderates. Every single moderate is just stacked right now. I have so much of every moderate. Which is good because we need to get through this middle level ranges. These are going to be some of the harder ones to get initially. Because I'm not sure how many people are going to be trading them. And most people are just kind of selling them out. Oh, a little bit weaker on this one though. Hailbeast's got like almost nothing for moderate. And also White Cow, oddly enough, has like none. It's not too bad. That's where our current stacks are at. It's not the most amazing stacks, but they're there. They're getting there. Ooh, that's gonna be hard when we get there. We just went from like a 10 level gap to like every few levels being an upgrade. Which actually a bad thing to some degree. Like it's good for EXP rate, but it's bad for how much merchant we gotta go do. Ah, time to do the merchant grind. Oh, we get a red cabbage discount. I assume that's an alchemy supply. Probably for the EXP pot. Oh, probably goes with the pearl as well. Ooh. Red cabbage with pearl? Or maybe it's the higher grape that did it. Not sure what you use red cabbage for. Oh, a clockwork dragon? Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, I want one now for my player-owned house that doesn't exist. What's the goals for tomorrow's stream? Tomorrow's going to be a little bit shorter. I'm not quite sure yet. There's a couple things we need. I'm just not sure what way I want to tackle it. Obviously, we need 200 smithing. We need 205 merchant. And I need 209 detective. I need the merchant for leather worker, and because I need a 25 rake, which I need 20 gold for. I currently have 3. And slightly going up as we're doing leather worker. It's one of the reasons we're doing leather worker right now. What was the other things I mentioned? Smithing I need so I can go properly do the 221 raids once we get there. So I can make a 199 weapon. At least to go farm something better. Or just use that. Beyond that, what's the other one I mentioned? Oh yeah, smithing. Smithing would just be us back in the mines doing 1 billion ore. The most useful order would be, probably smithing, detective, then merchant. However, I kind of want to do it in like exact opposite order. Mostly just so we're not back in mines and Matubin. The only problem with doing smithing is I mostly have to do bars. I'm not actually going to be making that much gear because I want to save most of my bars for armor making as well as just weapons in the future. for all the other chapters so we can keep doing upgrades whenever we need. The other problem with doing smithing is I have to do some more mining, because I know for sure I don't have 200 banked if I'm saving the bars. So I need to do more iron to get there, as well as some knowledge points. If we got knowledge points, we got merchant. But yeah, we're definitely doing some amount of merchant tomorrow. It probably honestly is going to be merchant smithing, because they're too highest priority of what we need to get up. Because after today, I'm going to wall myself off on Leathermaker, so I can't do Leathermaker without doing more merchant. And then merchant would cover the rest of the money we need. Because right now we have two issues. We have a smithing's not high enough to keep up with combat issue, and which we've been trying to fix by doing mining. But in doing so much mining, I haven't been doing any smithing. I think I've gained like 4 blacksmith levels in like 2 weeks. And we were like 151, 150, 151 or so. And yeah, in that time I've gained 4 levels in like the last 2 weeks because we went so heavy on 200 mining, which we just finished today, of course. But now we gotta kind of do the inverse, and yeah, merchant to get our money into a leather worker, and then blacksmith just because we need it for the raid thing. Beyond that, I'll be putting a lot of knowledge probably into alchemist, if not into smithing at certain ranges. Because I do need alchemist to get to 62 so we could start training again for the 77 boost pots for plus 60. And beyond that, in the short term, yeah, we need 221 detective, as well as the gear to actually AFK them. Because I do want to do post 200 for both of these. Though, I guess that's on a little bit of a back burner goal. Because there isn't really any need to do those. So I'll probably stall these for a little bit. It's mostly the merchant, leatherworker, blacksmith, and eventual gatherer grind that matters. Gather might seem like one out of left field, but I need that for bone right. And bone right and stonemason. Because I'm still working towards that 200, 200, 200. But the next one obviously being blacksmith. Or the first one, technically, of them. Then after that would be stonemason, just because I have so much banked. But I need to go do a ton of gatherer to realistically do bone right properly. I don't want to do it purely off of just knowledge. It would take too long. Could do a combination of knowledge and bones. Kind of like how we've been doing with blacksmithing. We're going to dunk a ton of bones to get XP. And then after that, we put a bunch of knowledge points into it. And kind of keep going back and forth. Where we dunk all of our bones, then knowledge, then dunk all our bones, then knowledge. Kind of like how we're doing stonemason right now. Like, I need to get to 97 before I can use my next stone. Except with stonemason, I've actually been processing all of it. I don't think I will be with bone right. Because I want to save the bones for armor. For armor maker. As well as if I need to upgrade weapon. But more so for armor maker. The only thing I ironically won't have a lot of for armor maker is stones. Because I'm catching them all in for XP. And because I'm doing that, I'm not actually getting any spears. Or very minimal. But I don't think we're going to need to make every single armor for that to work. Just being able to make like 1 or 2 is probably fine. Because you probably don't need to make all 3 to actually train the skill. You will if you want to make armor that's 4-star. So maybe we still want to go get some stones. Yeah, maybe that's more of a reason to keep some of our higher tier stones then. Lower tier ones don't matter as much though. But honestly, yeah, once we start getting higher, I should probably stop using all of them. Now that we're starting to get to the higher range. The only problem with that is that means even more knowledge points. Which means even more merchant to go get those knowledge points. But yeah, I foresee a lot of merchant in our future. Unless they magically come out with a better knowledge rate out of nowhere. Because a lot of the plans I have in the near future require us to knowledge like 1 billion different skills before we could properly train them. There's no quicker way than just doing merchant. And our leatherworker goal right now is 147. Just to cap out what we could do at our current merchant level. Until we're forced to train it again. Wow, there's actually a really big gap before I can get into the hide. I didn't even notice that. Oh, even more reason to go into the merchant addiction. We get the Clockwork Dragon, and we get at 168 our next hide. That's 13 levels. Oh, Snow Globe. Let's see, what are all the objects we don't have yet? Ham Leg, Clockwork Dragon, Snow Globe, cups. Just cups. Just cups. Postcards. What is that? A rhubarb. A curry. What is this? The cooking skill? I assume that's from the chef. Oh, where am I going? Let's see. Double hide. That's why I wanted 205 in the past. Oranges. That's probably from the grocery store. Which we could check by clicking any of these. Yep. Definitely. Oh, no, it's actually not. It's the guy that does banana. Also does orange, apparently. Let me go check then. Is this from the chef or not? No, that's actually from the goose. Oh, no, that is the chef. Never mind. The chef is in the goose inn. Clockwork Dragons from the Clockwork Lady. Oh, wait. There's a better pocket watch? Wait, they get upgraded? No, this is just a different pocket watch. He just sells a different one. He sells the lame, cheap one. But then he also has the precise pocket watch. Wonder where you turn that one in. And then we got silk. Ah, going back to your roots, I see. And we got the old ring. The Fargust wine. The stripped vase, which is probably from that vase stall. Who could have guessed? Tea lights. Not sure what it even is. Unicorn here. That's one we'll never do. It's the top left one for sure. Let's see. Portrait painting. Pendulum clock from that one Clockwork Place. The other one down southwest. A monocle from that one monocle shop. All the way north. Tofu wine from the wine shop. Antique books from, I have no clue where. From Boggs Antiques, that makes sense. That's the guy you turn in the clockwork thing to. Or the watch, I mean. And in the end, all the way at 484 truffles. Which is from the Merchants Guild. Interesting. Oh, we got a ways to go. Let's get going. At some point, anyways. I think all my AFK activity, right? Yeah. Hey, an alchemy level. 9 more to go. We could start training alchemy again. But we need to get to 62. Well, maybe 56. What does this use? Strength Arbore. I'm not sure if I have any of that banks. The thing is, it probably requires a lot of ingredients from the area. I highly doubt I've gathered that many at level 30 gatherer. But I believe the plus 61 actually profits. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep them in the bank or not, though. Or just sell them. Because the only Arbore weapon we can currently get on a Cryonite is a bow. And unless that thing has the most insane special attack ever, we are probably never drinking in our history ever a plus 60 Arbore strength potion. The only reason we would keep them is they are worth way more trading than they are sent to the shop. The only problem is I believe we lose like 2 or 3 silver each if we were to save them for trading. However, if we were to trade every single one, each one is probably an extra profit of like 1 or 2 silver. Even if you bought all of the stuff from the thing. Let me go check. These have to be even more than the other thing. Let me go check something. Alchemy. How much profit is it currently? Then we can kind of determine how much profit it would be when trading comes out. He's probably at least 2 times whatever this number is. Alright, to buy everything costs 7. Or sorry, 8. Yeah, it would cost 8. That's pretty expensive. But yeah, they're 8 silver each to buy. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry. They're 2 silver each to buy. I was looking at the wrong one. It's the weaker one that's 8. Yeah, it's 2 silver each. They currently make 700 bronze. So yeah, they'd probably make at least 2 silver each when trading. Geez, how much is a plus 40 buy from the shop? Like probably at least like 2 or 3. And this is plus 20 stronger than that. And it's probably slightly cheaper than that. Right, let me go check something real quick. I want to see. We'll just do it from the actual shop instead of the wiki. I want to see something. Where's the price of the plus 40 potion? Because a bare minimum has to go for more than this, obviously. But how much is this? So buying them is a 2.1. They sell for like a 2.8 if you sell them in the current state of the game. Which means on the market they would have to go for at least 3. But what I wanted to see is if people did want to settle on just 40s, what are they? Priced at 2.1. So basically the same price. You can make a 60 for the same price that a 40 costs. And they sell for at least 2.8. So in the market they'd have to sell for at least 3. Probably closer to 4. There's no way they would sell that high though. Or would they? I don't know. Would they sell for 9? It's hard to tell. I don't feel like they would. I come for some cooking contracts. We're already here, might as well. Already in the area. Huge. Not worth it. Are these two worth it? It's so many though. There's so many. I guess I'll do it. They're not really worth it though. I might as well take them all for another set later. Anyways, more about that later. Anyways, I'm gonna go sell these. So many people gonna get scammed while trading. Oh no, the problem is no one's gonna know the value of anything. It's basically what people are willing to pay. Like, we'd have to sell those for at least 3.5 to be worth saving them. But I feel like they could sell higher to 5 each. But anyone who just wants to settle on plus 40 is, they're not going to pay more than like 3 for the upgrade. But at that point, you might just sell them to the shop because they sell for 2.8. I might just sell them. Because honestly, the 0.7 profit each that we can get now is probably better than saving it just to get double that later. But it's really hard to tell like what their value will be. Like, what is someone willing to pay for like a plus 60 compared to a plus 40? Because they can insta-buy 40s as much as they want for 2.1 each. Like, infinitely. So how much more would someone be willing to pay for plus 20? Because the answer is probably not much. Like, 3 is like the highest they would probably go. Maybe 4. If they were like leaderboard rushing. But then at that point, they'd want to have a plus 70 or plus 80 or something. I don't know, it's hard to tell. I might just sell them. I'll definitely save on all the blue ones, though. 100%. Gotta get the calculator out on trading day? Well, you'd have to sell them for at least 3 each. By that point, it's not worth it for only 0.2 bronze. Because 0.7 right now is worth a lot more than 0.9 later. Because that's the other issue. Like, the immediate money is way better than the later money. Unless trading gets added, like, in a week. The biggest issue is what people are willing to pay, because potions can go for, like, literally anything. For all I know, they could go for 20 silver each. Or even up to like 10 or something. I feel like most people wouldn't spend more than like 4 or 5 on them. But every single one we bank is just 2 silver doing nothing. Actually, 2.8 silver doing nothing. So if you bank like 1,000, that's what, 2.8 gold just doing nothing. Or sorry, 100 would be 2.8 gold. Wait, did I do that right? Wait. Yeah, 100 is 2.8 gold. Wait, I'm confusing myself now. No, 1,000. I was right the first time. 1,000 would be 2.8 gold. Stores will give the floor price. Yeah, but yeah, for potions like that, you have to do it based on the lowest tier potion, though. Because people might be willing to settle for just a plus 40. When plus 60 and plus 80 would just be too expensive. Not to mention they can get them instantly. They could buy like 500 in like seconds. Compared to all the time needed to trade for like 60s or something. Can you buy all potions from shops? No. There's a cap to how high you can buy for a lot of activities. There's some you could buy all the way, like forensic potions, but most potions you can't buy all the way up, I'm pretty sure, even with a high alchemy level. That's the main reason I wanted to go check the green one. Because they're 2.1 each. Even though the 50 says 9 silver, no one's using the 50s. Well, I was for the old accounts, but unless you like really want that extra power, you're not going to be using them. And 60s kind of have a similar issue. And that they can never be priced too high. Because people can just mass buy to 2.1 40s. So I'm probably just selling them, is the verdict. When I get to 62 alchemy, I'm selling every single potion we make at 62 for profit. For 700 silver each. And then the second I get to 77, I keep every last one of them. And do this potion all the way till whatever level I want. Honestly, I'd probably do them until the next profit potion, which I think is 104. I think 104 is the next profit potion. Does that make Leatherworker the only skill that allows you to just buy everything? Yes? Well, technically you can't buy finished leather currently. But, I guess technically cooking, depending on what you're doing. Well, technically every skill. Like, every skill lets you buy all the ingredients and everything. It just, there's no skill that lets you buy every finished product. Or not no skill, but I mean, yeah, no skill. Because I don't think there's a way to buy any finished product currently in the game. Like, you can't buy cooked dishes. You can't buy, well, I guess finished potions, but you can only buy them to a certain tier. You can't buy the final step of what you use for, like, carpentry. You can, like, the rods and everything, but not the armor and everything. Same as, obviously, bone right, blacksmith and stonemason. In the case of those, you can't actually buy the dunked bones, the smith bars, or the etched stones currently. Maybe when trading comes out, you might. But currently, you cannot. Leather, you can't buy the finished leather or the armor. And, yes, all of them. But it really just depends what you consider as, like, the final thing. But currently, no final thing other than potions can currently be bought. And only a limited supply of potions. Not every single one you can ever get up to. Yeah, you can buy some bad armor, but it doesn't really count. It's basically just tier 1 with the occasional tier 2. It also becomes way too expensive to do at the higher level range. Compared to just making it yourself. Because I saw a tier 2 there for like 205 level. Or whatever it was, 202. It was definitely 200 something with a 2-star. For a watch person. It was like 250 silver. It wasn't even worth it. It was like a 20 defense upgrade. at a 250 silver cost. It was so absurdly overpriced. Especially since it would just get outclassed in like, you know, a couple hours as farming gear and or making gear. But yeah, the price curve just goes crazy after 200. Same as the rarity curve. Anything that isn't a 1-star after 200 just goes astronomically high. Due to the rarity curve change that happens at 200 plus. That's also why I want to wait until armor maker's out before I do too much combat. I still probably will when special attacks come out. But I don't really plan to go much beyond 200. Because for 200 plus, I really want armor maker. It's one of the other reasons I kind of want to go 500. Is as long as we have good armor, we'll eventually get good weapon. And we can make ourselves up to 200 weapon. But for post 200, as long as we have good armor. Like, what else do we really need? Like, we'll just get the weapons eventually. Our DPS might not be the best, but we're, like, never going to need to die. Or rebank or anything. Other than to sell everything. But oh no, there's no way we get 500 smithing by then, is the problem. Like, we're going to be to the mercy of some RNG if we go to 500 combats. Unless you're literally getting 500 blacksmiths, stonemason, bonewright, miner, gatherer, woodcutter, carpenter, before you go do any combat. As well as armor and leatherworker and merchant. Before any combat. Like, you could do that. I don't think you should, though. But it is an angle. Because that's the other thing with armor as well. In the current state of the game, you never need to make 4-star armor, only 3-star. 3-star armor is enough to tank, like, everything. If you're in, like, full 3-star at the level that you're at. You can tank, like, 10, 20, 30 above you and probably still not need a heal pot. As long as your weapon has okay DPS. The main thing is we don't know how big of a difference special attacks are going to make. Like, how required are they going to be for DPS in combat? Because it might make everything that's a, you know, like lower rarity just useless. Like, you'd pretty much never main a 3-hand weapon. I mean, a 3-star weapon. If special attacks are just so strong that it makes it invalid. You finally made 3 rares of each class now? Nice. What are you making a weapon for? What chapter are you grinding? She's on the way? Okay, let's see. I don't see her in the server yet. I'm paying attention, though. I think she got a different server. Oh, here it is. Octuba girl. Oh, she did it. She went to the tile. And then she stands there. And then she goes. Yep, she did the thing. She indeed, oh gosh, I cannot speak. She indeed did the thing. Who could have guessed? Come on, you gotta program some better variants than that. At least choose a random tile. There's so many of them. Just choose like 5 different ones. And like alternate occasionally. She also has like a ton of delay on every action she does. Like a good like 3, 4, 5 seconds. Before it like figures out like, oh yeah, I should probably go do this next thing. Like a really unhuman amount of delay. Like, it makes sense if it occasionally does it, but it does it every time. Like, we can almost do a whole inventory quicker than her. She just stands around for so much doing nothing. It needs time to think. I feel like in a fast-paced game you would. But I don't think the bot would need that much time to process his surroundings. Another one with a smithing cape. Ooh. I don't know. Honestly, the more I look at the 100 cape compared to the 200 that we saw earlier, I don't know. It kind of makes me want to stick with the 100. Even when we get 200 smithing within the next week. I might still stick with it. We'll see. At this rate, we'll get 209 detective in no time. Look at that bar move. It's moved up to like 1/10 during like an hour of leather worker. But hey, it's moving. It's mostly because we're not training it directly. Obviously, if we were, it would go a lot quicker. We had about an hour of leather worker. It moved 1/10 a bar. Honestly, I might re-pivot off of alchemy. I'm considering putting on stonemason again. Just so we can get to the next stone already. And keep getting to our better stone over and over again. What's the next AFK activity after that? That isn't like a weird one. 103 is the next non-weird AFK activity. So by tomorrow, we'd have to get 103. Like, getting this to 95 and still doing the bird bath is fine. Even 96 and then bird bath, because then we get to 97 and can start processing the other thing. And then tomorrow, we just have to get to 103 for the pyramid. Because honestly, I kind of want to start getting to that 200 stonemason as well. Because what can we do with a 199, 199, and then like 100? Let me see. What's a 199, 199, 100? Let's say 103. We can get it to, actually a cleaner number like that doesn't actually make it cleaner. Because how you're dividing 3 into it. But, let me see. Let's just say hypothetically a 199, 199, 100. 199 plus 199 plus 100 divided by 3. 166. We'd be able to make a 166 4-star. If we got smithing to 199, well, obviously 200 at that point. Stonemason to 199, aka 200. And bone right to 100. This is a 166. It's not bad. And then we just have to get down the line bone right to 199. But I gotta get gatherer to like 200 before then, which is a whole week-long thing in itself. That's like a whole week-long grind in itself, but we'll figure that out when we get there. I'm not sure how you train gatherer. Gatherer is like so bad. I might just literally only do bones and just hop from bone to bone. Because right now we're at femur shard. Ignore the leaks. Then we go to greyhorn. Ignore the sickle. Then we go to ram's horn. Then bone spike. I think you can do bone only. They're often enough that I think you can get away with bone only. And be in bone only gatherer. And at 111 you get the better rake. And 1 level later get ram horn. Into a bone spike. Why are those two so close? I just realized. 112 and a 115, that's kind of weird. Is the other ram horn like that too? Why are they so close to each other? Alright, where's the golden one? Where's like the iron ore flint of bones? I think we mentioned it earlier. It was like the femur shard? Yeah. I think the striated femur shard is the flint and iron of bone right. So yeah, I'm putting this in stonemason. I think I'm unpivoting from alchemy and going and pivoting back to stonemason. We're undoing the pivot. We're back to, we're off of alchemy and back into stonemason. Because the more I look at what we're going to be able to do with alchemy, it's just not worth it. Even if we do get to 77 and go make a bunch of blue pots, like that'll last us like, what, a week? Until it gives us no value at all. So yeah, we're re-pivoting back to stonemason. Which is basically our goal from earlier. Be able to make 199 armor. Or, you know, base 200. AKA 199. Yeah, Bone Spike is right on top of Storage Rift. Some of them are kind of annoying to bank, which could really hurt the EXP rates. But Bone Right EXP, though. Oh, the Bone Right EXP. How's our money stack looking? We're getting there, we're getting there. Money printer still going strong. We should be at about 1 gold an hour from doing this method. Which, you know, that's not like the highest in the game, but it's getting there. It'll be higher with levels. But one step at a time. Then we go reinvest it into our rake. Honestly, I kind of do want to get to the gatherer grind. After doing 200 mining, it kind of made me realize, like, oh, you know what? Gathering's not awful. Or, you know, the gathering skills in general. Not just gatherer specifically, but, you know, gathering in general. It's kind of made me motivated to go do another gatherer grind. And the one of highest priority right now would be, what's it called? I didn't even mean to pet the kitty. I was trying to hit the ground, but then hit the cat. But, yeah, honestly, doing 200, mining has kind of made me, kind of want to do another 200 gatherer skill. And of all of them, the one that is most useful to us right now is, gatherer. Doing basically bone exclusively. Almost bone exclusively, we'll see. Depends what the XP rates are like at some of them. But if we're getting a level 25 rake, honestly, it's probably still worth it. Just keep going on a bone. The bone zone. Problem is there's some pretty hefty level gaps between some. That's useless, then useful. Yeah, let's see, what's the level range? 13 levels. Then 10. Then 13. Seeing a pattern here. Then 13. Unfortunately not 10, that got taken by a leak. 15. Now that's a big one, but you do get an XP rake later. That's a hefty one. That's an 18. No, math wrong. No, that's math right. Yeah, an 18. We get a rake upgrade. Then we really get to raking. Then we have another 18. Then we have... Ooh, bit of a bad one here. Then we have no, another 18. And then a 13. Back to 13s. For some reason, only a 5. So we're going to get really little of that one. And after that, I believe we're at our best in slot, which will require us to get another 18. And then we're at the flint iron of bones, which will be the base 199. Actually, what do you even make out of femur shards? I don't even know what... can you make a shield and weapon out of it? That's the main thing that matters. Can you make a shield out of a femur shard? Doesn't matter what quality, just a shield. Femur shard. Brood. Doesn't help. I forgot this wiki's not filled yet. Let me just go to bone rate. Femur shard, femur shard. Femur, femur, femur. How do you spell femur? There we go. Alright, do any of these look like a shield? Wooden hexagon shield. I think that one might be a shield. Longbow. Weapon. Alright, we're good. Alright, that answers my question. The answer is yes. You can make a weapon and shield out of it. As long as a hexagon shield is definitely a shield, which it definitely is, we should be fine. So yes. That's the flint and iron of bones, is the femur shard. Specifically that really high rank femur shard. Is that's where we get our 199 bone rates from. Oh wait, what was the other material we needed for it though? Just out of curiosity. Let's see. So it should be around this area. Where's the femur? Where's the femur? Should be around here. There it is, femur shard. You need ash planks. Or fine ash plank. Out of curiosity. No, we're probably not going to do it. Fine ash plank. Oh. Wait, why is this so low, though? Weird. Huh. Wait, really? That's weird. Why is bone rate so weird? Wait. Looking at some of these level ranges. You actually need less than that. Wait. Why is Guardian's level range is so weird? Assuming these are actually correct values, not incorrect. Because that means, you actually need way less Gatherer. That's weird. The shields are going to be a lot more annoying. But, that is so weird. Why is it like this? Why is bone rate so weird, just in general? I don't understand, like, any of these level ranges compared to the other things. Yeah, we can get away with way less. Just not sure with what, because there's so many. But we can get away with way less than I think we need. I'd still need the better bones, though. As far as, like, the one that we need a lot of. I don't know, I'll look into it more later. My brain can't handle it this late at night. To bother thinking that hard. Figuring out the, why bone rate is as complicated as it is. There's no need for it. But its level ranges are so weird compared to some of the others. Unless I'm looking at the other ones wrongly, but... Because I'm pretty sure you can't do that with the other two material, like you can with bone rate. Because for whatever reason with bone rate, you don't need, like, as high of a rarity thing compared to the other two in order to get a 199. Like, the gathering you need is only in, like, the 120s. Like, 120 to, like, 150. Whereas the gathering for the other two, you need, like, 80-ish, 190-ish. Or in the case of smithing, 197. It's just weird because it looks like for the gathering ones, it's way lower. But you need, like, 3 skills, so... Maybe that's why it's scaled that way. You need 3 skills, but, I don't know, some of the other things still need 3. I don't know, I'm confused. I'll need to look into it more later. Brain's probably looking at it wrong right now. Has anyone tried fusing shields with another armor piece? Doesn't work, I tried. You can only do shield to shield. It's actually the only one that has to be the same exact thing. You can do any weapon to any weapon. You can do any armor piece to any armor piece, but shield is locked to shield. But you can upgrade a plate body with a glove, or a boot, or a helm, but not with a shield. The only thing that upgrades a shield is a shield, and shield can't be used on armor. Yeah, I did try that. But in doing so, we did learn that you could use a boot or glove or helm on a body or legs. So you can use something from Armor Maker that costs like nothing on something that costs $1 billion and still upgrade it. I'm sure if they're going to change that by the time Armor Maker comes out, but if they don't, you're always going to want to upgrade things with gloves or boots or whatever one is cheapest. You don't need a plate body to upgrade a plate body. And same with weapons right now. Like Stonemason has one that uses like 3 of a stone. And you can use that to upgrade any weapon if you're not a hammer mage. Because it has a weapon that uses like 3 flint, which is like the lowest tier one. It still counts as a weapon. And can be made into 199 if you have the tier 5 one, which we've been banking. That's why I was saying the flint was so good as well. But it makes for only 3 of them, you can make a 3-star 199 with tier 5 flint. Or with any flint, but you know. Yeah, it's really good. Same as iron. Has the same thing. You make like a melee weapon with 4, and I think a shield with 4 as well or something. Or 3 or 4, whatever it is. Or maybe it was like 4 and 5, I don't remember. But whatever it is, it has the good level range on it. The 199. Guardian is this whole own mess. I'll figure it out later. Brain doesn't want to figure that out right now. Bone Right is very confusing compared to the other two. It's just such a good way to just wind down at the end of the day. How much time do we still have? About another hour and a half or so. Let's see, what level would that get us? Probably 145. It actually won't cap us out on Leathermaker right now. We'll get close. I can go to 147. Till we get walled by Merchant again. What's our money at right now? We're almost at 4 gold. We're so close. The inventory after this one. Oh no, actually no, this one will. Never mind. This inventory brings us to 4 gold. We need 20 to be able to do Gatherer. And apparently, maybe woodcutting and carpentry. We'll say no. Oh god. Oh wait, don't do it yet. Never mind. But no, when I do the Gatherer grind, I plan to just do the Gatherer grind. I'm not sure what we do about the planks and everything, but that's a later issue. I do not want to think about. As long as we just do Gatherer, dunk bones, we should be okay. Just don't worry about the weird level ranges compared to the other two. As long as we're collecting stuff, it'll sort itself out. The wondrous leak. Oh, not what I wanted. I was about to go check something here. I forgot what it was. Oh, we took rank 20 back somehow. Oh, let me guess. Meadow's not on leaderboard anymore? Yep. Psst. Meadow was just popping in to say hi. Yeah, realistically, we're like ranked like 25 or 30. It's hard to tell with all the invisible people. But hey, it says top 20. We should also, in theory, pass KC pretty soon. He's only really leveling Chronopolis stuff. Which means as long as I'm leveling stuff to that isn't 200 plus, we should be gaining levels quicker than him. In theory. We'll find out when he's just like getting multi-skill like crazy through the other thing. Also getting like a ton of knowledge points. But yeah, I think I'm putting the detective grind on the back burner. There's too many other things we need to get up. Hey, here we come. 4 gold rolling in. If only we could source another 16. We can finally do another gathering skill. Oh, there's the Haktua girl. Let's go follow the bot. Alright, now it's moving quickly. Interesting. It doesn't stall when it goes down this road. Like, at all. Where she will stall for a couple seconds here. And then another few seconds there. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Does she restall here? No. So stall in the one tile though. Oh no, did we get too many people? No, we got too many people. No! How many people are there? Yeah, 19 has to be the cap for this room. I have never seen it reach 20. And she also wasn't able to get in. We should have tested the other way around and let her go in and then me. Because then it probably would have like reservered me. We have never seen it hit anything other than 19. Well, higher than it. Like, you would think it's a 20 cap, but I still have never seen it reach 20. I keep forgetting. Tomorrow's already Monday. I need to go food shopping tomorrow. I'm not sure when or how long we're streaming tomorrow. It's definitely going to be towards the shorter end. Hopefully still around noon, but not sure if I'm going to wake up early enough. Because I definitely want a food shop before we go online. We need the subsistence. But we still haven't missed a day since launch. Every single day so far we streamed for at least a some amount of time. So far. There'll eventually be a day we'll miss. Though even Christmas, I'll probably still be around for an hour just to say hello to everyone. Happy holidays, everything else. It'd be like an absurdly short stream, but you know, I'll still pop in to say hi. But yeah, I think I'm putting his knowledge into stonemason. I gotta get 97 to use the next stone, I'm pretty sure. We can actually check it with this as well. Yeah, it is 97. Because that's the fine shield for the flint. Even though I'm not a hammer mage, I'm starting to pick up on them. Yeah, that's the flint shield right there. And then that's the basalt mace. Because I'm not sure how much basalt I have bangs. I think it was more than the flint this time around. Oh, look at him using these XP pots. I was for some amount of time when doing leather work. I kind of gave up on it. Of course, he's going for that leaderboard grind. He as in he. The he. I gave up long ago doing that while doing leather worker. I can't be bothered. I really should, but at least for the knowledge points, if nothing else. It feels weird acknowledging a different chapter every time. Like keeping a dead inventory space should do that. Whenever you get wieldable potions, though, and everything, that's a different story. Oh, is that 200 stonemason cape? Ooh. No, it's a 200 bone right. Ooh. Makes sense, he's a guardian. I keep forgetting the buy all button is so nice. Like, obviously I've been using it, but I keep forgetting how amazing quality of life it is. It's so good compared to before. Oh. Wait, big old stretch. I do have to say, I am getting a little tired though. I call a little bit early tonight after we finish this inventory. I just want to get to bed a little bit earlier too, so I can go food shopping tomorrow. So we can start tomorrow at, I guess, a reasonable time, but probably not. Because there's still several other things I need to do tomorrow. Monday's always a catch-up day. And this Monday is no different. Basically everything I have been putting off from doing like 12-hour streams every day. As per usual. The AFK activity tonight is definitely going to be the stonemason thing. And if I can get any grind between then and done. Honestly, tomorrow might be a bit of a merchant day. Because we're going to get locked out of leatherwork again. I really need the gold so we can do other things. Or like 0 gold right now is being problematic. Technically it's 4, but you know, basically 0. There's going to be 0 again soon, don't worry. But yeah, we need to fix that. If I do anything off stream, maybe it'll be a little bit of blacksmith. See where some of our bars get us. Because honestly, maybe that's the angle tomorrow for stream. We gotta start getting blacksmith to 200. I know we just got done doing mining to 200, but another 200 goal sighted. New target acquired. Obviously, the whole reason we did 200 mining was for 200 smithing. So that's probably the play. Because that opens up quite a few things for us. Most notably doing combat. And then of course we're still working on the 200 stonemason and bone right kind of thing. Because that's pretty much everything that everything's leading to right now. Everything I want to do right now is still for the other goal that we had for a while now. Because after all quests, our next goal was to basically make a 200 weapon. Handcrafted 4-star. Technically a 199. But before special attacks come out. And we currently got a month to get 200 bone right, 200 blacksmith, and 200 stonemason. Blacksmith should be easy. It'll be done honestly, probably before even the weekend hits. Stonemason a little bit more complicated. It could be like 2 weekends from now. Bone Ray is the most complicated. Not just in how it works, but also how on earth we plan to get it to 200. Because even if we go down the Gatherer route, at a certain point, the best route is just to merchant it to death. And finally get our 205 merchant. Do leather workers like 200ish and like bone rate it. It's probably the play. Like train everything but bone rate to train bone rate. You know, the way that most people train it. The sane way of training it. Train bone rate by doing literally every skill that isn't bone rate. Dude, I can't think of any other way to get it up. Other than like going crazy on Gatherer, which I do still plan to maybe do the Gatherer grind, we'll see. I really should. I should. Because worst comes to worst, it's armor making supplies most likely. For chapter 5. I just know if we dunk everything, like let's say hypothetically we get 200 Gatherer. That does not get us 200 bone rate. If we don't do the wood component. Because I'll have a bunch of bones just sitting there. And the bone component will eventually be, I mean the wood component would eventually become too expensive to buy. Kind of like how the bone component pretty much already has. Alright, we'll have to see. Yeah, how's our cooking contracts going? Still got a whole set of them. I need to go do them later. I'm not gonna bother with them right now though. Really need to though. But hey, as we're gonna just naturally gain like 2 levels a day until like 2 months from now we'll have 200 chef. It will get there, don't you worry. It's pretty low priority though compared to some other skills. And then we're just gonna sell this and probably head him over to stonemasonry. Have him go touch some rocks. And then I'm gonna go grab some dinner. Any other questions, anyone? Anythings? Let me know, let me know. Otherwise, we'll sell this out, go to his AFK, and grab a bite to eat. Get some food in the morning. And I'm not sure what time we're going to be starting to stream tomorrow, but we'll definitely be quite a bit of a shorter stream, but let's kind of mess around and have a bit of fun. Overall goal at the moment for tomorrow, just kind of messing around. Thank you, thank you. Honestly, I shouldn't go make a grocery list tonight so I don't forget. Because I know for sure I'll forget tomorrow morning and forget what I even need. What we're doing? Go back to over there. Hey, that guy is called Halfwit number 5. The funny part is he has like a special like digit for half. Yet somehow like 1 billion people are already halfwit, like 5 of them. That's kind of funny. Alright, well, here we are. Gosh, we're getting scammed. He's only giving us 29 copper per statue. You know how hard we're getting scammed right now? We're gonna make this like a exuberant statue right here. This ornamental sculpture of a bird bath. And he's gonna give us only 29 copper for our efforts here. What a ripoff. This guy's scamming us right now in real time. Oh, first time bonus. Oh, there we go. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.